तरफ तस्वीर, एक तरफ तकदीर और बीच में आपका नाचीज कटपीस रणवीर।
Tiger is back.
The big picture, तस्वीर से तकदीर तक।
It's here and I'm so excited. Yeah!
मेरे साथ बिग बॉस OTT के मजे लूं।
तेरे मेरा कुछ चक्कर चल रहा है क्या?
प्यार नहीं है तू मेरा। काय को यार?
गेम बहुत लंबा जाएगा लोग।
Oh God, I'm so confused.
अब तो बताना ही पड़ेगा।
Where y'all up this Valentine?
That's what mutual funds are.
साहिल इज डेड। सुना तुमने? साहिल इज डेड।
यहाँ पर ओरिजिनलिटी भी है और करोड़ों दिलों का एंटरटेनमेंट भी है।
देख, मैं मार्केट में जाके भाषणबाजी करना नहीं चाहता, सीधा लोगों के भरोसे पे खेलना चाहता हूँ।
क्रिमिनल अगर क्राइम सीन क्लीन करके चला गया, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि क्राइम ही नहीं हुआ।
ये मेरा जंगल है और मैं यहाँ का शेर। मेरा ना एम्प्लॉइज के साथ गजब का कनेक्शन।
ये आदमी तो सबको डुबा के रहेगा भैया।
पकड़ना नहीं है उनको, मारना है।
कैसे भेज दूं अपने बेटे को पुलिस के हवाले?
केस जो है ना, सिर्फ वकील नहीं लड़ता, आपको भी लड़ना होगा।
It's happening again.
मैं हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता हूँ और हिस्ट्री ऐसे ही नहीं बनती, लोगों को साथ लेकर चलना पड़ता है।
पावर इज जस्ट एन इल्यूजन। आखिर में सिर्फ रिश्ते बचते हैं।
फिर
इस गेम के रूल्स मैं बनाता हूँ।
सच क्या है?
Someone is stalking me.
कोई तो भरपाई करेगा।
सपने वही प्रश्न उठाते हैं जो मन सुलझा नहीं सकता।
कौन कहता है यहाँ सच की जीत होती है? यहाँ वही जीतता है जिसके हाथ में बंदूक होती है।
This is an act of war.
Keep your friends close, enemies closer.
I think मुझे तुमसे प्यार हो जाएगा।
अरे जब उसको लॉयर चाहिए नहीं तो मेरे को सेल्फी खींचने के लिए बुलाया आपने।
नमस्कार, मैं हूं वीरेंद्र सहवाग और मैं 26 नवंबर को शाम 7 बजे आ रहा हूं शेयर चैट लाइव ऑडियो चैट रूम में।
I will tell you a word, okay, in English, and आपको मुझे उसका हिंदी में मतलब बताना है। डक को हिंदी में क्या बोलते हैं? पूछे।
डॉकिया।
खैर छोड़ो। It's called बतख।
Ladies and gentlemen, let's start the show!
Welcome to you on the Hello Presents MTV IWMBuzz Digital Award. This is IWM Digital Awards. अब आए भैया डिजिटल के लेवल पे।
वायरल होने का राज क्या है?
बिकॉज हमको भी कोई आइडिया है नहीं।
जीजा जी बांझ हैं।
अबे तो उधर है ना, मैं तेरे सगे वाला
मैं तेरे को सीरियस कर रहा हूँ।
हमें ना यहाँ आने के पहले ना एक मेल भेजा गया था जिसमें लिखा था प्लीज बी वेल ड्रेस्ड। दिस द मैक्सिमम ड्रेस्ड लाइक यूट्यूबर कैन बी।
Speak for yourself.
Even you know brother, even पत्ती मुंडू सुला देता, even रंबा इन राजा तीड़ा।
एक डोसा ते एक फिल्टर कॉफी लाया।
सोपी मूव्स। इमेजिन कीजिए आप शावर में हैं। वाह वाह, अपने आप को आईने में देख रहे हैं, कह रहे हैं ओह माय गॉड व्हाट अ गुड लुकिंग गाय। उफ, साबुन आंख में चला गया।
कौन पहन रहा है? जन्नत पहन रही है हेडफोन्स। ठीक है। Your first word is squad goals.
Okay. Squad goals. Squad goals.
Squad.
Squad goals.
Goals. Squad goal.
Very good. तालियां हो जाए जन्नत के लिए।
Here you go. Give it up for Jannat.
दिल वाले दुल्हनिया ले जाएंगे, दुल्हनिया सेफ है।
Write incredible lines like जन्नत तो मैं हूँ।
Most importantly, the viewers, because you know, thank you so much for shelling out your time.
Name 3 things you wear under your clothes.
Boxers, boxers and boxers.
Beautiful.
दोस्तों में मेरे चर्चे नहीं थे, वही दोस्तों में गाने मेरे चलते हैं अब। आजकल दिखता मैं महंगे से कपड़ों में, मांगे हुए कपड़ों में था मैं गलत है। यार मेरा प्यार है जहाँ है ये निके निके शॉट्स, ये निके निके शॉट्स।
तरफ तस्वीर, एक तरफ तकदीर और बीच में आपका नाचीज कट पीस रणवीर।
Tiger is back.
The big picture, तस्वीर से तकदीर तक।
It's here, and I'm so excited. Yeah!
मेरे साथ बिग बॉस ओटीटी के मजे लूट।
मेरा कुछ चक्कर चलेगा क्या?
क्या कर रही है तू मेरा?
गेम बहुत लंबा जाएगा लोला।
Oh God, I'm so confused.
अब तो बताना ही पड़ेगा।
Where y'all up this Valentine?
That's what mutual funds are.
साहिल इज डेड। सुना तुमने? साहिल इज डेड।
यहाँ पर ओरिजिनलिटी भी है और करोड़ों दिलों का एंटरटेनमेंट भी है।
देख, मैं मार्केट में जाके भाषणबाजी करना नहीं चाहता, सीधा लोगों के भरोसे पे खेलना चाहता हूँ।
क्रिमिनल अगर क्राइम सीन क्लीन करके चला गया, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि क्राइम ही नहीं हुआ।
ये मेरा जंगल है और मैं यहाँ का शेर। मेरा ना एम्प्लॉइज के साथ गजब का कनेक्शन।
ये आदमी तो सबको डुबा के रहेगा भैया।
पकड़ना नहीं है उनको, मारना है।
कैसे भेज दूं अपने बेटे को पुलिस के हवाले?
केस जो है ना, सिर्फ वकील नहीं लड़ता, आपको भी लड़ना होगा।
It's happening again.
मैं हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता हूँ और हिस्ट्री ऐसे ही नहीं बनती, लोगों को साथ लेकर चलना पड़ता है।
Power is just an illusion. आखिर में सिर्फ रिश्ते बचते हैं।
इस गेम के रूल्स मैं बनाता हूँ।
सच क्या है?
Someone is stalking me.
कोई तो भरपाई करेगा।
सपने वही प्रश्न उठाते हैं जो मन सुलझा नहीं सकता।
कौन कहता है यहाँ सच की जीत होती है? यहाँ वही जीतता है जिसके हाथ में बंदूक होती है।
This is an act of war.
Keep your friends close, enemies closer.
I think मुझे तुमसे प्यार हो जाएगा।
अरे जब उसको लॉयर चाहिए नहीं तो मेरे को सेल्फी खींचने के लिए बुलाया आपने।
नमस्कार, मैं हूं वीरेंद्र सहवाग और मैं 26 नवंबर को शाम 7 बजे आ रहा हूं शेयर चैट लाइव ऑडियो चैट रूम में।
I will tell you a word, okay, in English, and आपको मुझे उसका हिंदी में मतलब बताना है। डक को हिंदी में क्या बोलते हैं? पूछे।
डॉकिया।
खैर छोड़ो। It's called बतख।
Ladies and gentlemen, let's start the show! Welcome to you on the Hello Presents MTV IWMBuzz Digital Award. This is IWM Digital Awards. अब आए भैया डिजिटल के लेवल पे।
वायरल होने का राज क्या है?
बिकॉज हमको भी कोई आइडिया है नहीं।
जीजा जी बांझ हैं।
अबे तो उधर है ना, मैं तेरे सगे वाला
मैं तेरे को सीरियस कर रहा हूँ।
हमें ना यहाँ आने के पहले ना एक मेल भेजा गया था जिसमें लिखा था प्लीज बी वेल ड्रेस्ड, दिस इज द मैक्सिमम ड्रेस्ड लाइक यूट्यूबर कैन बी।
Speak for yourself.
Even you know brother, even पति मुंडू सुला देड़ा, even रंबो इन राजा तीड़ा।
एक डोसा ते एक फिल्टर कॉफी ले आया।
सोपी मूव्स। इमेजिन कीजिए आप शावर में हैं। वाओ, आप अपने आप को आईने में देख रहे हैं, कह रहे हैं ओह माय गॉड व्हाट अ गुड लुकिंग गाय। उफ, साबुन आंख में चला गया।
कौन पहन रहा है? जन्नत पहन रही है हेडफोन। ठीक है। Your first word is squad goals.
Okay. Squad goals. Squad goals.
Squad.
Squad goals.
Goals. Squad goals.
Very good. तालियां हो जाए जन्नत के लिए। Here you go.
Give it up for जन्नत!
दिल वाले दुल्हनिया ले जाएंगे, दुल्हनिया सेफ है।
Write incredible lines like जन्नत तो मैं हूँ।
Most importantly, the viewers, because thank you so much for shelling out your time.
Name 3 things you wear under your clothes.
Boxers, boxers and boxers.
Beautiful.
दोस्तों में मेरे चर्चे नहीं थे, वही दोस्तों में गाने मेरे चलते हैं अब। आजकल दिखता मैं महंगे से कपड़ों में, मांगे हुए कपड़ों में था मैं गलता। मेरे यार मेरा प्यार है जहाँ है ये निके निके शॉट्स, ये निके निके शॉट्स।
Hello and welcome to Wood Presents India Web Fest Season 3. My name is Sonup, aka Bollywood Wala, your host and host for 2 power-packed days of debates, discussions, and some real good enlightening insights. For detailed agenda, please log on to www.indiawebfest.com. To begin with, let's thank our sponsor partners. Wood Presents India Web Fest Season 3, co-powered by Applause Entertainment, Pocket Aces, and Share Chat Rooms. Platinum partner QQ Digital, virtual event partner Mint Labs, media partner Radio City, and initiative by IWMBuzz Live. Let's move on to the first interaction of the day, which is introduction to Summit. And let me invite the dynamic Siddharth Laik, founder and editor-in-chief, IWMBuzz.com. Siddharth, so lovely to see you here. Good morning and many congratulations for India Web Fest Season 3.
Thank you, Sonu. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yeah,
Thank you for the kind words, and good to have you back again with us, anchoring a marquee property of ours, Sonu.
Great. My first question is, just tell us a bit about your property, India Web Fest, that you have created.
India Web Fest, as you know, focuses on the overall creator, custodian, brands, marketer space in the rising digital entertainment economy. It's the 3rd season. Last 2 seasons we did on ground. We would have loved to do this year on ground as well, but there were certain challenges, and next year hopefully we'll be on ground. And at India Web Fest, you know the leading players in the digital entertainment space, platforms, creators, they all come and talk about, we are evangelizing the ecosystem. And I want to thank all my support partners, Food, Applause, Pocket Aces, Share Chat, QK, Radio City, and Mint Labs for ensuring that we host a good event. It's a 2-day event this time, 15-16 December. The full lineup is on indiawebfest.com. We have some phenomenal speakers, some great insightful sessions. So looking forward to have a great 2-day event at India Web Fest. Yes.
Great. What is the overall agenda this time around and the talking points in Season 3 of India Web Fest?
So we are talking business. We are talking franchisee building. Aditi Srivastava from Pocket Aces Network speaks, gives a keynote on a very important theme. Then we are talking about the creator economy. We are talking about live audio chat rooms. We are having one-on-one with Netflix. We are having one-on-one with Disney Plus Hotstar. It's an agenda which is curated based on what impacted the overall ecosystem during COVID, pre-COVID, post-COVID. Shibashish Sarkar is speaking on the impact of movies, how theatrical release has changed, OTT has taken over. So we have basically tapped into the overall trends, buzzing keywords in the last year and tried to integrate to the best of intent to the overall agenda. So yes.
Great. It seems to be a power-packed 2-day session that we'll be having on hands. Very quickly, Siddhartha, how has the year been for IWMBuzz?
It's been challenging for all, Sonu. It was a full reset with COVID hitting us. But thankfully, being born internet and working internet, we survived and we have grown. And thanks to our partners that you can see in this event, they have ensured that we have kept with our hard work going. We have grown in numbers. We are in top 5 in the Comscore entertainment news chain. We are the only independently self-funded, bootstrapped organization yet, competing with larger players like Times, Indian Express, Z. We are curating some good events. Next year, we want to focus on the e-gaming in the ecosystem as well. We want to evangelize the space. So more events next year, more content next year, hopefully more partner, continued support. It's been a challenging but good year, and next year we'll do bigger and better soon.
Well, one question which each and every single fan of yours has is, digital awards are going to happen soon or not? Please tell us.
Absolutely. So it's planned for next quarter. India Web Fest, we wanted to do it a little earlier, but because of COVID challenges, we pushed it. But the moment India Web Fest is over, we're going to reach out to our partners to ensure that we put up a good show, and we are committed that we'll put up a red carpet at least of whatever best capacity can be done. Virtual hua hai, but Feb March में हम digital awards definitely करेंगे sir.
चलिए, इसी note पर thank you very much Siddharth ji, and
so much.
Wish you all the very best and congratulations once again for season.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Guys, let's gear up for the first Power Pack chat of the day, which is titled, it's a keynote address on the topic franchise building with content. And let me welcome the very dynamic Aditi Srivastavaji, co-founder and CEO, Pocket Aces. Aditi ji, over to you.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Thank you so much, Sonu, for inviting me. And big congratulations to Siddharth and the entire IWM team. You guys have been doing an amazing job for so many years, and you've really built some marquee properties. We're really excited to partner again with you this year, and really looking forward to these packed 2 days. The agenda really looks amazing. So congratulations again. Good morning, everyone. I'm very excited to see like 130 people dialed in for the morning session. It doesn't usually happen. I think that's the power of IWM and the equity that Siddharth and team have built over the years. So glad to be chatting with you all, and hoping to keep the session as interactive as possible. So today I wanted to talk about something very different, that we haven't really spoken about so much in panels or sessions, but this is something we talk about a lot at Pocket Aces. IP building is something that is discussed in various fashions in our industry, right? Mostly it is about, the discussions are about IP ownership. And who gets to keep the IP, who has to give over the IP, how IP has helped build some of the most, powerful companies across the world. But I think what creates the power of IP is the franchise potential that comes around any given IP. And while we all love huge Hollywood franchises like, of course, Star Wars and, the Terminator series and all of Disney's franchises and, Pokemon, the list is countless. But we haven't really focused on it so much in India. I think that mindset is a little bit starting now. And so that's why we thought that this was the right time and obviously the right forum with all the right stakeholders to actually discuss this topic. So we can, yes. So what do we mean by franchise building? Again, very basic. So I'm not going to, I just wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page in what we talk about. So a media franchise or a multimedia franchise is basically a collection of all the related works of one original concept or idea, right? So derivative works is a concept which is very, very often used. Usually people talk about spin-offs, people talk about remakes, people talk about merchandise, and all of these constitute the franchise of the original IP, right? Even the character constitutes the franchise. There are all the small elements. So a lot of us know that Disney obviously cares a lot about building its IP, but one thing that very few people know is they actually copyright even their animation process. Forget about the final result of that animation process, which are the characters or the films. They actually copyright even the process. So that's how closely people think about IP building and copywriting their process. And of course, it's a collaborative process. It has to be collaborative for the IP to grow. You can't just hold it close to your heart, right? So the key tenets are multi-medium, right? So cross-marketing across more than one medium, a humongous fandom, like super fans associated with the property. And then, of course, there's scholars, who specialize in media across the world who talk about how you can invest a lot more in your original concept or IP if you have the ability to recover that money over a long period of time rather than worrying about short-term, right-away money recovery. So he calls a single medium launch as a lost opportunity. Right? And he talks about how the timeliness of the the production and what you create around it is so much more important than the creative itself, almost, even though that is something obviously that, is blasphemous to say. But, this is the opinions of some academics around the world. And the cross ability of building the brand is key to franchise building, right? So with this kind of reference in mind, I want to talk about some of the rest of the topics on how we can think about franchise building in India. So again, we can go to the next slide. Again, we are not unfamiliar with this, right? The world of Harry Potter. I just wanted to take an example which is big enough but different enough than the usual ones we think of. So whether it is games or amusement parks or live plays or merch, right? Or various spin-off, the Harry Potter franchise is one of the most valued franchise in the world, right? It's a $25 billion behemoth. And this is something that, kind of we can take inspiration from. What people think that, okay, only like a few properties can make it very big and are worth building franchises around. But then again, if you look at further examples, we go to the next slide, then you can basically look at Sex and the City, right? It's not that big a show. Of course, there are people like me who are huge fans, right? And been following it since college. And, it has its ups and downs. So like the movies were not that good. It's not like I wore the merch, but I'm extremely excited and looking forward to the reboot series, which is just launched on HBO Max. So this Sex and the City started with a book. It did 6 seasons of the show. Then there were 2 movies that came out. It was the merch was very popular. There was actually another book that was derived from the series called We All Should Be Mirandas. And then, of course, now there is a whole new series launched on HBO. And the interesting part is that they're actually, one of the main characters is not there in the show, as you can see in the last poster. Right. So it's not called Sex in the City season 7. It's called And Just Like That, which is one of the most iconic lines of the main character, Carrie Bradshaw. Right. So this is also smaller series can also be really good in franchise potential. Going next, again, several examples. A lot of people know about, no points for guessing what shows I'm talking about here, right? So a lot of people know about Better Call Saul, which is a really great spin-off that came out of the Breaking Bad series. But there's also a movie called El Camino. And of course, the Walter White, a costume became one of the Halloween favorites for many, many years, right? Similarly, Squid Games, again, I'm sure we've all read those articles, how it's like $900 million impact property for Netflix. But let's break it down a little bit, right? There was a huge official merch launched for Squid Games. I've just presented some of the examples here, but there was dolls, there was figurines, of course, costumes and wearables and things like that. And very interestingly, there was a cryptocurrency, a coin launched for Squid Game. It turned out to be a little bit of a scam after it was launched, but that's not the point. Because the original makers pulled the entire, they sold all their shares, and so other people lost money. But that's not the point. The point was that the property became big enough that people were willing to buy tokens of the property. And later, as we talk about creator economy in the further sessions, there's a big thing to think about, as you associate coins and cryptocurrency with creators, you can also associate that with IP, right? Very, very interesting. When we think about NFTs for content and stuff like that, all of that is franchise building. So quickly going next. Of course, there has been a start in India, right? If you look at Bahubali, that have launched an animated series, there's a book that has been released, there's merch. If you look at Rawan, they tried, to really build a world around the series. Next. A very interesting example I want to give you is like Kasauti Zindagi Ki, right? Because people don't think about like TV shows in terms of franchise building, but Balaji does. And they launched a reboot recently. It didn't do that well, but then they also launched a Kannada regional adaptation, right? So the point is that there was an effort to think beyond just the initial property. A lot of you guys would have seen like posts on social media saying, oh, Kabhi Khushi Kabhi Gum ke 20 saal ho gaye, right? So it was 20 years to K3G yesterday. And even though the characters have been impersonated, there's various versions of Pooh that, you have seen in like pop culture. But how has that benefited the original creators? Not at all, right? So here, basically what we see is that with the 20 years, there was some merch launched for K3G. So people are getting on the bandwagon, right? And that's the key. Next. So if we talk about why has franchise building been hard in India, and this is like what I really want to discuss, right? I'm sure there are several other small examples of attempts that have been made in India, but I think everybody would agree that we've never really created some great economic benefit for stakeholders with franchise building, right? So number one, the reason has been mindset, right? So business and creativity in our industry and across our country, I'm not only talking about Bollywood, are often looked at as loggerheads with each other, that there's a trade-off. The focus has been more on awards and less on, and actors focus on building their faces, directors focus on building portfolios of different types of work. But I think one of the main things is that the mindset has not been there to build properties that last multi-generational and that really last a long period of time. There's a non-collaborative creative process, right? So very often in our films, now this is changing to places where we have writers' rooms and stuff, but there have been like one writer per film. Now that one writer, how many more things is he going to write about the same franchise, right? Because it's just one person and life comes in the way. Now things are changing with their writers' rooms and things. So it's much easier to take properties forward because even a subset of the original creators are enough to create the next thing. Right? And there's a mindset of boredom. Ki arey, mujhe same cheez nahi karna baar baar. We hear this very often from writers, right? And the entire thought process is, hey, if right in the beginning, you think about how big you want to make something that you are working on. Like recently I came across a writer and we are actually working on a show together where he also wants to launch an app about the show, right? Which will actually be useful to people. That's amazing in terms of mindset. Whether it happens or not for that particular show is not the point. The point is we all need to start thinking in this way. But the incentives also need to be aligned. Right? So if we all have to think in this way, money can't accrue to only a few people. Money has to accrue and flow down to all stakeholders, whether it is obviously the producers and the creators, the writers, the director, the actors, right? So when we create like seasonal content where you have multi-season properties, one of the biggest problems is actors are not available, their dates are not available. They are now working in bigger shows, so they start questioning, are is show ka next season mein karun kya? But imagine if the monetary benefit of building that franchise, building future seasons, licensing that content to different parts of the world, different platforms, if the monetary benefit of that actually trickle down to the actors, to the director, to the writers, of course they would be incentivized and they will start thinking along those lines that, yeah, let me create things that have great franchise potential. And of course, one big problem used to be, how do you reach the audience? So for example, people assume that the consumption power and the buying power is low, right? Okay, I launch merch, but kaun kharidega, right? Kaun kharidega? There's this whole mindset of wastage as well, but there's a lot of sustainable merch you can launch nowadays, right? And it wasn't so easy to reach the audience. Like, what would be your distribution mechanism, right? Would you partner with like on-ground stores? Now this has changed completely because people are buying, the whole D2C product business, people are buying stuff on Instagram also. Forget about Amazon and Flipkart, right? So reaching the audience and controlling that is that much easier now. And the audience, of course, we all know they have the spending power. They are paying monthly subscriptions. They are buying, even college students are buying, school students are buying by themselves, right? So payment mechanisms have changed. Everything has changed. So the time is really right. The lack of monetary value of the IP has resulted in a lot of apathy with regards to IP ownership and creating IP. People are happy to give it up for a short-term benefit, barely any premium, right? But I think we can think about co-creation. So it's not about whether I own it or you own it. It's let's all of the people involved in that creation own it together and then grow it together. The two charts here, I just wanted to quickly draw like a quick parallel. If you look at the West media franchisees, where like the top 10 are all in billions of dollars, and then you look at the top 10 richest Bollywood producers, obviously it's not an apple to apple comparison, but the numbers are stark, right? If I had asked you guys to name who is like the richest Bollywood producer, I don't think many people would have guessed it's Ronnie, right? But Ronnie Screwvala with UTV, Disney, RSVP now has really, really focused on building, long-term, long-term properties. And then of course, you have somebody like a Shah Rukh who is like the only valued at 6 million for Red Chilies, which is so low. Right? I mean, you all read about how, these startups are getting valued, and just imagine somebody who's built an entire production house with years of long history of movies. The valuation is really low. Why? Because it's all short-term revenue cost. And in any way, in the long-form business, we all know margins are thin. So instead of focusing on, मैं 10% से 15% margin कैसे करूं, if we all focused on how do you increase the top value, long-term value of that franchise or that property, everybody would benefit. Next. I just want to, we talked about this, culture creation lasting for generations. Your audience gets better content because the creators have thought of multi-season properties, right? I mean, why do we think we are having low quality season 2s and 3s in India right now? Because people have just started learning the art of seasonal content creation, and people have not thought about season 2, 3 and 4 before they started writing season 1, right? Because the mindset is, "Arey, mera season 1 kaise bhi green light ho jaye." So that is what can change, and it'll hugely benefit the content quality as well. Brands associated with the IPs can benefit because there can be co-ownership of IP that can be explored. Of course, the actors and directors benefit because they get career-defining opportunities, they get humongous visibility, they get huge royalties. Friends is a great example. There are many other such examples. It's not limited only to the biggest shows. And then, of course, producers benefit from brand building, value of the IP, licensing, etc., etc. And all this monetary benefit flows down. I just want to talk about some of our own properties so that you don't think I'm, not practicing what I'm preaching, right? So all of our mindset has been, with long-term IP building. And again, not all IPs are meant for franchise building. But if you have extremely loved characters, if you have a super fan base, 100% you have to exploit that, right? And leverage it to create more and more things. So Little Things, of course, you guys know our series on Netflix, has done 4 seasons, highly popular. Dhruv and Kavya, the characters are highly popular. We released a book with Penguin Random House that maybe a few people know about and most people don't know about. We launched merch with season 4 earlier this year, which also did really well. They included all kinds of, t-shirts and hoodies and things like that. And also figurines of Dhruv and Kavya, the 2 characters. And we're working on right now an audio property. Also a small surprise is that we're also working on a film, but that is something which, the details will come to you later. Going next. With adulting, so again, another one of our properties that we've really been able to build various arms and legs with. So it's done 3 seasons. The latest season was on Amazon Mini TV. We're already working on season 4. We launched a card game with Tinder, which was one of the early brands that had come on the property, I believe in season 2. We had also launched with Pipa Bella, which was a brand in season 1, adulting specific jewelry launch. We had also developed an animated game that went on our own gaming app, Loco. And of course, right now we're working on an audio series, which is currently recording actually with Audible. And then there is a Telugu series in the work as well. Next. Similarly with What the Folks, we've actually just released our Telugu adaptation on AHA, completely, and it's done really well. So please go check out that show as well. Again, this is our first regional remake that has released, and it's very, very exciting. And season 4 is actually going to come out soon of the Hindi series. The last example I want to talk about with you is something very interesting. So we launched this esports drama show called Clutch. This was launched just in September, so it's one of our latest series. And what we did is we actually experimented with auctioning off the jerseys of the characters as a different merch model, right? So there was a lot of exclusivity attached to it because there was only 5 jerseys for millions of audiences to bid for and get, right? So we did this charity auction and it went so well. Like I think we sold the jerseys for over 35,000 rupees, just 5 jerseys, right? So there's a lot of paying and buying power in the audience. And when they love an IP, they are really willing to go all out for it. So just, giving these as examples, and I'd like to open it up for discussion. The time is really, really ripe. The infrastructure, the audiences, everything is ripe. It's up to us on what we do with our IPs and how we build them further. So yes, open for questions. Sonu, I can't hear you.
Aditi ji, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Brilliant presentation, very, very enlightening. I particularly loved the bit about franchise building and the examples that you gave about K3G and Kasauti Zindagi ki, very, very nice. And also the nugget that you mentioned about Squid Games, that was something very, very enlightening, very informational. So just a few questions, Aditi ji, if you can just take a few questions.
Of course, yes.
First, talking about franchises, what shows is Pocket Ace planning on similar lines?
So I just gave a few examples towards the end of the presentation. So we've done franchise building in various formats using merchandise, using regional remakes, audio remakes, book launches, game launches, across Little Things, Adulting, Clutch, and What the Folks. So those are our 4 properties that we've actually done this with. And even when we get ideas from our internal teams, or we source ideas from external creators, because we work a lot with external creators. The question is always that, okay, how many successful seasons of this can you build? And what other ideas do you have for this property? Right? So I think right at the get-go, we need to start thinking of this at the ideation level itself.
Right. And also talking about regional content, what are the opportunities you see there?
The opportunities in regional content are huge. I mean, we're already seeing the biggest, OTT platforms, branching to regional content. We're seeing region-specific OTT platforms. Like, for example, we are working very closely with AHA, for Telugu. Right? There's Z going into Tamil, like there's Sony going into regional content. There's, of course, platforms like Hoi Choi in Bengali. So there is a lot of scope. And even on the AWOD platforms like YouTube, regional content does extremely well. So there's a lot of scope, there's a lot of demand, and monies are also starting flowing there. For us, obviously, our expertise has been in Hindi. So we are working very closely with partners across regions. So, for example, in Telugu, Tamada Media is a big partner for us. They're based in Hyderabad, and they've been working with us very closely on our remakes and adaptations. So, we a very collaborative approach. We definitely want to explore various regional languages within the country. We want to go deeper into the audiences, and we want to partner with the experts in those regions to do that.
Right. Is there anything ailing the sector at all, if anything?
I think mindsets is the biggest thing ailing the sector, because the sector has moved forward, but a lot of the people in the sector, because they've been around for a very long time, have some unlearning to do. Right? So there are a lot of preconceived notions about how work should get done, about how much time it should take to build a property, how should a property be priced. And of course, content is king, but when work happens, relationships are even more than that, right? So I think that the time has come to give newer creators more to do and more opportunities, and pouring in money into newer creators is very important. You can't keep going back to the same film and TV guys and expecting them to create content on digital, which is a very, very different grammar and creative language. So I think the only thing laggard is the mindsets, and they're also changing very quickly, because new creators and young creators are really proving that audience is actually behind them.
Right. But if you talk about digital entertainment as a market, how do you see it evolving in the times to come?
I mean, it's a humongously positive view that we have. We are extremely bullish on it. And if you look at what's happened, in international markets, whether it's, US though is a given, but if you look at what's happening in Korea, what's happening in other Asian markets like China, I mean, and if you're looking at the pattern of how our own audiences are evolving, right? Like we used to say, "Are Hindi audience Tamil movie nahi dekhegi," right? But Hindi audience, matlab Korean shows dekh rahe hain, right? Turkish shows dekh rahe hain. तो वो कहाँ से आ रहा है? Because people are okay like reading subtitles, they're okay like just listening with a dub, etc. Of course, the remake is the best way to do it, but what I'm saying is this is a very exposed audience. No longer it is that only sec A, B are exposed. The entire country is becoming more and more exposed, because everybody has the world in their hands, which is called a smartphone. So time has come to start recognizing that the audience is extremely smart, and then giving them what they deserve in terms of really high quality, good content. You cannot fool the audience anymore.
Right. You said about consuming Korean content, consuming Turkish content. Do you see Indian content being consumed in these countries as well on a large scale? Do we know that there are certain, diaspora in outside of India who consume Indian content? But what do you see the scope of Indian content in the other markets?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, diaspora should not be considered in this question, क्योंकि वो लोग तो मतलब Indian descent के हैं और या Indian ही हैं. We should think about how other people, non-Indians, are watching Indian content. And honestly, I feel that as an industry, we could have done a much, much better job transporting our content and spreading it across the globe. Of course, there are some markets, for example, there are some South American markets where Indian content does really well, right? But for example, we are consuming so much Korean content, but who is making the effort to take great Indian content from here to Korea and making Koreans addicted to Indian content, right? No one's really making that effort, because again, everything is very, very dependent on people. Just think about the next film or the next series or the next show. Like people are not thinking as much as they need to about like building the industry as a whole. But that's changing, and more of this is going to happen soon.
Right. Social content and social commerce, which do you think is the perfect blend for audience connect?
I didn't understand the question.
So, you talk about social content and there is commerce also. So what do you think could be a perfect blend, blending in both these elements together for audience to connect with?
Yeah,
Is it?
social commerce is one way to monetize your content, right? And of course, I mean, content to commerce works really well. Why? Because content really gets any product that you see in the content really at the top of the audience minds, right? And when you see your favorite character using something, you want it. And that's how, I mean, if you look at the bread and butter business of Pocket Aces, it is brand integrations. It is content commerce, right? If you integrate a brand in our series, you watch the series, your favorite characters using it, you want to go buy it. So we have proven like it's clear ROI increase, right? For it's awareness increase, consideration increase, purchase intent increase, and actually conversion increase as well. We've proven that across brands in various sectors. So I'm a very, very big believer that content can help you sell anything better. And of course, now apps like Amazon are taking that to another level, right? Because if you, within the India retail app, they have Amazon Mini TV, right? So you can actually just click on something that somebody is wearing eventually, like while watching your show, and it'll take you to that page and you can buy that product. So again, it will definitely kick off as a big model here in India.
But Aditi ji, talking about brands and content, do you think web series, makers or creators can tell stories to weave brand messaging properly without compromising on storytelling?
100%. I mean, I'd like to believe that we've been doing it for over 6 years now. People like TVF have been doing it really well. There is Zoom that does it. There's enough people. And now even on OTT series, you actually see some brand integrations, right? So, I mean, you've seen brand integrations on Amazon Prime as well. You may not have realized it's a brand integration because you're told to believe that it's ad-free content, right? But that's the beauty of brand integrations, that very subtly it makes a place in your mind. Right. So 100%, I think you have to put the right brands in the right kind of content, right? So it should not be a force fit, but 100% there is a very nice happy medium between creatives and integrating a brand in a show. So right now I could be sitting with you and sipping a cup which says Pocket Aces, or it could even say Nescafe. Right? I could just be sipping a cup of coffee and it's so organic. It's not in your face. It's not interrupting your viewing experience or your listening experience, but you will remember ki, oh, Aditi Nescafe pi rahi thi, for example.
Very subtle, very subtle.
Exactly. So that's how we think of it. And I think brands need to think of it that way too. If they push the content creators, logo bada karo, ek aur band ka naam bol do, then the audience just gets irritated, because again, remember, the audience is very smart.
Absolutely. Premium content or massive content, which is the next phase of growth and from which genre?
All of the above.
Oh.
Right. I mean, see, again, if you go back, to answer any such question, right, what we have to do is we have to go back to audience behaviors, because everything depends on how the audience works, right, and what they do. So, for example, aap jab subah uthte ho, even like sitting on the pot, commuting to work, even in between a meeting, probably right now you have checked your phone a couple of times while talking to me, right? When you check your phone a couple of times, that's all your short form massy content that you will scroll on, right? You will refresh your Insta Explore tab one more time, or you will go to any of your TikTok like apps and you will just refresh it one more time, right? Because it's like unlimited user generated content that's coming over there. Tonight, when you're done with India Web Fest and you're like, Arey, I want to go home and relax, you will probably do something which is your plan. Arey, I have to watch this series. Oh, everyone's talking about Succession season 3. I have to, watch this, or hey, I have to watch the next episode of Aranyak, or whatever it is that is your jam, right? So the answer is all sectors and all formats of content, all genres are growing equally, even non-fiction content, right? In India, we are still getting there, but people watch docu-series made in the US and stuff all the time. Right? Recently, the Burani Diaries, which, Yogi's company had made, again, became really big, right? So non-fiction is also coming, right? Absolutely. So I think there is space and time for all of the above. मतलब हम नींद compromise करते हैं, एक content दूसरे content के लिए नहीं compromise करते हैं.
Just out of curiosity, Aditi ji, how much content do you consume? I mean, the shows that you've mentioned, I believe you've watched them all. So you seem to be a very voracious consumer.
I mean, it's part of my job, right?
Okay.
But of course, for relaxing, content is one of my biggest things.
Right.
And I am very similar to the audience that I described. So throughout the day, I consume short form stuff. And then in the evening, after a hard day of work, I'll reward myself with some good content. But the content has to hold me. I don't play with the content. Like, I'm not one of those people, start kiya to finish karna hi padega. No, you hold me. Otherwise, you lose me to another piece of content.
Absolutely. Aditi ji, just one more question. Live audio chat rooms are really booming these days. So I have a share chat room question of the day. How can brands or content creators leverage live audio chat rooms for fan engagement?
That's a very good question. So I think talking to the audience is the best thing. Talking to the audience directly is literally the best thing like any one of us can do. Any person who is running a B2C business, right? Consumer business, 100% has to talk to the audience. So the way we use live chat rooms, for example, is when we launch a new series, like when we do a premiere and stuff like that. So we run audience contests to keep them more engaged. So as they're watching, we'll be running contests about what they're watching, right? So we'll be running contests, we'll be asking them questions, we'll be feeding emotions also sometimes, right? So if some character, something happy happens to some character, we will from our ID be like, oh my God, this is so inspiring, so excited. So that the audience starts feeling that way as well. If something sad happened to one of the characters, we'll say, oh no, poor thing, ab iska kya hoga, blah, blah, blah. So again, you get a chance to interact with your audience as their friend, as one of them. And that is the best thing you can do as a consumer facing brand. So 100%, I'm all in favor. We use WhatsApp very, very strongly to interact with our audience. We actually call up our audience one-on-one because we have a huge database where people share all their information with us. They love it. When I call them and say, hey, I'm calling from Filter Copy, or I'm calling from Nutshell, or I'm calling from Gobble or Dice, the level of excitement makes you so happy that it's makes all the work you've done so worth it. So highly encourage using live chat rooms to talk to the audience.
Right. Any upcoming shows from the properties that you've built? I'm a huge fan of Pocket Aces, Dice Media, and Filter Copy. Any upcoming shows that we should be looking forward to, the audience?
Thank you so much. Yes, lots of exciting shows. There's some that I can't fully talk about right now. There's a show coming up on Hotstar. There's a show coming up on Voot also, actually. There's a show we are working on with Z5, many partners like that. Of course, several shows coming up on Amazon Mini TV. The first of which was adulting, and now second, there's a show called Crushed, which is a school, a small town school show based in Lucknow. Very, very, very cute and very nice. There's season 3s and 4s coming off some of our shows. So What the Folk season 4 is coming soon. It's one of our most loved properties. Operation MBBS season 3 is coming. Please Find Attached season 3 is also coming on Amazon Mini TV. Then we have an army show, very different type of army show called Brave Hearts coming up.
Okay.
There's a romance show called Love Decode. So bahut sara kaam chal raha hai. And then of course on the non-fiction side as well, there's a ton of stuff coming up.
Excellent, Aditi ji. All the very best. And thank you very much for this lovely, insightful session. Thank you very much once again.
Great. Thank you, everyone.
Guys, this was a very, very insightful and very engaging and very enlightening session. But before we move on, it's time to thank our sponsor partners once again. Voot presents India Web Fest Season 3, co-powered by Applause Entertainment, Pocket Aces, and Share Chat Rooms. Platinum partner QT Digital, virtual event partner Mint Labs, media partner Radio City, and initiative by IWMBuzz Live. We'll be ready with our next session. Just give us a little bit of time. We'll join back very, very soon.
तरफ तस्वीर, एक तरफ तकदीर और बीच में आपका नाचीज कट पीस रणवीर।
Tiger is back.
The big picture, तस्वीर से तकदीर तक।
It's here and I'm so excited. Yeah!
मेरे साथ बिग बॉस ओटीटी के मजे लूं।
तेरे मेरा कुछ चक्कर चल रहा है क्या?
प्यार नहीं है तू मेरा। काय को यार?
गेम बहुत लंबा जाएगा लोग।
Oh God, I'm so confused.
अब तो बताना ही पड़ेगा।
Where y'all up this Valentine?
That's what mutual funds are.
साहिल is dead. सुना तुमने? साहिल is dead.
यहाँ पर ओरिजिनलिटी भी है और करोड़ों दिलों का एंटरटेनमेंट भी है।
देख, मैं मार्केट में जाके भाषणबाजी करना नहीं चाहता, सीधा लोगों के भरोसे पे खेलना चाहता हूँ।
क्रिमिनल अगर क्राइम सीन क्लीन करके चला गया, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि क्राइम ही नहीं हुआ।
ये मेरा जंगल है और मैं यहाँ का शेर। मेरा ना एम्प्लॉइज के साथ गजब का कनेक्शन।
ये आदमी तो सबको डुबा के रहेगा भैया।
पकड़ना नहीं है उनको, मारना है।
कैसे भेज दूं अपने बेटे को पुलिस के हवाले?
केस जो है ना, सिर्फ वकील नहीं लड़ता, आपको भी लड़ना होगा।
It's happening again.
मैं हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता हूँ और हिस्ट्री ऐसे ही नहीं बनती, लोगों को साथ लेकर चलना पड़ता है।
Power is just an illusion. आखिर में सिर्फ रिश्ते।
Welcome back, everyone. Next up is a super enlightening fireside chat on the topic movies on OTT, hits and pits, and what's next. Let me welcome the participants in conversation with Priyanka Sinha, media strategist and consultant, joined by Shibashish Sarkar, chairman and CEO IMAC. Over to you, Priyanka ji.
Hey, hi. How are you, Priyanka?
All good. So you are absolutely the man of the moment with a big release in theater coming up. And this is a very exciting discussion for the simple reason that, last year we spoke about the subject a little bit. And at that time, there was a lot of uncertainty because the theaters hadn't opened up. Everybody was, the studios were holding tight with their big budget films. OTTs were, of course, raking it in. It was a great time to be an OTT player. And the movies were releasing in OTTs, web series were doing extremely well. And the logical conclusion seemed to be that just release your film on an OTT platform. And yet, you had the conviction to kind of stay with the movies, the big budget ones, and say, hey, we're going to wait till the theaters open up. So tell me a little bit about what brought on that conviction and moving on to the future. Can OTTs and theatrical releases coexist?
So a little bit, I think let me first respond to your first statement that you are the man of the moment. I don't think it's a good thing or bad thing to be. because the journey what we have gone through for last 2 years, the world and the humanity at large, in a very small way, we as an organization or as an individual, it was quite unprecedented and unpredictable. Now, you are absolutely correct. A year back, 18 months back, when this whole thing started and things came to a lockdown, there is a substantial level of people being in the lockdown. Their consumption of content in the platform have increased multifold, and correctly so. A lot of films came have a direct to digital release and etc. And even in those unpredictable time, we plan to or we decided to hold the two big ones in our portfolio at that point of time, which was Suryavamshi and now 83, which is coming up in a week 10 days time. And and frankly speaking, I don't think there was any predictability or visibility at that point of time when we were taking those calls. Now, the way I look at this process, that what one should look at what kind of content, to come straight to your question, that what kind of content at a film level one should look at a straight to digital or not straight to digital, etc. I think we looked at a little bit, keeping all other variables aside. Of course, there was tremendous stress on the finance, tremendous stress on cash flows, and including holding that entire team together. But from that part of the point, I think I should admit that both my directors, the lead actors of both the films, they have been equally convinced, and they have been equally standing with us as a producer like a rock in that whole decision. So whether it is Rohit, whether it is Kabir, whether Akshay, Ranveer, or that whole team, basically, it's not like one man, two man situation. They were all convinced, or they were all wanted to hold on to both this film, both the two separate teams, for a direct, for a theatrical release. And individually, as myself, I don't. I necessarily don't. The only way to distinguish probably that what should go is in a theater versus digital platform, as my own conviction as a producer, was only probably coming from a situation that what content, if you see on a larger screen with 500 people sitting in a dark cinema hall and hooting and clapping and creating a celebration, that's a function of the content. Right. There are content which you probably don't compromise, which you don't necessarily lose out. Maybe a high content film, maybe a story which you don't lose out if you're seeing in your drawing room, in a television with your family. And there are contents which are meant to be spectacle, which are meant to be large screen release. And we were only that point of time only thinking, let's try to hold on. We never had a visibility that it is 18 months, 20 months, 5 months, 6 months. We always thought that the period will be less, will not be that long. But I think finally we are all happy that we hold on to our decisions. Suryavamshi, of course, released and created a significant amount of euphoria of getting the audiences back to the theater. And finger crossed, I think in another 7-10 days time, we'll be able to release the other big one, which is 83. So that was our view, that choose your content which can go to a streaming platform, and choose your content which can go, you should hold for a larger release. And in the same breath, in the last 18 months, we have released films which are directly to digital. Yes. We have released Jagame Tandiram, Girl on the Train, Mandela, LA. So there are at least 4 or 5 films we have released direct to digital. And there is, I don't repent any of my decision, either holding for a theater or holding for a digital. What is good for a particular medium, one should back that.
Yes. So Shivashish, you've touched upon a couple of very important points moving forward. We've just, hopefully we are now seeing the tail end of this pandemic, which is kind of, made us rethink our lives in so many ways and at so many levels. Movies, theaters, entertainment, group events, etc., being just one part of it, but a very significant part of it. Now, you mentioned that content needs to be judged on the, the platform needs to be decided on the basis of the content, right? Which content would suit which platform, whether it's a theater or an OTT. So in this current situation, do you think that there is a particular kind of format which is emerging, which is very conducive to OTT, and you can have a direct release on OTTs, and you can then perhaps go to theaters if it is popular enough, like if you can gauge that and there is still a demand for viewing that content in theaters. Do you see that happening?
No, probably I think if you look at the worldwide phenomena, and I think the discussion is pertaining primarily, we are talking in terms of film which are going to OTT and not necessarily long format shows,
Sure.
which are meant for OTT, which are
not the series format.
Yeah. So those anyway are web series or a long format show which are anyway meant for OTT, because you need that much of a time for a storytelling, and so that's absolutely fine. But if you're looking from a film per se,
right,
I do agree that that already it is in thought process of many makers or creators when they look at a script itself. That is this script meant for a larger screen release, or is this script can be more suitable for a television release? Let me put it like loosely, as a television release.
Yeah.
And this is not a new phenomenon. I think probably as a country we are going through this phenomena, but if you look at worldwide, I'll give you an example, like one of the, probably the world's among the top 2 market. If I look at China, in China in a year, almost 600 odd films are made. I am saying Chinese local language films.
Right.
Out of those 600 odd films, 200, say 1/3 of the films are meant for theatrical release. Probably as a thumb rule, 1/3 of the film goes direct to digital. And there are 1/3 of the films which are released only for the first weekend. Pre-decided. That this film will release only for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and after that it will go to a satellite or it will go to a streaming, right? So I don't know whether when a similar situations will evolve here. But frankly speaking, from an audience's perspective, because it is audience will ultimately take the call. It is not the creators who are going to take the call. Audience will decide which content I'm happy to see at home and which content I'm happy to see at large screen.
Yes.
And if that fact of the life we accept, that is ultimately the audience or the consumers will decide. There are no two ways. There is no other way, but the creators and makers have to start thinking at a script stage itself that am I going to make this content for the platform? What I don't believe, or what I don't believe is the wrong word, probably what I'm not too sure, is that if a content, it comes in the streaming platform, get a certain level of consumption, and whether there is whether that can then go to theatrical. So I'm not too sure whether windowing can be changed, because windowing always worldwide, we always have seen that the first windowing is the theatrical, and subsequently it goes to a pay TV or digital or whatever form, country to country.
Right. And you don't see that changing anytime soon, despite the pandemic. That
not really. The changing of the window is not. I mean, like let's look at 200 years of Hollywood or 100 years of Indian film industry. We have faced those challenges or question when satellite TV came, when home video got launched. That every time there was a question whether theaters are going to shut down or the windows are going to change, and etc. But with the consumer habit, human beings are social animal. We love to spend our weekends outside. We love to spend going outside.
Yes.
So that consumer habit is not going to change. So it's a mode of entertainment, a very different mode of entertainment for seeing a content at home vis-a-vis seeing a content outside. And there are sometimes it is a very different level of audience.
Yes.
Very different level of audience.
So, tell us a little bit about the success of Suryavanshi that released in theatricals, and then when will we see it on OTTs, and what was it that worked and got the people back? Of course, it was Rohit Shetty, it was, Ranveer Singh, Akshay Kumar, all that, Katrina Kaif, everyone sort of, packing in the star power. But what was it that made it like, that kind of a big hit where people said, hey, I want to watch this movie in theaters?
So, see, when Suryavanshi was the first Hindi film after the second wave to get released, and we have been, as a producer and Rohit, we have been all waiting for months at that point of time, because we have been all waiting primarily because the Maharashtra state was still that time closed.
Right.
But what made the difference is that when post during Diwali we made an announcement that we are bringing the film on Diwali. The pent up demand, number one, across the country for a large spectacle film. Secondly, almost after in 2019, when the last in 2019 we have seen Houseful 4, we have seen Good News or Dabangg 3, etc. After that, we have not seen a large tentpole film coming onto the theaters, because almost next 18-20 months, in between, of course, there was a couple of months the cinemas opened and few of the Hindi films or the regional films launched. But apart from Master, which came in the south, there is no other film probably at all India level which hold its ground. So of course, when the Rohit's film came, and Rohit is a certain kind of a storyteller, audience knows what to look at Rohit Shetty films. It is entertainment, it is action, it is a comedy. And Rohit is a mainstream film. Is a third part of the fourth part of the franchise, which is Singham to Simba, and then Suryavanshi. And with a film where we have probably after 80s or 90s, we have never seen a film with three main superstar or star acting in the same film, with Ajay, Ranveer, Akshay, and of course the film was led by Akshay. So there was multiple reasons where audience, and ultimately, of course, all these issues boil down to that what is your marketing communication. And on the first trailer itself, either the audience decide that he wants to go to the film or doesn't want to go to the film, as much as other marketing stuff you do. So all those, I think from an audience's perspective, all those boxes were ticked. And the kind of euphoria which we have seen at the starting of the, when the film released and continued, as we speak, it is still continuing on the 6th week. Every day we get our numbers and what is the business that is happening. We never expected, frankly speaking, we never expected as a producer that we will get that kind of euphoria. Also keep in mind that was a time when still almost like 40-50% of the country were operating with a 50% capacity in the theater. Right. Like Maharashtra, MP, Bihar, Bengal was 70%, Haryana was 50%. So there was a lot of restrictions, and it was the first film. So even the middle class or the city audiences, many families were still not decided whether going to a cinema hall is safe or not. So there are so many ifs and buts. But the way audiences came back to the cinema halls, and the way audiences embraced the film or celebrated the film, it's not only a success of us as a producer. I think it is a success of that belief of the entire film industry point of view, that if a film comes and if the film content works, audiences are there to back it. That fear is not there. That audiences are back to come back to the hall as and when the situation happens. Right. It already launched in Netflix after 4 weeks. And interestingly, there are certain data I should give, is that I think on the 4th or the 5th day itself, it becomes the world's top 10, within the top 10 non-English film on the Netflix platform. It entered the top 10 non-English film in the, I think, 4th or 5th day. And then I think by the 6th or 7th day, it came into the, in this month, the top 10 films in the entire Netflix global platform. So the fact is that if a content works, content works on the big screen also, if the content works on the small screen also. Irrespective of it coming on the Netflix on the 4th week after 28 days, we didn't see any dip in our theatrical box office numbers. So theatrical box office was also continuing in the merit on the 5th week and the 5th weekend or the 6th week now running. Right. We have not noticed any distinguished difference in the numbers from that point.
Lovely. You know, what I want to ask you is a question that a lot of people will have on their minds, which is that the revenue part of it. There's a creative part of it, of course, but the revenue part of it, which is the backbone of movies and the platform that they go on. What is the kind of revenue model that OTT platforms offer for movies in particular? Web series is different, sort of kind of content. But for movies, what does this mean moving forward? Like you rightly said, there's good content. People will watch it on any platform, whether it's theater or it's OTT, it's a smaller screen, it's your phone screen or laptop or whatever. So what are the revenue models that are emerging for, like, of course, the larger than life content has its takers and continues to, get the big bucks. But is the OTT revenue model offering newer kinds of content also, some kind of scope and, the industry confidence that, okay, let's go with this on a OTT platform? And also as a step forward from movies, because we did have satellite rights for movies, right? But this seems to be shaping out in a different way. So tell us a little bit about that.
So first thing first is that if I look at globally, I think there are 2 or 3 models from earning revenues from VOD or the streaming content point of view. So there is either a concept of SVOD or subscription VOD, where generally the revenue part, I mean, generally the platforms will pay a lump sum amount, and based on that lump sum amount, the producer sells a movie to a platform. Or there are models and where the platforms basically earn their earnings through subscription of every consumer. There are models of AVOD or advertisement VOD models where even the same thing can continue from a producer's point of view. The producer is selling at a particular price point. Or sometimes the platform can say, okay, are you willing to take upon a certain amount you take at the price point, and after that you take a revenue sharing based on their certain milestone which they can create, maybe on the million views and etc. The third model from a producer's per se is, of course, the pay-per-view or the TVOD or the transaction VOD. We have seen the early part of this year, Radhe was released on that kind of a model, that where there was a pay-per-view or TVOD model where the audience, audience basically buys out the ticket. Now, see, at the end of the day, today at least what we are seeing in the last 2 to 3 years or 3-4 years, there is a distinct amount of revenue salience. So on a medium to high budget film, I'll say that between when you say non-theatrical rights, which includes the digital and the satellite, or since we are discussing only the digital rights or the streaming rights, so on a medium to high budget film, a digital right, roughly anything around 35 to 50% one can expect that if I'm making a decent film with a decent star cast, which has an appeal, at least 40 to 50% one can expect of the overall cost of production, not taking the cost of marketing and etc. One can target from a revenue streaming company. If you look at the story from the streaming platform point of view, they also have to think that if I'm picking up a movie at such a price, whether I should be able to monetize and how I'm getting a new subscriber and ultimately bankroll that cost, right? Third important point is that for movies which are a little low or a medium budget, I'm not necessarily saying from any other point of view, but maybe a high content film, what is the story, you don't require maybe all those, anything between 5 to 15 crore, 20 crore kind of subject. In those cases, if the movies are picked up, of course, the movies are picked up at much higher prices as a percentage. So movies probably will get probably a 60%, 70% of the amount also if they're picked up. But the fact is, Priyanka, we all have to be clear, all movies doesn't get picked up.
Right.
It's as good as any other businesses. So long as it makes commercial sense for the platform, they will pick up the film. There was a scenario in the lockdown where every single film was getting an opportunity because there was no content. But of course, if you look at the current scenario, almost last 18 months content is already stockpiled, right? So every platform is sitting with the commitment of content. I'm not saying content, but commitment of content. Virtually entire 21 and entire 22, their programming is virtually blocked. So you are looking at anything which comes in 2023. From a platform perspective, there will be an interest. So it is as good like any other business. We have seen this phenomena even when the satellite got launched. So there will be a period when there will be initial euphoria, but ultimately a business model has to work depending upon the merit of the film. And that's absolutely appreciable. I mean, that's absolutely, we need to appreciate that fact and accept that.
So, what are the emerging trends within the OTT space, you would say? And are there any pitfalls that one should watch out for? Because obviously there's a lot of optimism. It's still, the gold rush has just started. So there's a lot of optimism. But any pitfalls that you would like to kind of just flag off, hey, you have to keep these things in mind.
So a couple of things, and I'm probably taking this question from a platform point of view, what are the things happening and not necessarily, I mean, there are certain things which are happening even from the content creators point of view.
Right.
Globally, I think there is a lot of work happening on the AI and the blockchain. I think the platforms, I mean, the quality of data and the amount of data, what we are getting, or what the platforms are getting, there is a significant amount of work is happening to even analyze that data and to see that what kind of content and how that content will appeal to whom. And there is how to get that, even the user interface to make it how consumer friendly. So there is a significant amount of work which is happening in artificial intelligence and the blockchain as a concept in this overall space for two situations, either to make the consumer's life more easy or to cater to the consumer what he likes, right? If I look at from an India perspective, the most significant element which is actually, I mean, to answer your next part of the question, is a pitfall or not. I think in the country, we have now close to 40 platforms in the streaming platform.
Yes.
We have the top 10 are the global platforms are the big guys or the broadcaster-driven platforms. And then we have some significant regional platforms. And then there is another 10 or 15 platforms which have been launched. I don't think there is a place for so many. There has to be a consolidation. And in a country like us, of a size like us, there of course regional players will be important, but all put together, there is not a scope for 40 odd platforms to survive. So we will see in next few years, probably not a great thing which I'm pretty probably in the next few years we'll see that a lot of them will probably get wound up, or a lot of them has to get bought out, or a lot of them we'll see a lot of mergers and acquisitions and consolidations happening. So from a platform perspective, and this place is also becoming a big daddy's game. And you can't play with 100 crore, 200 crore as a platform game. It is if the larger players are investing $500 million, $1 billion in this space, then how long you can, based on a merit, you can content and can fight it out with few hundred crores in the kitty. So it's becoming more and more competitive. Quality is becoming an ori, because if there is so much of a supply and everyone wants to become a producer and everyone wants to become a storyteller, then definitely, because consumers are so evolved, consumers are seeing now Korean content and Japanese content and across the world. So really one has to live up to the expectation of the consumer. Otherwise, there is no scope for average. In today's life, it has become so competitive, there is no scope for average. So yes, I mean, we at every point of time we try to learn and unlearn and try to be sensitive about these changes, what is happening in the world.
Yes, absolutely. I think these are like very, very exciting times. I think I have time for just one last question, and we have to be really brief on it. But this is something that you'd be facing in the very pragmatic world of show business, which is that what does it do to star system and star prices, if anything?
Nothing. I think stars are going to continue, and
will it be the same stars, or will it like widen the scope of stars?
No. So there are two kind of situations. One is that, are we talking of actors? Are we talking of stars? My personal belief that stardom gets created in that dark room when thousands of people are shouting and hooting and gets into a euphoria when you see the entry of your star. So of course, my personal thought process is that stardom probably gets created on the big screen as a situation. Having said so, all big stars today, what if I talk on the Hindi space, at least all of them are working on the OTT space, whether as a show or whether as a film or a direct to digital, right? So there is no that distinction is there that the big stars are going to work in the OTT or not.
Yes.
But what OTT has able to do is that it has made the situation of India's content creation like an IPL. So it has taken the market so wide that we are getting a significant level of good actors coming from the small towns, significant level of good writing, good directors. So it has, of course, democratized the whole environment in such a way that we are getting significant level of talent, whether he's an actor, whether he's a star from any parts of the country, and celebrating and embracing every household.
Lovely. I think that's great news that we have the options of watching content in our own time, in the comfort of our homes, or going out. And then, of course, there is such a sort of wide range to choose from, whether it's creators, actors, or content. So, I mean, I think these are exciting times, and I can't wait to watch 83 in the theaters. And of course, we'll also see a whole lot of other films coming from your studio, Reliance Studio, on OTT. So I can't wait to watch them and see how things are panning, in the future. So thank you so much, Shivashish.
Thank you.
Thank you, IWMBuzz.
Before we move on to our next session, we would like to thank our sponsors once again. Wood presents India Web Fest Season 3, co-powered by Applause Entertainment, Pocket Aces and Share Chat Chatrooms. Platinum partner QK Digital, virtual event partner Mint Labs, media partner Radio City, an initiative by IWMBuzz Live. Guys, we are gearing up for our next session. Just give us some time. We'll be back soon. Stay tuned.
एक तरफ तस्वीर, एक तरफ तकदीर और बीच में आपका नाचीज कटपीस रणवीर।
Tiger is back.
The big picture, तस्वीर से तकदीर तक।
It's here, and I'm so excited. Yay!
मेरे साथ बिग बॉस ओटीटी के मजे लूट।
तेरे मेरा कुछ चक्कर चल रहा है क्या?
अरे क्या कर रही है तू मेरा? साइको यार।
गेम बहुत लंबा जाएगा लोला।
Oh God, I'm so confused.
अब तो बताना ही पड़ेगा।
Wear your love this Valentine.
That's what mutual funds are.
Sahil is dead. सुना तुमने? Sahil is dead.
यहाँ पर ओरिजिनलिटी भी है और करोड़ों दिलों का एंटरटेनमेंट भी है।
देख, मैं मार्केट में जाके भाषणबाजी करना नहीं चाहता, सीधा लोगों के भरोसे पे खेलना चाहता हूँ।
क्रिमिनल अगर क्राइम सीन क्लीन करके चला गया, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि क्राइम ही नहीं हुआ।
ये मेरा जंगल है और मैं यहाँ का शेर। मेरा ना एम्प्लॉइज के साथ गजब का कनेक्शन।
ये आदमी तो सबको डुबा के रहेगा भैया।
पकड़ना नहीं है उनको, मारना है।
कैसे भेज दूं अपने बेटे को पुलिस के हवाले?
केस जो है ना, सिर्फ वकील नहीं लड़ता, आपको भी लड़ना होगा।
It's happening again.
मैं हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता हूँ और हिस्ट्री ऐसे ही नहीं बनती, लोगों को साथ लेकर चलना पड़ता है।
Power is just an illusion. आखिर में सिर्फ रिश्ते बचते हैं।
इस गेम के रूल्स मैं बनाता हूँ।
सच क्या है? Someone is stalking me.
कोई तो भरपाई करेगा।
सपने वही प्रश्न उठाते हैं जो मन सुलझा नहीं सकता।
कौन कहता है?
Welcome back, everyone. We are ready with our next session, which is a fireside chat on Let's Stream, the app business model, in conversation with Pradyuman Maheshwari, founder MXM India, joined by Megha Tata, Managing Director, South Asia Discovery Inc. Over to you, Pradyuman sir.
Thank you and welcome to this chat. So delighted to be chatting with you online. Megha, how have you been?
Good, PM. Lovely to chat with you on another medium, considering we chat on some other mediums as well. So this is wonderful to be part of this catch up as well.
this is supposed to be a fireside chat, so we'll try to warm up things a bit with our discussion. Tell me, for someone who has, the topic of the discussion is let's stream the apt business model. For someone who has been through her professional career, driven by hard cash, how do you navigate a business where, especially the OTT and the streaming business, where there is money, but there's not enough money. It's more subscription, valuation, and etc., etc. So, as Discovery, you have taken the plunge on being a platform, and of course, you've been around looking at the entire entertainment sector. What's your view about it's obviously a business, but is there enough cash in it for people to make?
Right, PM. So I think this is literally a millions of dollars of question for everyone is looking to answer. But let me put it into perspective here. I think the way media and entertainment industry has evolved, not only in India, globally as well. There are businesses of yesterday, there were businesses of today, and there's a businesses of tomorrow. And the journey of the consumption, content consumption, which has taken place, has evolved the last few years. And definitely in the last couple of years, it has been a tectonic shift in the way people are consuming content and in not only what they're consuming, but where they're consuming. So it was imperative for businesses, especially the traditional linear businesses, to move into the businesses of the future, which is what everyone has done over various courses of their life cycle. And hence Discovery had to walk that path as well, because that is the way to keep the businesses more sustainable from a longer from a longer point of view, to be able to be the business of future. So with that as the backdrop, the challenge is, and that's not only to Discovery, but I think the overall ecosystem, people who are, migrating from the linear traditional business to the digital business, is that the money still comes from the traditional business. Today, the revenue model of, especially talking from an India point of view, television is still growing. Television still continues to be a key contributor to the revenue pie. But we also know that there is a limited period of, how that will continue. So there will be a time in the near future where digital will become more profitable, let's say this way. But there is a transition period happening where you want to invest in digital, but you cannot let go of traditional. So the balancing of that act is what is happening on a daily basis in most of the organizations, boardrooms, I would imagine, and ours as well. And it is tougher to compete in with players who are pure play digital. When Netflix and Amazon are pure play digital companies, but when Disney or Discovery or Viacom or Sony, Zee, all of them have been traditionally linear companies, right? And moving into digital, and both are important. So how do we balance these two is something we are working towards. And I believe that digital will eventually get into a self-sustainable model. The question is, what will be that revenue model? Will it be an AVOD, an SVOD play? My bets are more on SVOD, but that's the jury is still out there.
But tell me, when you have a fair number of marquee shows on Discovery, and you also have Discovery Plus as an OTT platform, and it's been around now for a while. Do you factor in the revenues from the OTT at all, or is it essentially through sponsorships that you are looking at in terms of managing your costs?
You mean on Discovery Plus?
For all original content that you may plan for Discovery, do you factor in the revenues at all that you will get from Discovery Plus? Is it significant enough to take care of for a premium offering like Discovery?
Yeah, of course. I mean, like I said, the revenue is so the way it needs to be planned is, so there is the content you're creating has to help drive subscribers, which is through Discovery Plus, and monetization through advertising on linear. So it is about balancing optimizing the content creation on both these mediums, and that is how we are working, playing that strategy out. So I mean, it's not an advertising led content creation proposition on Discovery Plus. It's a very subscriber driven role we play in terms of getting the people to subscribe to Discovery Plus for the content offering we bring to the table. So that's how we sort of balance it right now.
Right. And tell me a little about your experience with Discovery Plus. How's it been so far? And where do you see things going? Because one of the things which we felt, and I remember writing an article on it when Netflix had come out, that Netflix had started, is that perhaps it will not work given the fact that people are not really willing to pay for content. They don't mind paying X amount of money for a vada pav or a bhel puri, but they don't want to pay for content. They all want it free or they want it pirated. But Netflix has changed that. You all have also been charging for Discovery Plus. Of course, there is a subscription offer, etc., that exists. But how has that experience been, and what is it going forward? Whatever you can share here with us.
Yeah, sure. I think Discovery Plus's timing of the launch and understanding that there is an audience out there to consume this content has played to our advantage. Just like in the linear world, Discovery created its niche, that even though there was a very competitive environment with the GEC players and the big games were being played there, but there was a very complementary offering Discovery brought to the table, because it was something which was a very sort of a special interest proposition for a lot of consumers, and that played out well in the linear world. So similarly, we identified a need gap which existed in the audience consumption pattern, as in content consumption pattern of the audiences, that everybody who does want their daily fix of entertainment, whether from fiction, movies, series, all of that, but they also would like to have content like ours, and so we become a very complementary platform versus a competitive platform. And to us, that was a great play, because you do want to watch your fix of series on any of the OTT plays, but we also can bring that additional layer of content, which probably the other guys are not offering in that depth as we are, and we can. And that's, in my view, the Discovery's sort of edge over the rest of the players. And the pricing, I think, Pradyuman played a great role, because it was a sweet spot. It was for, a really value for money kind of proposition, which is played out really well. So that is something, in my view, has worked in favor of Discovery Plus, and even continues to today. And one of the things which really sort of got us an opportunity. You see, Discovery had a very, there was a perception about Discovery and its content offering. And it was also very male skewed. The Plus brought about an opportunity to explore, and to explore genres, explore content, explore kind of what will make more people come and experience Discovery as a brand. So that was the opportunity which we played out, and hence we worked on multiple other genres. So for example, lifestyle was not something which was big for us. Like lifestyle is a very small play we had in TLC. but nothing of the, original Indian content, which was in that space. But we experimented with a show called Star versus Food, for example, which was like a super hit for us, because it was food, which was within our genre, but it brought in an Indian relatability, and that helped us bring women onto our platform. That brought in younger audiences into our platform, and that was something which played out. And we recently launched our international IP called Say Yes to the Dress, which is a super hit IP globally, and weddings and India are so interlinked with each other. We had to make an Indian version of Say Yes to the Dress, and it's been a super success, and we did a fabulous tie-up with the one and only Badshah, and we created this super song which is hit it's like the #1 song called Sajna, Say Yes to the Dress, which is super awesome. It's really likable, danceable as well, and it's the #1 song right now on every platform. And these are the interesting things we were able to do because of the plus. Right. So I think that is what is exciting, and that is something we will continue to delve in the coming year as well.
But as a company which has linear television as well as the streaming platform, is there sometimes a pull or a sentiment at, hey, let us put it on linear television first? When you see the show doing very well on OTT, you say, let's do it on linear because that's where we can perhaps make more monies. Is that, so how do you ensure that you yourself stay loyal to the content direction of the streaming platform?
I wish there was an easy answer to that. And I wish there was a black book which I could just refer to and, and take those decisions, but it's not that easy, PM, and that's a reality. I think we just have to take those calls as we go along, which shows can come on TV, cannot, what resonate, what is the windowing. I think those are that's an ongoing process. So, but I think how we manage so far, it is a fantastic, I would say a fantastic midway we've got. And also let's realize that, the TV is a far bigger universe we're talking to right now, so, and the OTT universe is a subset of the overall TV universe, so it is, it's about being able to, there is a long way for OTT to reach that kind of numbers, what television is reaching currently in our country. So I think television still continues to be the big reach platform. So hence, it is in many ways not a right comparison. You have a larger, some people may have sampled the show on the OTT platform, but there's a huge audience which is yet to sample it. And hence that is the opportunity for the advertiser to reach that large audience, So I think how that balance, in my view, is possible. And that's how I think most of the platforms are doing, and definitely Discovery Plus and Discovery is doing that.
With Discovery Plus, in a sense, you have had the last big network getting into it mover advantage, so to say. Since you've been around in it now, and you've actually, it's been on the wire, if one can say, what have been your experiences, and is there something that you think the sector ails that you perhaps would like to happen? Is there something that you wish Santa brings along on the 25th?
You mean the overall
for the sector, for the OTT sector, especially for the streaming sector?
Well, I think don't know what Santa, I have a long list for Santa, but I think it is the ability. See, the challenge in this market, it is a low ARPU market, right? And that is how we as a business are struggling to figure out, as in India as a business is trying to figure out how to make, because the cost of content continues to be the biggest cost in any setup, right? But the ability, while it's wonderful that the consumer is finally paying for content, but that is a relative space when you compare to other markets, especially in the US or Europe, where are really far more evolved markets. The cost your consumer is paying is really, really small in comparison to the other global markets. And I think that is where one has to see, how we will get the audiences to pay for content, not just pay, but pay a good value for the content, because the value you're bringing to the table is really worth that every dollar you're paying, but that's not necessarily matching up in my view. And I think if there is an opportunity to grow that, grow India as a bigger ARPU market would be my ideal Santa dream. But I know that's not a practical expectation in the short term, at least. So we'll see how that plays out.
But tell me something, for instance, since we're talking about people paying for content, just as one is willing to pay for premium, say, if you're going to a restaurant, from a standalone roadside cuisine to that of a 5-star, do you think, say, people would have paid, say, 500 rupees for the first view of the Narendra Modi episode, which of course aired on the linear television platform?
I think so. Possibly it could have happened had we a platform at that time. Maybe we could have played that out. But I also want to say here, PM, that, and I've spoken about this in the past as well, that, there are many Indias within India, right? And one size is not going to fit all in this market. And hence there is either you look at it as a glass half full or a glass half empty approach. The glass half full approach is that you can cater to various segments of our country in different price brackets and different content offering. So there are people who do go to those premium restaurants and will pay the top dollar, but there are people who want to have the vada pav on the stall as well. So are you saying that you cannot, you should not serve everybody? I'm saying absolutely not. I think you should serve everybody, right? But how can you do that is possibly creating tiers, and saying that, okay, if you have to pay for that kind of content, you want that kind of premium content, then you've got to pay the top dollar for that. And if you can't afford it, then there is a different set of offering. Now, how do you define what is in this bucket and what is in that bucket is anybody's guess. That's a discussion, that's a conversation, and every platform will have their point of view on that. So I think that is that, in my view, might be the way the way the business might play out. And I think some platforms are anyway doing that. There are multiple price options being created for people of different segments of our country who can afford it. And I think it's not just about the pricing of it, but it's also what is being offered in the pricing, in my view, will be the areas you will see play out in the coming year.
This is a question which almost everybody is been asking, and it's being discussed as to how has it been, and has it really impacted you, or has it impacted your content strategy the entire pandemic period? And given the fact that this pandemic-like situation may continue for a while, is there something that you're doing which is different from what you would have done pre-pandemic?
Well, I think pre-pandemic, post-pandemic, one of the key things is the work from home, right? And I think that was a big game changer in many ways for every organization and everybody in the country, and actually around the world for that matter. It's wonderful to be part of an industry that, not for a day did the television networks blank out in your homes, not for a day. And that speaks about the resilience of our industry and the people and the commitment to continue to provide content. And a lot of new things got launched. I mean, Discovery Plus launched pretty much on the day of the lockdown, so we launched new products during these crazy 2 years. And I think that to me is the new way of doing things which have emerged, and how do we bring about, we continue to deliver our, content offerings to our clients and to our customers, and continue to offer those businesses, the opportunity of businesses with our advertisers. But there is a form of should I say, a hybrid model which has sort of emerged as a result of this, which will, in my view, be the way for next year at least, so there is a need to go back to the offices for sure, because now that we are able to, we must and we should, because at the end of the day it does make a difference when you're physically sitting and working on things together. But there is a possibility to make that balance work now, so we don't have to be in two extremes, is what my view is, that that balanced approach can happen with these hybrid working models. And I think what the content we bring to the table and at what price will be the key thing, I guess, we all will be looking for and working towards for the coming year as well.
Tell me, as somebody who has been part of this business, from the time Star got into the country to what it is now, how do you as a professional brace with the various technology changes that happen? You had the linear television, then of course the progress which happened, and technology is basically driving the way content is. You had linear television, you had in between radio getting into it, digital has become big. We are now talking about audio chat rooms and the work. So, what do you do as a professional to brace yourself for the new abnormal, as one would say?
Yeah, I treat that as a new normal. That's what I do. So I accept, I acknowledge, and I embrace. So, the fact is that anyone in history who have tried to fight change haven't really done much, either with themselves or the fact that the change would anyway happen. As we know, the only thing constant is change. So, to me, I have used this an opportunity for learning. I come from a very traditional media background and experience, and for me to understand this new world was anyway quite overwhelming, to be honest. And my daughters know far more about this world than I did, so I learned a lot from my daughters, and I learned from my wonderful young team. So I keep learning. Every day is like a new day for me. I'm a student of life, as I've always said, and I think that to me is something everybody should be open to. Just accept it, acknowledge it, accept and work around it and embrace it. Because all this is going to get even more complicated. This is just the starting. There'll be more technologies. Right now, the AR, VR has to happen in our world. Then there's to be immersive conversations have to happen. There is going to be so much more technology. People are going into space now on holidays. So the world is fully changing, right? And you cannot fight that. Right. And everybody is a content creator right now. You can sit at home and create. So there's if it's like 1 billion people, then there's 1 billion content creators possibilities, right? So in this crazy madness, you have to find some form of balance, right? You have to identify what's your core competence, what are your core focuses as an individual and as a professional, personally and professionally, and then work on to fixing those, working towards delivering to those goals. So I think this is just the starting, guys. There's going to be more action in the coming months and years for sure. But I think if each of us sort of identify our happy space, we will probably be able to overcome all of that.
Yeah, and as you have over a period of time, fact is that the only constant is change. Having kids at home and kids in the office does help in us getting up close with new technology and trends. Is there one last thing that you would like to say in terms of what to expect that you think will happen in the next few months from your if I might say, stable of Discovery?
Oh, there's lots coming from our end. Lots of new content. There's lots of never seen before kind of content, which is going to be quite revealing. I think maybe that's the right word. And, it's really exciting times from original content point of view. I think never has in the history of Discovery, being in the country for over 25 years, we have created so much of original content. I think just this year, we probably created that, more content than we did in the entire 25 years of our existence. So that's the exciting part. Amazing work being done by the content team, the marketing team. We are pushing the agenda of driving Discovery Plus and making sure that, and the wonderful, the sales team who are bringing the dollars we need to keep everything on all the time. So so it's going to be lots of excitement in the coming months on from Discovery stable, as you put it.
You've obviously seen it all. When you go out to the market, everybody's saying "Naya kya hai?" What's the innovative stuff that is happening? Does sometimes, and this is my absolute last question, does sometimes just this whole change and the need to innovate and the need to be something, to have something new, is that really daunting as for a professional? You just want to say, forget it, maybe just go to the hills and do nothing else, no consumption of media, nothing at all, just soak in the skies and the sea. Is that something that you want to do sometimes?
Yeah. And what want to do, I do. And you have to keep that balance. You need to sort of detox yourself once in a while and just say, whatever happens, life will move on. So just detox yourself and go away into the mountains. And, but we are creature of habit as well. That is what happens. And you do want to then eventually get back to this world as well. So I think how do you sort of keep that balance is also very important. But I think, to your point about while change is all good, but sometimes we just need to take stock of the fact that it's okay to be normal as well. Every day doesn't have to be a marathon. Every day doesn't have to be a sprint. We can be in a marathon, and that's something. It's okay. We don't know how a lot of things will happen. There's lots that's not in your control, whether it is technology or, how the world will eventually play out. But I think we can play that role of, creating that sort of sanity in this madness. And that to me will
I think, and one of the things which I have felt, because as a journalist and who's been in the media for a while, it's the core skill, is what is critical. The core skill of storytelling, the core skill of writing, the core skill of sales exists. Whatever be the medium, that doesn't change. So I think if that is what it is, and delighted to have to be chatting with you once again, Megha, on this session of IWM WebFest, India WebFest, which IWMBuzz is organizing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, PM. Lovely chatting with you, and thank you, IWM, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Pradhimanji, and thank you, Meghaji, for that wonderful fireside chat. Before we move on, time to thank our sponsors once again. Wood presents India WebFest Season 3, co-powered by Applause Entertainment, Pocket Aces, and Share Chat Chatrooms. Platinum partner QK Digital, virtual event partner Mint Labs, media partner Radio City, an initiative by IWMBuzz Live. We are gearing up for our next session. Just give us a little bit more time. Stay tuned. We'll be back very, very soon.
एक तरफ तस्वीर, एक तरफ तकदीर और बीच में आपका नाचीज कटपीस रणवीर।
Tiger is back.
The big picture, तस्वीर से तकदीर तक.
It's here, and I'm so excited. Yeah!
मेरे साथ बिग बॉस OTT के मजे लूट।
तेरे मेरा कुछ चक्कर चल रहा है क्या?
क्या कर रही है तू मेरा? साइको यार।
गेम बहुत लंबा जाएगा लोला।
Oh God, I'm so confused.
अब तो बताना ही पड़ेगा.
Where y'all up this Valentine?
That's what mutual funds are.
साहिल is dead. सुना तुमने? साहिल is dead.
यहाँ पर ओरिजिनलिटी भी है और करोड़ों दिलों का एंटरटेनमेंट भी है.
देख, मैं मार्केट में जाके भाषणबाजी करना नहीं चाहता, सीधा लोगों के भरोसे पे खेलना चाहता हूँ.
क्रिमिनल अगर क्राइम सीन क्लीन करके चला गया, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि क्राइम ही नहीं हुआ.
ये मेरा जंगल है और मैं यहाँ का शेर. मेरा ना एम्प्लॉइज के साथ गजब का कनेक्शन.
ये आदमी तो सबको डुबा के रहेगा भैया.
पकड़ना नहीं है उनको, मारना है.
कैसे भेज दूं अपने बेटे को पुलिस के हवाले?
केस जो है ना, सिर्फ वकील नहीं लड़ता, आपको भी लड़ना होगा.
It's happening again.
मैं हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता हूँ और हिस्ट्री ऐसे ही नहीं बनती, लोगों को साथ लेकर चलना पड़ता है.
पावर इज जस्ट एन इल्यूजन. आखिर में सिर्फ रिश्ते बचते हैं.
इस गेम के रूल्स मैं बनाता हूँ.
सच क्या है? Someone is stalking me.
कोई तो भरपाई करेगा.
सपने वही प्रश्न उठाते हैं जो मन सुलझा नहीं सकता.
कौन कहता है यहाँ सच की जीत होती है? यहाँ वही जीतता है जिसके हाथ में बंदूक होती है.
This is an act of war.
Keep your friends close, enemies closer.
I think मुझे तुमसे प्यार हो जाएगा.
अरे जब उसको लॉयर चाहिए नहीं तो मेरे को सेल्फी खींचने के लिए बुलाया आपने.
नमस्कार, मैं हूं वीरेंद्र सहवाग और मैं 26 नवंबर को शाम 7 बजे आ रहा हूं शेयर चैट लाइव ऑडियो चैट रूम में।
I will tell you a word, okay, in English, and आपको मुझे उसका हिंदी में मतलब बताना है। डक को हिंदी में क्या बोलते हैं? पूछे।
डॉकिया।
खैर छोड़ो। It's called बतख।
Ladies and gentlemen, let's start the show!
Welcome to you on the Hello Presents MTV IWMBuzz Digital Award.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's now move on to a power pack panel discussion. The topic is Everyone's an Influencer, How to Break the Clutter. In conversation with Viraj Sheth, co-founder and CEO Monk Entertainment, joined by Chef Sanjot Kheer, digital content creator and founder of Your Food Lab, Anchal Agarwal, digital content creator and stand-up comedian, Abhiraj Rajadaksha, aka Abhi, digital content creator, Niyati Mavin Kurve, aka Niu, digital content creator, and Radhika Bangia, digital content creator, actress and model. Over to you, Viraj.
Thank you so much. Good to finally be doing a panel again. I think it's been forever since you can hear me, right? Okay, awesome. It's been forever since I think the world has opened up that we're doing a virtual panel again. It's both sweet and bitter memories about doing virtual panels. Good to have all of you guys. Thankfully, we represent all of you guys, super talented across each genre. I'm just going to start with the initial bunch of questions and then make it super conversational. So, I mean, we know each other, so there doesn't have to be any small talk about this. But yeah, just from the topic of, how the world has changed now again, and I'm going to only bring up COVID in this first question, and then we're not going to talk about it ever again in this panel. But how has the world changed for you guys now? I see that Anchal, for example, you're doing a lot of stand-up comedy now that things have opened up. Radhika, you've traveled on and off in some of these times. You're also back to physical shoots now. You're also going to be shooting for some movies and things like that. How has the world opened up and changed for you? I know, Chef, for you, the thing is always that you have to be in your kitchen. So I don't think it was a difference for you anyway. But I see you traveling a lot now. And Abhi and even you guys, you guys also have your indoor setup. But is it something that you guys are exploring on the outside as well? How has world changed for you now that we're almost back to things again, and hopefully Omicron doesn't ruin our happiness again? Just let's start with you, Anchal.
Oh, wow, I have to unmute myself first. Yeah. So I think it's pretty much getting back to normal now, but there is always that slight anxiety at the back of your head that what if you end up getting in like a dangerous situation in terms of the virus and all. And for me, I'm a performer. If I'm going to stand-up shows and all, my main priority is that if people are coming to my show, I should not compromise their safety just for a couple of jokes. I think it's not as important for that. So I've been also kind of performing on and off, but it's not full-fledged yet because there the rooms and so many venues and all, they're not taking as much precautions. So I'm still pretty much in my head kind of really guarded, and I'm doing things from my home as much as possible. So mentally, I don't think that I am over the pandemic as yet.
Cool. Interesting. What about you, Radhika? What's happening on your front? What's your state of mind like? You're muted. Yeah, I miss saying this, man. You're on mute. Unmute yourself. Wait, I still can't hear you though. Your audio is a little amiss. No, I can't hear you. Is it just me? Yeah, I can say something. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
I think it's the same as Achal. I think I'm still not over the pandemic, but there are times, when you're traveling and everyone's just like, you see people not wearing masks, and it pretty much feels like back to normal. Like I went to the BTS concert recently, and there were so many people.
That's
Like,
crazy. Where was this?
This was in LA.
Okay.
Permission to Dance. I think it was their first concert after the COVID, BTS.
Right.
Yeah, so there were people from all around the world, and I don't think a lot of people were wearing masks. So I feel like for those 4 hours, I fully forgot that COVID exists.
Right.
Yeah, but then when you hear the news and stuff, and you're like, oh, okay, it's not over yet. So things are. I mean, I'm glad like it's not as bad as like last year. And I feel like I think it's great that things are opening up, and like you can actually physically go to shoots, which like we couldn't do that for the last 2 years. We
The set life is good, right? I mean, that's what actors really look forward to, the set life. Everyone was so like bored shooting through their phones.
Yeah, like 2 years just like in the house, just shooting content, forcing yourself to be creative, to come up with stuff we can do at home. So I think it's nice to be like, it's nice to be on a set, but even on a set, I feel there's like a lot of restrictions. Like it's not like it used to be.
It's not the same.
Yeah.
I think we'll have to just live forward like with this whole virus on our back, essentially. What about you, Chef? What's happening? How's life different for you essentially now?
So, like you said, I always joke about this that, I've been in a lockdown for the past 6 years because I've been always in my kitchen cooking all the time, shooting every day. But with COVID, as a content creator, you have to be in a very good mental state where, you have to have that motivation to create some good content, positive content. And when things are not right around you, you sort of feel a little pulled back, and you think about now, if things are not right, how can I cook something really beautiful and show it to people, something of that sort. But, when we were in lockdown, my team moved in. So both the lockdowns, my team was living with me. And so that was different, where the whole team was staying in the house. We were creating content. And now when we are not in a lockdown, they get to go back to home. So that's different.
Right.
Otherwise it's always been about creating, just trying to create the best content possible, like in whatever situations.
Got it. Solid. Makes sense. I like the idea that you mentioned that you've been in lockdown for 6 years.
Yeah.
What about you, Abhi, and you? What's happening on your front? Any differences now with content, with life?
Of course, a lot of differences, but we started as travel content creators. We used to travel everywhere and make videos, but it just seems like so back in the past that we've been making videos from this house for the last, say 1.5 years now. So it just feels like it's been so long since we have traveled, and we really want to continue traveling again. We are just hoping that 2022 will be different than 2021, but it just scares us that this is what we thought in the end of 2020 as well, that 2021 will be different. So we are taking things a little slow and hoping that 2022 will actually be different. Baki, everybody has covered it.
Yeah.
No? Fair. Anything you want to add on to that, Neil?
No. It's all good.
Solid.
We have a lot of big plans in the future, but it all depends on the virus and how it decides to act. So
the virus is controlling our lives.
I know, quite literally.
Cool. Interesting thoughts. What I want to move on to next is just to discuss a lot of I have two creators here who've actually been quite solid in terms of focus on the kind of genre of content that you wanted to build, right? Like Chef, you've always done only food content. Abhi and you focus very specifically on all things infotainment. Whereas Anshul and Radhika, you've had you've tried your hands on multiple things, right? Like you have, Anshul, like for example, you have a separate page for all your lifestyle content, and which is just freeloading, right? Like you upload whatever you want on that page. You do stand-up comedy. You're big on F1 as well. So you're covering the side of sport as well, but adding humor to it. Radhika, with regards to you've tried your hand at gaming, dance, and comedy, and you're also big on acting. So like, what is it now? And also, Chef, I know that now you're moving on to, you're doing things with your wife, you're uploading content, lifestyle driven. You're also big on sneakers. So I don't know if a sneaker channel is going to be up and running anytime soon. With you guys, Abhi, you started a specific finance driven channel. So just the question is, are you guys looking to innovate more? What's your strategy like in terms of content? Like what is it that you guys want to do? Someone has a very tunnel vision focus in terms of what they want to do. Others are focused on doing exploring multiple personalities and multiple capabilities of their own, and bring it into their own content. So what's your sort of strategy been like? Let's start in the reverse order. Let's go with Abhi and you on this.
Ultimately, we have to be authentic to the core, because if you are not authentic and you are only following a trend because somebody else is successful at it, then it's not going to work out for you. So whatever you do, it needs to be authentic. It needs to come from your heart. Baki, a creator should never put themselves in a box that this is what we do. It should be an extension of their authentic self. Now, suppose I don't cook, but suppose I want to learn cooking, then I am sure that people will be able to will love to experience it with me, as long as it's authentic, as long as I am not doing it only because food content is working well. So yeah, that's my thought.
Yeah, and when it comes to innovating, the same point applies, because every time you're innovating, you're moving out of your comfort zone, you're trying something new for the first time. So you have got to be really patient with yourself and give yourself a little bit of room to learn, because you'll be catching up on a lot of ground because you're trying something absolutely new. So those are our few thoughts about innovation. Like, we're still doing that in terms of the finance channel, still figuring out our way still.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, it's growing. Finance has been like a super booming space in general in the last 2 years. So good to see you catch in on the wave as well. And I know this is something you've been wanting to do since a while. What about you, Chef? What's happening in the content front?
So I still believe there's so much more to do with food. It's a very vast topic to cover, and I started creating content with one vision to make Indian food look more sexier. And that's what we've tried to do in these 5 years. And I hope and I believe that we've, achieved that quite a lot. But I still believe that there's so much more to do. And yes, I'm building a lot of different kinds of content pieces now. Looking forward to 2022, it's going to be more of collaborations, more of series-based content, more of, focusing on one thing with food and just deep diving into how do I create content, how do I think about new recipes. So a lot more with food is going to come, and I believe I'm really focused with food so much day in and day out that that is always going to be the focus. As Abhi said, that you have to be authentic, and I can be 100% authentic with food, and I believe in that day in and day out. So that is always going to be the focus. Like you mentioned about me creating content with Payal and about sneakers, that's that personal side of me. I have been very people have always seen the food side of me, but yeah, there is that audience which wants to see that personal side. I try to do that whenever possible, but I want to keep it authentic, like Abhi said.
Got it. Cool, solid. So hopefully we get a new sneaker channel some down the line.
Definitely.
What about you, Radhika? What's your strategy on the content front? I see you trying a lot of different things, and that's fantastic about you. You've done even gaming, reaction videos, you've done comedy. Have you tried your hand at singing also, if I'm not wrong? No.
No,
okay.
no.
Okay.
No, not yet.
Not yet.
Maybe after like 100 singing lessons or something. But,
yeah, you should. Yeah. But what's been the strategy there?
So since I started social media, I was mostly doing like comedy, relatable content, and dancing. And during this COVID lockdown time, I got addicted to K-dramas.
Right.
Okay. And I was literally just watching it because I enjoyed it so much. And it made me forget about the fact that there's COVID out there.
Right.
It's like, and then and I started making content like very recently. I started creating content around K-drama. And the kind of response that I got was very unexpected. I was like, wow, there are so many people out there who enjoy K-dramas as much as I do. So my strategy is basically just to focus more on gaming, K-drama, and K-pop, because I know there's a huge audience for it. And
Absolutely.
it's something, yeah, and it's something I'm passionate about. I feel like if you're passionate about something, it kind of like shows through and people can see that. So
Solid.
yeah, that's my
K-dramas is the way to go. I didn't know that that's a very specific niche, but yeah, it's definitely got like a massive audience. The biggest music band in the world today is BTS, right?
Yeah, and
so definitely has its own audience.
And like I feel like on my page, like I want to keep trying new things. I want to do comedy, but the most amount of engagement I get on is K-pop and K-drama.
Oh,
so
okay. Interesting insight.
Subconsciously, I'm like, oh, I have to make more because that's what's making me reach people. So
makes sense. What about you, Anshul? What's happening? I see you doing a lot of content around F1 as well. Is that going to be constant? What's happening?
Yeah, so like we've been discussing also, my idea is to really grow horizontally and maybe create more share more things that I have to my personality, like I'm not just this funny person. I can do like a lot more things. I know sports, Formula One really well, so I talk about it, and especially on my Twitter. My Twitter is like literally for discussing sports with people from around the world, and it has really helped me reach so many people as well. And now that the trend is catching up here also in India, so it actually presents a very big opportunity to make that sport also popular in India. And thanks to Drive to Survive and thanks to other content pieces that people have created around the sport, so it really helps to make people understand that what you've been passionate about for so long. So Formula One is of course one thing, and then I'm trying to get into beauty content also, because like how Abhi and you said that you have to really be authentic. So I'm just in the process of finding that one spot where I can authentically do the beauty genre that is happening around. And there is just so much clutter at the moment, all beauty creators are kind of doing like similar things with their own personality in. But I just really want to be my authentic self and break that clutter also, and I don't know, expand horizontally is like really how I'm going in with my body also at the moment. So it sounds really funny, but yeah, I really want to do an horizontal expansion. Oh my God, what are you saying?
Nice term. Yeah,
that's the idea.
But no, I see you doing a lot of interesting stuff in beauty and fashion, when you put up all these images and videos of you in weddings, and then you put in a funny caption to it. I mean, that adds a different flavor to it. People, I think it's more shareable. People relate to it a lot better and whatnot. But no, that's fantastic.
I think more than anything else, it's on the slice of life side, because you can't take someone's personality out of their content at all. Even if let's say tomorrow I start doing food content with Sanjot, I would still be Anchal. So that the funny, sarcastic, slice of life side will always be there, and I think people usually enjoy that also. We see how vlogs are so popular. We just want to kind of enjoy a person's personality when we connect with them, maybe learn things. So we have also started those small vlog type reels where we just talk about things that we have done in life. Like I shared how 30 years of my life have been and all those things. So people really appreciated that content also. It's just trying to get the hang of it, like how to not lose our own authentic self while doing the horizontal expansion.
No, fair. Makes sense. Makes sense. Which brings me to the point where, I mean, see, with reels and with all these fast-paced, avenues now open to creators, what's happening? Like, what puts you and sets you different as a creator? Like, Anjal, you've also been wanting to diversify. I think you finally recently started a YouTube channel, for example, and you know and understand the sort of requirement to diversify your content. What's happening on that front? What would you like? Each one of you've been in the space for a long while now. What is your one tip or couple of tips for creators in general to want to stand out, right? I mean, because it's become so congested now. There's so much clutter around creators. Everyone with a camera and phone essentially is a creator now, right? But how do you sort of stand out a little bit, or at least do something different from what's already being served to the audiences? Or is it that you don't try to be too different also, but just be your authentic self and people will fall in love with that side of you? What's your approach on things like these? BNU, let's start with you.
It absolutely depends on your genre. I mean, in some genres, you would just like to see something that has been said before, something that everybody experiences from a different angle. For example, I see Ashish Chanchlani make videos about commerce versus science. That debate is ages old and everybody has gone through it at some point in their lives. But I would love to see what Ashish Chanchlani has to say about science versus commerce. I would love to see him put his humorous angle to it. So that is something that people have been discussing since before we were born. But still, that is still exciting, that is still interesting for me because it is relatable. So in some genres, relatable content works better, and in some genres, something unique would work better. I'm sure Sanjot would relate to it just by looking at the viewership of certain dishes that are popular and that are common. Will have more viewership because more people will be interested in it. So at the end, it is again the same, that you have to find that sweet spot somewhere, that maybe experiment a little bit with a few videos which are unique which are just breaking the box, as I said again, and some videos that are just fan service because people are expecting it. People want to see the content that is relatable to them. So yeah.
Yeah, and a few tips for content creators who are in genres where things have been said, but then you still have to do something. Like even in finance, the thing is everybody has said the same 5 or 6 things before on a particular topic. Right. So the way you can probably stand out is the way you put things together. It's like everybody has the same Lego pieces to play with. So what you ultimately end up building in the video is actually what will define you. So right. Yeah, so that's how you approach it. So think of every video content or even shorts or reels content as a box of Lego pieces, and then you keep constructing it. Unless of course you're following a trend on reels or something where you're still kind of like you have a predetermined pattern and you're just putting your tadka to it.
Got it. No, that's solid advice, man. I mean, in terms of everyone has the same pieces, but everyone's creativity could lead to something different totally, right? So you build your own thing. That's solid advice. What about you, Radhika?
I mean, I feel the exact same way. I feel like if someone who's starting off, they really have to experiment because you never know what's going to work on social media. Like sometimes, you could do relatable comedy and people will be like, oh my God, that's so relatable. And you can sort of grow in that space. Or sometimes, I mean, consistency is not enough. Sometimes you're required to put it's like quality over quantity and, something more creative. So I feel like for a creator, you just have to keep experimenting until you figure out what works for you and what connects you with the audience. And I think it really helps also because there is just so much content on the web now, on social media and YouTube. There is like a pressure to be consistent and also be active on all platforms. It really helps with like visibility. So
if you're say active on like YouTube, Instagram, Snapchat, you know, I think that really helps to reach people. So yeah, just
solid advice again. What about you, Anchal? What's the thought on this?
So I also I think that everyone sees the same world, but everyone sees the world same world differently. So even if all jokes have been told, there are only 20-21 stories in the world, and we are just redoing them. Like Titanic is what Romeo Juliet on the ship, right? So it's the same stories that we have been telling for so long, but we tell it differently, and that is, I think, what makes it interesting, and that is how you can break the clutter by being yourself and showing your audience and your followers the world through your eyes, how you see it and how you present it and how you learn from it. So which is what I have been trying, and which is what that worked so well for me. Like when I started making reels and short form content, I actually did not know how to begin with, because there were so many big players already, and it was really you always have that thing in your mind that I think it's already done so much and I can't do it. And I started with doing what people were doing, the trends that were happening and whatever videos were working, the kind of reels that people were doing, and it didn't do anything for me. And then I just made one funny video of me just talking to people, this is happening, and this boy ditched me, and this happened because of that. I was on an airport and this happened at the airport, and why are so many young people on dating apps? Like, you guys go to college, just find someone physically, let the dating apps be for us. And those thoughts that 30 someone has, and it blew up. Like everyone really wanted to they're like, how are you talking like that? And oh, your Hindi is so good. And I always kind of lived in this, right? I don't know any other language. I was like, I just know Hindi, I know English. And you are a 30-year-old, it feels like you're too old to learn now something. And because even if you learn, you don't get the feel of it, right?
Yeah.
So I always had that, jinko Punjabi aati hai, they can do so well. The Punjabi sounds so nice and so comedic. Like people, really find it very endearing and all.
Yeah.
And then I realized the kind of Hindi that I speak, very few people do. And I just did my thing. I just, made my videos with the words that my mom uses at home, the slang that we use at home, how people talk in Indore, how I actually talk when I talk in Hindi with my buddies. So, and it blew up. So it is, and maybe I was talking about the same things that people talk. Everyone talks about waiting in queues at the airports. Everyone talks about being single and dating apps, but they don't talk like I talk. So that is really important, I think, for anyone, for any influencer, content creator, or any artist for that matter.
Yeah, no, that's true. The way you speak, the language you have, the kind of stories you tell is very unique and specific to you.
Yeah.
So no, that totally makes sense. Fantastic advice there. Just find your own voice in things, and people will be attracted to your style of content instead of just sticking to the algorithm, believing in the algorithm, always clinging on to it all the time. And that's something I know that Sanjot, you also stick to very specifically, right? You don't care about what's popping, what's trending right now. You're just razor focused on your style of content and what you truly enjoy making. So that's what really brings in the right kind of then it doesn't feel like a job again, right? You truly feel like wanting to create something, waking up and feeling like, okay, let's create magic today again. And that's such a core part of the whole process with creators, right? Because otherwise there's just too many issues that come at fore, which again leads me to the next question, and would want each one of you to have your own thoughts on this. What do you think are the issues that sort of plague this industry? And it could be anything from mental health to just lack of transparency with dealing with brands and agencies and things like that. It could be literally anything. I just want you guys to open your heart out on this, because I feel like we don't talk a lot about things that plague the influencer industry per se. We're always talking about how to deal with hate and all of that. Like that's the usual. How to work with brands, that's the usual. But let's chat a little bit about this. Let's start with you, Anjan.
So I think like like you adding from the previous question also, even when we do things like that come authentically and naturally to us, it's still a job. It does make it like half the job done if you don't have to put in like other get into another personality like acting or something else. But it still is a job. And as creators, we got into this was a new dynamic field. We wanted to be heard by people, seen by people, share our stories, our perspectives. But from not getting into like a job that shuts the office at 5 p.m, you are in a job that is 24/7 running. Like your office is right here in your head, and you're all the time thinking about content. You're living your life and you think, oh my god, this is relatable, this is content, I can do this. It's always in your mind. Like you can't switch off your mind. And especially us, like all of us Indians and maybe South Asians, we are people who were raised to like hustle, grind, be competitive, do better than the next person. And to add on to it, content creation has so many numbers attached to it, right? Your number of likes, your number of followers, then number of views, then that takes to you another monetary numbers. What what numbers is the brand paying you, what numbers is the platform paying you. So it's just so much. And for a creator, it gets so overwhelming sometimes, because you're creating also and you're doing all the admin work also. It doesn't stop. You are like a filmmaker, and you are the editor, you are the writer, you do the lighting, सब कुछ तुम ही कर रहे हो. And it's so exhausting. And what a lot of people don't understand, that it is a job. The world, I think especially in South Asia, people have still not taken it seriously, like it's actually a job and someone is doing it like as something that puts food on the table. So you do a sponsored post and people will be like, time to unfollow you. This is like a sentence that truly prevails on the internet. Time to unfollow you. You also started doing this branded work. But dude, that's kind of my job.
Yeah.
That's why I'm here.
That's my paycheck, yeah.
And people think that you're creating videos for attention. Of course. If I did not want attention, I would have written it in my diary. Why would I put it on the Insta?
Yeah, exactly. Only when you have attention will brands come to you in the first place.
And even if for someone who doesn't want brands or money, who's doing just for doing it, for having fun, that person still wants attention. That is why
so that they can make the social change or whatever it is.
Yeah, you put things outside for the world for attention. And it's just like so much bullying, so much for paid promotions and all. Then I have been very fortunate that my team, your team, these people have been like really kind to me. They let me have my time when I don't feel like doing something. I don't really have like really tight deadlines to work on. But I've seen creators have really bad time with dealing with brands. Like they just don't understand that it's kind of a problem.
Creativity doesn't come like just, it's not a switch. Yeah. That's true. No, I understand that. But what about you, Sanjot? What do you feel about this? What are the issues that you feel have been sort of plaguing our industry?
I feel a lot of people, make content starting with thinking about numbers. They think that chalo ye chal raha hai, ye trend ho raha hai, chalo ye kar lete, and that is how we are going to grow. But unfortunately, it's not like that. A trend will work for a time, but then it will go off, and then if you get to that peak during that trend, you feel left out of that after that trend is over, and then you don't get organic growth, and then you don't know what to do now. So that's the worst thing to do, is to start with just thinking about, okay, meko viewers chahiye, I want likes and I want to earn money. The numbers part is the first thing how people start out with. I feel the first focus should always be that, why are you creating content today? That's the first initial thing. Like how I started, I wanted to make food look good. I wanted to make Indian food videos very practical because they were really long on TV. Right. So these were a few, reasons why I started making food content, and I've always focused on that. And with all the changes in place, like, that I was a short form content creator on Facebook, grew really fast over there, but then that slowed down suddenly. And if I would not have transitioned, it wouldn't have worked out for me now. So I used that as a funnel, and then I transitioned into my long format videos on Instagram, on YouTube, etc., etc. So I just feel a lot of young people who just started out creating content feel that if they grow big on Reels, it's going to continue for the next 10 years. But sorry, it's not going to happen. You need to start thinking about, how do I use this as a funnel and do more substantial things, diversify, and go on. So I think a lot of people get lost into that numbers game, which should not happen with creative people. Yeah.
Got it. What about you, Radhika? What do you think?
I feel like it's also very toxic to get into that number game mindset, because it's never ending, and you want to keep growing. Like, I feel like you might be like comparing yourself to like people who are a little bigger than you. Then your competition keeps changing. It's like a never ending game. So I think to stay sane, you kind of have to like step away from that and keep evolving. Like, be present on every platform. And even if you're doing a trend, like, I feel like it really helps if you do it which is not being done before. Like, you do it with like a twist. That's, if you hop onto a trend early, it's okay, you'll get the likes. But I feel like if you're late, then you kind of have to be creative and do something to stand out. So yeah, I feel like it can be very overwhelming with like the deadlines, the brand, you're doing everything yourself. So I think it's important to have like a day. Okay, 10 p.m. my day ends, to stay sane. Yeah. If you do it 24/7, after a point you start burning out. Like, it's really helped me. Like, after 10:30 p.m. I'm like, no, I'm just gonna chill for an hour and go to bed. Yeah. Switch off my brain.
No, I remember when Instagram was down multiple times, this tweet going around that finally hamari dukaan bhi band hui. It's like our shop was finally, it had a shutter. Like, influencers don't have any shutters because there is essentially no shop to close. But when Instagram shut down, it was the case. But what about you, Abhi and you?
So apart from everything else that other people on the panel have mentioned, one problem that we face is separating the artist from the machine. Like, we consider our videos as art, and I'm sure everybody does. But at some point of time, we may have to become a machine. So how much is enough? How much can we let go of the control that we have on our art and hire people, hire help to do the redundant jobs that we do every day?
Right.
Because at some point of time, when you hire help, when there are other people doing your job for you, the audience is smart enough to make up. So yeah, that's the one problem that I would like to mention. I think.
Right. No, so I mean, yeah, essentially that, like, it's also just that, tomorrow if you have your Twitter, your LinkedIn and all of that, and you feel like you're focusing only on YouTube, but you need to be active on those accounts, can you get someone to tweet or, post on LinkedIn on your behalf? And just feel like the moment that starts to happen, it becomes really unauthentic and people are quick to catch on to things like that. But yeah, that's true. I mean, it's not fully scalable, but I mean, it's art at the end of the day. So cool. Thanks for a fantastic session, guys. I think we're done for the day. Thanks for the solid answers and inputs. Thanks to Woot and IWM for this fantastic opportunity. Just had a solid time. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Viraj. Thank you very much, Viraj, and thank you very much once again. We would like to thank our sponsors again. The Woot presents India Web Fest Season 3, co-powered by Applause Entertainment, Pocket Aces and Share Chat Chatrooms, Platinum Partner QQ Digital, Virtual Event Partner Mint Labs, Media Partner Radio City, and initiative by IWMBuzz Live. दोस्तों, अब लंच करेंगे, थोड़ा खाइए पिए, लेकिन जल्दी वापस आइए because we'll be back in about 30 minutes from now. So see you soon. Tata.
नमस्कार, मैं हूं वीरेंद्र सहवाग और मैं 26 नवंबर को शाम 7 बजे आ रहा हूं शेयर चैट लाइव ऑडियो चैट रूम में।
I will tell you a word, okay, in English, and आपको मुझे उसका हिंदी में मतलब बताना है। डक को हिंदी में क्या बोलते हैं? पूछे।
डॉकिया।
खैर छोड़ो। It's called बतख।
Ladies and gentlemen, let's start the show! Welcome to you on the Hello Presents MTV IWMBuzz Digital Award. This is IWM Digital Awards. अब आए भैया डिजिटल के लेवल पे।
वायरल होने का राज क्या है? बिकॉज हमको भी कोई आइडिया है नहीं।
जीजा जी बांझ हैं।
अबे तो उधर है ना, मैं तेरे सगे वाला
मैं तेरे को सीरियस कर रहा हूँ।
हमें ना यहाँ आने के पहले ना एक मेल भेजा गया था जिसमें लिखा था प्लीज बी वेल ड्रेस्ड, दिस द मैक्सिमम ड्रेस्ड लाइक यूट्यूबर कैन बी।
Speak for yourself.
Even you know brother, even पत्ती मुंडू सुला देड़ा, even रंबा इन राजा तीड़ा।
एक डोसा ते एक फिल्टर कॉफी ले आया।
Soapy moves. Imagine कीजिए आप शावर में हैं। वाओ, आप अपने आप को आईने में देख रहे हैं, कह रहे हैं, oh my God, what a good looking guy. उफ, साबुन आँख में चला गया।
कौन पहन रहा है? जन्नत पहन रही है हेडफोन। ठीक है। Your first word is squad goals.
Okay. Squad goals. Squad goals.
Squad.
Squad goals.
Goals. Squad goals.
Very good. तालियां हो जाए जन्नत के लिए।
Here you go. Give it up for Jannat.
दिल वाले दुल्हनिया ले जाएंगे, दुल्हनिया सेफ है।
Right, incredible lines like जन्नत तो मैं हूँ।
Most importantly, the viewers, because thank you so much for shelling out your time.
Name 3 things you wear under your clothes.
Boxers, boxers and boxers. Wow, beautiful.
दोस्तों में मेरे चर्चे नहीं थे, वही दोस्तों में गाने मेरे चलते हैं अब। आजकल दिखता मैं महंगे से कपड़ों में, मांगे हुए कपड़ों में था मैं गलता।
मेरे यार मेरा प्यार है जहाँ है ये निके निके शॉट्स, ये निके निके शॉट्स।
तरफ तस्वीर, एक तरफ तकदीर और बीच में आपका नाचीज कट पीस रणवीर।
Tiger is back.
The big picture, तस्वीर से तकदीर तक।
It's here and I'm so excited. Yeah!
मेरे साथ बिग बॉस OTT के मजे लूट।
तेरे मेरा कुछ चक्कर चल रहा है क्या?
अरे प्यार नहीं है तू मेरा। साइको यार।
गेम बहुत लंबा जाएगा लोला।
Oh God, I'm so confused.
अब तो बताना ही पड़ेगा।
Where y'all up this Valentine?
That's what mutual funds are.
साहिल is dead. सुना तुमने? साहिल is dead.
यहाँ पर ओरिजिनलिटी भी है और करोड़ों दिलों का एंटरटेनमेंट भी है।
देख, मैं मार्केट में जाके भाषणबाजी करना नहीं चाहता, सीधा लोगों के भरोसे पे खेलना चाहता हूँ।
क्रिमिनल अगर क्राइम सीन क्लीन करके चला गया, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि क्राइम ही नहीं हुआ।
ये मेरा जंगल है और मैं यहाँ का शेर। मेरा ना एम्प्लॉइज के साथ गजब का कनेक्शन।
ये आदमी तो सबको डुबा के रहेगा भैया।
पकड़ना नहीं है उनको, मारना है।
कैसे भेज दूं अपने बेटे को पुलिस के हवाले?
केस जो है ना, सिर्फ वकील नहीं लड़ता, आपको भी लड़ना होगा।
It's happening again.
मैं हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता हूँ और हिस्ट्री ऐसे ही नहीं बनती, लोगों को साथ लेकर चलना पड़ता है।
पावर इज जस्ट एन इल्यूजन। आखिर में सिर्फ रिश्ते बचते हैं।
फिर
इस गेम के रूल्स मैं बनाता हूँ।
सच क्या है? Someone is stalking me.
कोई तो भरपाई करेगा।
सपने वही प्रश्न उठाते हैं जो मन सुलझा नहीं सकता।
कौन कहता है यहाँ सच की जीत होती है? यहाँ वही जीतता है जिसके हाथ में बंदूक होती है।
This is an act of war.
Keep your friends close, enemies closer.
I think मुझे तुमसे प्यार हो जाएगा।
अरे जब उसको लॉयर चाहिए नहीं तो मेरे को सेल्फी खींचने के लिए बुलाया आपने।
नमस्कार, मैं हूं वीरेंद्र सहवाग और मैं 26 नवंबर को शाम 7 बजे आ रहा हूं शेयर चैट लाइव ऑडियो चैट रूम में।
I will tell you a word, okay, in English, and आपको मुझे उसका हिंदी में मतलब बताना है। डक को हिंदी में क्या बोलते हैं? पूछे।
डॉकिया।
खैर छोड़ो। It's called बतख।
Ladies and gentlemen, let's start the show!
Welcome to you on the Hello Presents MTV IWMBuzz Digital Award.
This is IWM Digital Awards. अब आए भैया डिजिटल के लेवल पे।
वायरल होने का राज क्या है?
बिकॉज हमको भी कोई आइडिया है नहीं।
जीजा जी बांझ हैं।
अबे तो उधर है ना, मैं तेरे सगे वाला
मैं तेरे को सीडीज कर रहा हूँ।
हमें ना यहाँ आने के पहले ना एक मेल भेजा गया था जिसमें लिखा था प्लीज बी वेल ड्रेस्ड, दिस द मैक्सिमम ड्रेस्ड लाइक यूट्यूबर कैन बी।
Speak for yourself.
Even you know brother, even पत्ती मुंडू सुला देड़ा, even रंबा इन राजा तीड़ा।
एक डोसा ते एक फिल्टर कॉफी ले आया।
सोपी मूव्स। इमेजिन कीजिए आप शावर में हैं। वाओ, आप अपने आप को आईने में देख रहे हैं, कह रहे हैं ओह माय गॉड व्हाट अ गुड लुकिंग गाय। उफ, साबुन आंख में चला गया।
कौन पहन रहा है? जन्नत पहन रही है हेडफोन। ठीक है। Your first word is squad goals.
Okay. Squad goals. Squad goals.
Squad.
Squad goals.
Goals. Squad goals.
Very good. तालियां हो जाए जन्नत के लिए।
Here you go. Give it up for Jannat.
दिल वाले दुल्हनिया ले जाएंगे, दुल्हनिया सेफ है।
Write incredible lines like जन्नत तो मैं हूँ।
Most importantly, the viewers, because thank you so much for shelling out your time.
Name 3 things you wear under your clothes.
Boxers, boxers and boxers.
Beautiful.
दोस्तों में मेरे चर्चे नहीं थे, वही दोस्तों में गाने मेरे चलते हैं अब। आजकल दिखता मैं महंगे से कपड़ों में, मांगे हुए कपड़ों में था मैं गलता।
यार मेरा प्यार है जहाँ है ये निके निके शॉट्स, ये निके निके शॉट्स।
तरफ तस्वीर, एक तरफ तकदीर और बीच में आपका नाचीज कटपीस रणवीर।
Tiger is back.
The big picture, तस्वीर से तकदीर तक।
It's here and I'm so excited. Yeah!
मेरे साथ बिग बॉस ओटीटी के मजे लूट।
मेरा कुछ चक्कर चल रहा है क्या?
प्यार नहीं है तू मेरा।
गेम बहुत लंबा जाएगा लोला।
Oh God, I'm so confused.
अब तो बताना ही पड़ेगा।
Where y'all are this Valentine?
That's what mutual funds are.
साहिल इज डेड। सुना तुमने? साहिल इज डेड।
यहाँ पर ओरिजिनलिटी भी है और करोड़ों दिलों का एंटरटेनमेंट भी है।
देख, मैं मार्केट में जाके भाषणबाजी करना नहीं चाहता, सीधा लोगों के भरोसे पे खेलना चाहता हूँ।
क्रिमिनल अगर क्राइम सीन क्लीन करके चला गया, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि क्राइम ही नहीं हुआ।
ये मेरा जंगल है और मैं यहाँ का शेर। मेरा ना एम्प्लॉइज के साथ गजब का कनेक्शन।
ये आदमी तो सबको डुबा के रहेगा भैया।
पकड़ना नहीं है, उनको मारना है।
कैसे भेज दूं अपने बेटे को पुलिस के हवाले?
केस जो है ना, सिर्फ वकील नहीं लड़ता, आपको भी लड़ना होगा।
It's happening again.
मैं हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता हूँ और हिस्ट्री ऐसे ही नहीं बनती, लोगों को साथ लेकर चलना पड़ता है।
पावर इज जस्ट एन इल्यूजन। आखिर में सिर्फ रिश्ते बचते हैं।
फिर इस गेम के रूल्स मैं बनाता हूँ।
सच क्या है? Someone is stalking me.
कोई तो भरपाई करेगा।
सपने वही प्रश्न उठाते हैं जो मन सुलझा नहीं सकता।
कौन कहता है यहाँ सच की जीत होती है? यहाँ वही जीतता है जिसके हाथ में बंदूक होती है।
This is an act of war.
Keep your friends close, enemies closer.
I think मुझे तुमसे प्यार हो जाएगा।
अरे जब उसको लॉयर चाहिए नहीं तो मेरे को सेल्फी खींचने के लिए बुलाया आपने।
नमस्कार, मैं हूं वीरेंद्र सहवाग और मैं 26 नवंबर को शाम 7 बजे आ रहा हूं शेयर चैट लाइव ऑडियो चैट रूम में।
I will tell you a word, okay, in English, and आपको मुझे उसका हिंदी में मतलब बताना है। डक को हिंदी में क्या बोलते हैं? पूछे।
डॉकिया।
खैर छोड़ो। It's called बतख।
Ladies and gentlemen, let's start the show!
Welcome to you on the Hello Presents MTV IWMBuzz Digital Award.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you had a great lunch. You're watching Good Presents India Web Fest Season 3, co-powered by Applause Entertainment, Pocket Aces, and Share Chat Rooms. Platinum partner QQ Digital, virtual event partner Mint Labs, media partner Radio City, and initiative by IWMBuzz Live. Let's move on to our next session, a power-packed panel discussion on brands, content, OTT, the evolving trends, in conversation with Ron Crasto, Senior Media Consultant, joined by Puneet Dharmasi, Vice President, Marketing and Investor Education, Association of Mutual Funds in India, Sasha Chetri, Head of Digital Strategy, Good Glam Group, Krishna Rao Buddha Rao, Senior Category Head, Parley Products, Amit Setia, CMO, Siska Group, Abhishek Joshi, Business Head, SVOD, MX Player. Over to you, Ron, sir.
Thank you, Sonu Bollywood Wala. That's what your name is. So very distinctive name. You got a lovely surname. While I'm looking forward for this exciting panel with this distinctive year to come in, we all know the past year, हमारा सबका होश उड़ गया था in terms of business, and the business hitting hard. We started having this Doge game been playing. Okay, that's the virus which is coming in. But having said that, we have all bounced back, and now we are in full Josh, and we are taking a positive leap and a positive step. So with that positive note, I have the first question to ask this esteemed panel, that what are the evolving trends in this digital entertainment? Abhishek? Sasha. Okay, Sasha.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm really excited to have this conversation with all of you. So the question was evolve. Oh my goodness. I could honestly go on and on, but I'm going to pick my top 3 that I think are genuinely evolving. One is definitely podcasts. I think that is a really big digital entertainment trend that is still evolving in India. That's one to really look out for, especially with Spotify being so involved in promoting podcasts. That's one that I'm looking at. The next piece that I would really say, again, using the word evolving a little bit loosely, but I think is gaming, gamification of campaigns, just, the entire gaming industry has, I think, really evolving right now in market. And the third one for me would be wearable technology is one more that I am really looking into. For example, the Ray-Ban video glasses. So 100% that is an evolving sector to look into, especially for digital entertainment. It really allows every single person who uses that product to create their own content in real time. It's very exciting. Sorry, is it just me? I'm not able to hear.
Yeah. Sorry. So Abhishek, what's your take?
Hey Ron, hi everyone. A very good afternoon. Uh, Digital entertainment or digital video entertainment, two different things. Digital entertainment or digital infotainment are two different things, Ron. So while I agree with all the 3 pointers that Shasha spoke about, see the upcoming trend in terms of digital pure play entertainment that consumers consume to be entertained is very high volumes of consumption. That's going to happen, and that has happened. The pandemic has accelerated that growth. Unfortunately, or fortunately, the OTTs and the digital video ecosystem were the first ones to gain out of this lockdown for the last year and a half. Platform-based adoption and entertainment is something that I will not speak about, because that is a process and that's an output. But the input has to be content, and once the input is content, and the scale and the size and the way the input is manufactured and made and presented, the consumption happens. And all of us have seen the way the consumption on digital video has gone up. In fact, everything on digital has gone up in terms of entertainment, because there is a hunger, and this country has an insatiable hunger for entertainment. I mean, हमारे पास बहुत time है. And if that is the advantage, then the output to that consumption behavior is obviously revenues, uptake of content, circulation of monies, investment, so on and so forth. So that's the trend.
Okay, great, Abhishek. And Amit, what do you think?
Hi guys, good afternoon. See, I strongly concur, what Sasha spoke about. In fact, I was just wondering, like, what do I say now? Because she spoke about podcast, she spoke about smart wearables, and yes, obviously gamification that, is sort of now being consumed at a very strong levels. But I think I want to add just one point to that, which is basically, the consumption of even the regional content now, which is now, picking up the pace, because whenever we think of OTT or digital entertainment, maybe there was a time when you used to always look at, the mainstream English and Hindi language. But today, the uptake of the regional content has also started sort of moving, north. And I think that is also a very promising sign for everybody in the ecosystem. So I think that's my take.
Great, Amit. That's a great take. Krishna sir, what's your take? How do you see this on your point of view, looking at FMCG and looking at the larger spectrum of life?
Yeah, hi everyone. Very good afternoon to you all. So I think largely the trends have been enumerated. All right. But Abhishek also spoke about OTT. I'm saying content. Actually, he spoke about content. I think content is the most important aspect here. Yes, but at the same time, so OTT as a platform, we've seen evolve significantly in the past 20 odd months. Pandemic actually aided it. It all started with the advent of 4G back in 2016, where we started seeing streaming actually evolve big time, and thereafter the pandemic has further fueled it. And Sasha rightly mentioned, I think gaming is like one big thing. So there were times where their consoles were really very big, but now again there is a huge shift onto the actually desktops, high powered machines, where gaming is really evolving big time. And Amit also captured about Vernac. So we've seen social media, and then we've seen OTT evolve, and we've seen even say content on Hindi or in Hindi or English languages. But vernacular is, I think, the way to go. As we see, there is a higher adoption of content available in vernacular languages. So I think there is a huge opportunity. Like we are several countries in a country, and there is immense opportunity to tap that audience. I think vernacular is also the next big thing that is shaping up quite well.
Thanks, Krishna sir. Agree. Regional vernacular is going to be one of the biggest growth. But then over to Puneet, who's seeing a very buoyant market space where the stock market has gone all-time high. The MFs are roaring. What could be his take on a very peakest level? Let's hear from Puneet.
So, not talking about financial markets, but generally talking about content, I think one thing why everybody has, listed down everything. One thing that I've noticed in the recent past is global content coming down to India and being converted into regional languages. We've seen the popularity of series like Money Heist and Squid Game. And they've been popular not only in the metros but also in the non-metros because they were translated into dubbed into many languages. So I think that is one more trend I think we'll see going forward into the future.
Great. I think the panel has given a very great feedback. I think most of the points being covered on a very positive framework. But having said that, let's look at the ailing part of the business. Now, what do you think, what ails this sector? What are the drawbacks? What really holds that? So I'm going to go on a reverse. I will start with Puneet. Puneet, what do you say? What are the sector which is ailing this? What is really stopping this magnificent growth?
Not about growth or anything. I mean, from an advertiser point of view, it would be about being more open, I would say. Everything is right now, a lot of it is walled garden. So while I can get millions and millions of data points, I'm still being given only limited access to everything. So on one hand, the digital guys complain about TV that, TV, you get very limited data. You have only for, 40, 50, 60,000 the sets that BARC puts up. And here, on the other hand, we have digital, which is another extreme where I can get access to a lot of data about the audience that is watching. But especially the OTTs and the big publishers, they restrict the amount of data that you can get access to or the analysis that you can do on it. So that is one point of contention that I have.
So more of transparency is what Puneet is, Puneet is saying. But Krishna sir, what's your take on this?
Yeah, so further to add on to transparency, I think brand safety is something that is of prime importance. So I'm not, as a marketer, I'm not too sure who is viewing my ad, whether it's bots or is it actually the real prospective prospects that are viewing my advertisement. I think that's an area of concern. While I think roadblocks, I think predominantly see pre about at least this pandemic, we were actually active on digital, but not in a way that we are today currently. So there is definitely a change that is seeping in. And as we see a greater safety in terms of even content, actually, suppose there's a platform like YouTube where I want to ensure that my brand, if I'm targeting kids, I want to be my ad to be seen in a very, very safe environment. I don't want cuss words being being uttered in the content, or I don't want anything which is negative, like any kind of negative content. So that control is also of utmost importance. So as a marketer, I think that is something that that needs to be worked upon in terms of bringing in hygiene and safety in terms of content, where your ads are going to be seen.
I think I completely agree with Krishna sir, what he's saying, because largely in the world of fake views and safety with the kids, it's something which we need to be very well principally led and also conscious about. Amit, what's your take? How do you take this forward, what Krishna sir has to say, and you can add more points to it?
So basically, I completely agree with the kind of concerns, Krishna ji and Puneet has shared in the forum. I want to just add one more point to it, that I think if I have to look at it from a very advertising perspective, from that angle, I think there's a lack of a common guideline or a standardization in this whole ecosystem, right? So example, as a brand, I look at, say, a CPM metrics, right? When I'm buying the inventory. Now, I don't know, while the number is reported to me as, say, XYZ CPM, that, you're reaching to a particular audience. I don't know if these are the same set of audience on which the ad is again, shown multiple times, or they're, very unique in that sense. So I don't know, I think. That's where I kind of struggle a bit. And I think beyond that, see, the challenge is, like either you buy inventory, which is very plain Jane vanilla sort of a process, or you look at maybe, looking at certain IPs which are being like really spoken about in today's time. Like there are conversations in social media and otherwise about these, amazing IPs that, are being shown and streamed on the OTT platforms. But when they come to me as a brand again, I think two things I find very difficult is to look at as to how the prices are like extremely on the very higher side, and yet they miss out on the organic placement of the brand. So I think that is what I've been trying from last 2 years, but I think so far there has been no sort of like really a good progress, so to say, in that direction.
Great, Amit. I think more insights here, right from the quantification tools to safety factors to how the entire ecosystem operates. We now go to Abhishek. I think he will have more points to bring across, because while these tools are being used by the marketers and also being used as the currency, what does Abhishek has to say? Let's add in and hear more from him.
While I agree with everyone here on what ails the industry, but let's not forget a fact that this piece of the digital video or a digital entertainment industry actually is just 6 years old. It didn't even existed prior to 2016, 2016-17 when Jio launched, right? The entire environment and the entertainment consumption industry changed from 2016 onwards when Jio launched, and the consumption changed from 1 GB a month consumption to a 15 GB a day kind of a consumption, and 15 GB a month of an average digital consumer. Now, if I have to look back, I will just give you a small perspective before I make my point. The digital video streamers in this country is about 450 million odd, right? Which effectively means that 1/3 of India streams content. And that's a huge number. And that number has come to us effectively in the last 5 years. Now, it's still in a very nascent stage. Yes, we have managed to solve a lot of issues, which were hygiene and which were basic issues of broadband connections and subscribers. It went up to from 160 million in 2016 to about 780 million right now as we speak. 780 million means it's actually 70% of India is a broadband subscriber, right? What will happen going forward, according to me, is this 450 million consumers who stream video has happened at 2 or 3x of the speed that television had grown, right? And it took television a lot of time to penetrate and to make things right in terms of advertiser, in terms of viewers who were watching it. From the days of Santa Barbara and Bold and Beautiful, OTT has come a long way because we have crossed that bridge already. Now, what we will need to do as an industry is so I will first talk from an advertiser POV, right? From an advertiser POV, we don't have a common currency of measurement yet, like television has had TAM and now has VAR. We don't have a common currency. Every other OTT player claims to be the #1 OTT player in the country today, because the numbers are not validated. The numbers are not validated by a common currency research organization. That is #1. If that is not happening, then it's a function of reach and frequency. Now, if it's a function of reach and frequency, it will always become the supporting platform to support your brand. You will do your main brand spends on offline media, but when you need data points and when you need reach and frequency, you will use digital platforms. That's #1. #2 is, yes, there has to be a uniformity in how a digital platform communicates and invites consumers on it, right? There is no uniformity as of now, #1. And #2, and the last piece here is, if we really need to grow as the first screen of choice, we need to build the basics right. I mean, till now, the assumption was India doesn't pay for content. In 2021, there were about 100 million people in this country who paid for content. 100 million, which is 1/10 of India, and that's a huge number. So if that number has to grow from an AdX POV, and if the advertising has to grow, then the basics needs to be right.
Okay, I think Abhishek, fantastic feedback, fantastic thought process, because what we are looking now from a pessimism to an optimism and from an evolution to a revolution, and that's the positive side of things. But Sasha, how do you want to add up the entire things? Because the sheer numbers of being 1/10, growing 2x, 3x, or 10x the size, maybe in the next 10 years we could be bigger, or bigger than America in terms of sheer numbers, in terms of SWOT and AWOT. What's your whole take on this entire thing based on the panel's feedback?
So the thing is, what I'm thinking right now is, look, there's no doubt that this is it, right? This is only going to grow. This is going to be the journey. And there's also no doubt that this is an evolving journey. So as we go forward, there will be newer and newer problems. As Abhishek said, broadband was a problem back then, and now we have all of the other problems that were listed by the panel. So there is, for me, no doubt that this is it. It's only going to grow. Problems will keep coming. It's an evolving journey. We will keep solving. I think from a pure startup and brand point of view, I think right now what ails us is actually very basic and very tactical. It's actually our speed of execution. It's the fact that, brands are not being able to execute their fantastic ideas in time to keep up with what the user wants, because the user is ever demanding, ever changing. And because of this entire OTT platform and the fact that so much content is available to them already, it's so quick. They're so quick. So I think what ails brands right now is actually a very tactical challenge. I think digital marketing, OTT platforms, and all of the larger pieces, that is an evolving journey.
Okay, great. I think we have got a very good feedback from all the panel put together, be it on the positive sides and also the next, disadvantage side. But having put across, what is the broad framework of branded content looking like? Because branded content, everybody now talks about branded content. Every agency, cell, body, organization, OTTs have opened the branded content space. Now, how does it look in the next 2 years or 3 years? How is the investment going to be in the branded content? Do you see that being the next big thing, is what the question is. I would say I would quickly go with Amit because I think I could hear, would like to have insights from the brand side to figure out how branded content is going to change and evolve. Amit?
So just one quick pointer in this direction when it comes to branded content. I think we become highly opportunistic, I guess, when it comes to the branded content side, which is okay. I don't disregard that. But the bigger question is, are you looking at the larger picture? Are you able to sustain that strategy and ensure that the consumers, which in fact Sasha spoke about, that they are ever demanding, they are ever changing. Are you able to fulfill that appetite, because of which you'll be then having that strong recall within the stakeholders? I think that's one point which always gives me, which always makes me a little uncomfortable whenever there is a like a commitment or a planning that needs to be done on a larger scale when it comes to the branded content.
Okay. So by and large, the definition of branded content needs to be revisited or relooked or rehashed or reinvested as something which one needs to look at. But having said that, let's hear from the most experienced person in this room, from Krishna sir. Krishna sir, what do you think? How does a branded content look like? I mean, what's your take, and how that evolution can be brought into reality?
Well, if we try and draw parallels with, say, television, branded content somehow, though it's a powerful idea, has not been actually fructified, or it's not able to translate into real dove for both, I'm saying, advertisers as well as broadcasters. And likewise, I'm forcing slight concerns as far as digital as a platform is concerned as well. Wherein the moment you speak about branded content, I think somewhere there is definitely a sort of area where there is a resistance, a point of resistance, and that is the costing aspect. I think if that is somehow worked upon, I think branded content can actually work as a win-win for both the platform as well as the advertiser. I think there is immense possibility as far as branded content is concerned.
Okay, sir. I think, again, very good insights, but surely we could hear more from Puneet, what he needs to add here from what has been added by Amit and Krishna, sir. So, Puneet, what's your take?
On the branded content, I think it is basically the consumers are coming to platforms to listen to stories. So to merge a brand into the storyline so that it comes out very effortlessly, very subtly, and the customer or the viewer doesn't feel that he is being shown an advertisement in the garb of content, is very important. And that's a very fine line that that both the producer and the brand have to work together. My brand will not be very upfront and in your face kind of thing, because then it will not work for anyone. So that's one thing. And second thing, which Krishna sir pointed out, costing. I mean, we've been working on branded content for the last 3-4 years now, and I've seen the costs shoot up like anything in the recent past. So much that we've kind of taken a break on branded content because the prices have gone up a lot. In spite of the fact that OTTs are giving out a lot of money to get content, to acquire content, but as brands, we are being asked for a lot more than we are comfortable.
Okay, Sasha, how do you counter that? It's basically ROI versus expectations. So ROE, as you say. So where does this fall? What's that litmus test you're looking at?
I'm just going to answer the question a little bit differently, because I actually don't want to counter. I think these are all very valid points. The fact is that, as a brand and also as a digital strategist today, like, I don't use the word branded content anymore. And I'll tell you why. I think there is a very stark difference in brands specifically, in brands using branded content tactically, which is one sponsorship here or one placement here, or this is a tie-up that we're going to do with this XYZ show. And then there is, and on the other side, you have brands who have content to commerce in their DNA, which is really the direction that all brands should be in right now. If not already there, then that is the direction all brands should be going at, because that is what the consumer wants. The consumer wants very clear content to commerce sort of in their lives. You know, they want to consume content and then they want to buy that same product also. So the consumer does not see it so different anymore. They don't see brand very different from the content they're consuming, and it is really up to us brands to seamlessly integrate over here. So for me, the important thing is to build this content to commerce DNA anywhere and everywhere. Because then what happens is that at every touch point of yours, right, whether it is a single social media post, whether it is the marketing spends on digital ads that you're doing, or whether it's the larger spends on OTT, as Mr. Krishna and Mr. Puneet were mentioning, whether it's that as well, you've nailed it, because engagement is coming first. If you have a content to commerce DNA, you are always engagement first. Once you are engagement first, then the brand plug follows seamlessly. So you can plug in your brand anywhere and everywhere. You are not dependent on costs. You're not dependent on, other players coming to you with a proposal and saying, this is the best way to plug your brand, because you're doing it every day for your consumer. So I think, sorry to sum up that rather passionate couple of lines, I would say that we shouldn't think branded content. Content to commerce is really the way to go. It should always 100% be integrated.
Abhishek, what do you think? Branded content is of the past. Engagement is the new language to look at. What's your take? Because you have a very broader gauge and a wider spectrum to this.
Ron, honestly, I'm very surprised that branded content has not seen the kind of uptake that it should have, to be very honest with you. I mean, let me take a step back, right? Pre-cable and satellite era of Indian entertainment, when producers and showmakers had to pay Doordarshan for slots, right, to put their shows and soaps on Doordarshan, right? And that changed when cable and satellite came in, and they had to pay the producers and the showmakers X cost. The disadvantage, I can understand branded content not flying on television because there are basically two major disadvantages. One is either you buy the slot or you share the revenues, right? And number two is a piece of content on television doesn't stay for perpetuity. It has a shelf life for a maximum of a week. One episode has a shelf life of a week, wherein in come the digital world, anything uploaded onto the digital world stays there for perpetuity. So if a piece of content stays for perpetuity and has a lifetime value to the power infinity, it effectively means that your brand also stays there for infinity. So that is the value that the brand marketers and the industry is not seeing, number one. Number two, we are still measuring branded content in terms of reach and engagement because we are still treating it as a support content exposure to a specific product launch of a specific brand, right? If there is a new bike launch, I will make a travel branded content around it of 6 episodes, and that's about it. But the mother brand stays there. That's number one. I mean, the brand stays up on the digital world for perpetuity, and that is not calculated when we calculate the lifetime value of that piece of content, number one. Number two, even if you look at reach and engagement, unlike television or unlike any other entertainment mediums, digital inventory is actually has no end. It is again to the power of infinity. There is not a 24-hour slot that I need to fill on a digital medium. Hence, the inventory is more and ample than what we can fill. And if we as an advertising or a brand fraternity can't take advantage of these two basic pointers, consumers will continue to watch advertising, a 30-second ad or a pre-roll and a mid-roll, and will stop engaging with the brand very soon, because for them advertising has become a way of life.
Okay, right, Abhishek. I think great feedback from the panel. Largely, what I gather here is the content is timeless. It has a timeless shelf life, and it has no expiry date, but also probably engaging, but also needs to evolve in terms of ROI. I think it's a very brave thought process, and also you guys have been very forefront in putting your points together. But having said that, what will be the next phase in terms of content? Okay, we have India divided into two. One is India and then versus Bharat. So are we going to have a premium content which is going to drive in terms of the ROIs, or is it going to be a massy content where we say, oh, India's mass based, so let's figure out how we begin to bring this content together? Is it a huge gap which we are trying to now build in here, where we say, okay, South Bombay, South Delhi, or is it going to be a mass kind of setup where everyone says, okay, I like the Telugu movies, I want to watch some 14 fights and enjoy the entire music lineage which you're trying to put? I will give back now to Abhishek again, because I think he will give a more insights put together here. Abhishek, how do you see this?
Ron, it is a fundamental law of business, right? One product can't appease or appeal to everyone. It is what Philip Kotler had taught me in my MBA school, that one product is not universal. I mean, there will be Louis Vuittons of the world, and there will be Big Bazaars of the world. Now, as a platform and as an enabler of entertainment, or as a first screen of choice, we need to take a call. Where do we have to stand, and what is the need gap that we are trying to fill of the consumer? If we as a business ecosystem are able to identify the need gap of that particular set or cohort of consumers, then we are home. Unfortunately, I would go to an extent of saying that process has started, but we still don't know. And we don't know that because we are just 5 years old. Content constantly, upsells itself and constantly changes every day. So if that happens, then the consumption also changes every day. Yes, there is an India and there is a Bharat, but there is a market of opportunity and there is a market of consumption for every piece of content. And me being a firm believer that a good piece of content will find its own viewer. It does not mean that if it is not an expensive content, if you don't have Shah Rukh Khan in that show, does not mean that it will not be consumed. No, that's not the case anymore. It will be consumed if it tells a very definitive and an engaging story.
Great, Abhishek. I think you filled a lot of gaps here. But I will now go to Puneet, because Puneet would give a lot of insights about how this entire content business is changing. Is it going to be the Mac who is going to suit your profile, or is it going to be Vada Pav or something? I'm going to ask a question based on the huge, massive population which we have.
So to each his own. Each brand will look for their own set of consumers. For us in financial services, we want to reach out to the masses. Right, we want to make sure that, especially when it comes to product like mutual funds, which is right now concentrated largely among the top few cities of the country, we want to go more local, more regional. So that is what we are looking at. We're looking at regional content. We're looking at regional OTT platforms. How can we reach out to the masses is something that we are looking at. And I think depending on what the brand is looking for, they will choose this or that.
Great. I think we would take more insights from Krishna sir. I think he'll be the best in this podium because he's got the last mile run here amongst all of us. And since he's got a legend brand, he would give a better and a larger insights. Krishna sir, over to you.
Absolutely. Yeah, Ron. Yes. What we can clearly see is, first and foremost, content obviously is very, very critical. But then, so like Abhishek mentioned, so one size fits all will be a slightly a difficult proposition in any industry, any category that you look in. So likewise, OTT. So you have OTTs which are subscriber led, and then there are OTTs which are free, like MX Player or so. And so the intent is likewise. If you again draw a parallel with television, let's say. So you, of course, you had Doordarshan, and eventually you had cable and satellite, and now you have pay TV, what you call is, and then you have free to air. So platforms like Free Dish. So clearly we can see a differentiated content coming in, evolving. So this is taking a lot of time, and this is slowly and steadily evolving. So what has happened is, for a brand, mass brand like Parle, which caters to as little as like a population, small village with a population of about 500 people. So a platform like free to air actually is an apt medium. So if I want my ad to be seen by that audience, so it makes immense sense for me to be actually available on a platform like DD Free Dish, for that matter. So likewise, so then you have players, then the medium. So what are the mediums? So you have players coming in like Star Utsav, for example. So, and they thought of initially having reruns. So whatever content was made for the metros, so they thought, okay, this is an audience which is not exposed. Can we actually give an access to such a content to these people? And slowly and steadily, we started seeing huge ratings coming in for these reruns, for a new audience, untapped audience at all. And of course, there were many takers in terms of advertisers. But now the latest trend is we are seeing that even these free-to-air channels actually have thought of, why not give a content for Bharat? So of course, we have seen, so of course, likewise, if you look at OTT, so you'll have Netflix and Disney Hotstar and Amazon Prime, for that matter, which will keep giving out premium content. But at the same time, there will be some players which will definitely like to appeal to a different set of audience. So you have platforms like Eros now and a few others, actually, even MX Player for that matter, which is having a large appeal to a certain set of mass audience. And this is further going to evolve as we progress, and players are definitely going to look at giving customized and focused content and build base. And I think that's the biggest thing. So content would come little later. So as an advertiser, if I were to choose where to advertise on a Disney Hotstar versus an MX Player, if MX Player, say for example, tomorrow gives me a fantastic reach for Bharat, I would definitely opt for MX Player. For my mass brand, for my Platina brand, I might still choose maybe a Disney Hotstar, for that matter, or a Woot. Right.
Great insights, Krishna sir. I think from an FTA to content being accessible with MX, I think that's what a market speaks from Parle. But let's go quickly to Amit. I think there's a lot of action happening in that front also, being in change in technology, energy saving, etc. put together. Maybe Amit could give more broader insights, because let's there be light in the room when it comes to insights from your end.
See, whether it is India or whether it is Bharat, everybody needs light, as simple as that. So I think it all depends upon as to, as what Krishnaji mentioned, as to what's the, the objective that you have. But broadly, I think in recent past, I would say from last 10 years or so, my personal opinion is that the line between India and Bharat, I think, is beautifully merging, I think, because of the fact that maybe there is no more inhibition in the mindsets that we had earlier about, oh, it is India and this is Bharat, right? As far as it has that swag value I think, it's perfectly okay whether you are on this side or that side. That's my perspective. I think, and I think broadly, content is not only about entertainment or awareness or education. It needs to have some kind of conversation value as well. I think that's where I look at whether it is for India or whether it is for Bharat. It needs to have that value of conversation. Otherwise, you produce something, it is consumed, and the game is over. How do you build on that is of extreme importance. Example, if you look at even the narrative of Seska, wherein we started talking about saving electricity and saving money, it itself took almost 5 years for for people to understand that and get it engraved in their head permanently. And I think that's what we have achieved as a brand, I guess.
Fantastic, Amit. I think I mean, you throw a lot of light here, and I think it looks radiant as we speak. But I think we should go to Sasha. I think the glamour side of the entire layout here. Every small time a girl wants to look like Katrina or a Deepika, but I think she could throw a lot of insights, pouring it from a small town girl to the modern city girl. I mean, how do you see content brewing in here?
So I'm not going to share too many insights. One just very short piece here, and I agree with Amit in the sense that the lines are blurring. Just to be very clear, my insight is coming from a perspective, number one, of D2C, number two, of beauty. So the thing is that I think the pandemic has been a really great leveler for us in India, whether it was the fact that we saw a lot of the working population move back to their hometowns. There's been a vast increase in content hitting tier 2, tier 3, and even in terms of ads hitting tier 2, tier 3. It's really where we also started focusing on. And what we saw was that there's not much difference at all, actually. In fact, there was no difference. The emotions that make the tier 1 girl buy makeup are the same emotions that make the tier 2 and tier 3 girl buy makeup. There's really no difference. The particular ad that works for South Delhi, South Bombay works perfectly well in Kanpur and anywhere else, because it's, I think, as another person on the panel, I'm so sorry, I can't recall, mentioned about each industry having their own or will have their own audiences. In beauty, we've not really seen any kind of big change or differences. It's really the same girl.
Fantastic. What we see is the India and Bharat is merging, and over the period, I think you would be one of the biggest contributors put together. So now we go with a special panel of question, which is straight out, which are going to ask a specific question to you, to your company put together. I'm going to start with Puneet. Puneet, please tell us how is AMFI is using marketing innovations to connect with the new age audience, and can you give one example?
So we are looking at getting customers on board digitally, while the whole as an industry body. During the pandemic, you would have seen a lot of things like all the paperwork has kind of disappeared from financial services. Earlier, if you wanted to get a financial product, you would have to sign at least in 10-12 different places. A lot of the industry has moved online. A lot of it now happens in a jiffy. You can open an account, be it a mutual fund account or a demat account, in a matter of minutes. So we are trying to further improve on that. As an industry in mutual funds, there are certain aspects on the operational side that we're trying to do, and use that within our marketing to get more and more people on board.
Okay, great, Puneet. I think the next question I want to basically ask is to Krishna sir. Parle is a legacy brand, and how has it changed in the marketing ploy vis-a-vis the change in content consumption pattern post-COVID?
Post-COVID, I think we've skyrocketed. So last year, as soon as the lockdown happened, actually we were one of the first organizations to quickly restart our production, all our machines, and then the industry followed, actually, and we had a clear lead of about over 2 weeks. And we had to actually mobilize at different local levels to the government authorities, stating that our biscuits, most of our products actually form a part of the essentials, because the essentials definition was very, very vague and so there were a lot of it was left to interpretation at different levels. So we had to actually mobilize and bring all the authorities on a platform saying that, okay, a base product like Parle-G is the most essential part, and we must be allowed to start our factories. And that actually gave us a huge advantage, coupled with the fact that we had a fantastic inventory as the lockdown happened, which was absolutely unthinkable. And in a span of about 15 days, all our godowns were empty. Actually, I'll tell you, our most of our CNFs are as large as like 10,000, 20,000 square feet, and we had photographs shared by them, wherein we could actually say कि actually यहाँ पे cricket match खेल सकते हैं हम लोग, इतना खाली जगह, there is no stock, we are completely stock out. But then actually we swung into action and we geared up, and with as little as 30-35% workforce, we tried and produced almost about 70-75% of our production, and by June we were almost about 100, and actually we surpassed more than 100% production. So post pandemic there has been a complete change in gear, and I'll tell you, somewhere the flagship brand, we had seen somewhere some tapering of our flagship brand, but the pandemic has actually sort of helped us re-emerge, or there has been a huge nostalgia, and lot many consumers actually had an opportunity to go back to a brand like Parle-G and reminisce the older memories. And that has actually reinvigorated and reinfused a fantastic excitement into the brand, and we see the momentum being continued even now. So as a result, even now, so we've seen the entire market open up, but the consumption story goes on, and we are seeing a fantastic growth coming from across, be it India or Bharat, both sides.
That's fantastic, Krishna sir. I can only say that is genius.
Thank you.
But let's move to Sasha now. So Sasha, is digital advertising at the forefront to engage with the D2C sectors at this changing times?
Okay, is digital advertising at the forefront to engage? All right. So I think digital advertising is a awareness piece at this point. It is it is absolutely the top of the funnel. It is where it's the entry point to the brand. So digital advertising is really for D2C brands, the entry point. The place where you want to engage is really your owned platform. So you want to engage with them on platforms that you own, which could be either your social media platforms or your own app. So I would view it as two different things. Digital advertising is your awareness tool. It is where the entry point is, and engagement happens on your own platforms, which is your social or your app. That is really what the formula should be for D2C brands.
Great insights. Please tell us how Cisca is using new age content creation mechanism to connect with its existing newer audience.
So I'll keep it very brief because of the lack of time now. So when you look at new age content, I think we are putting a lot of energy, in exploring the possibilities in two directions. One is audio, basically because that's growing like really in leaps and bounds. And second is we also know that voice search is now, also increasing day by day. So because a lot of my products are now completely IoTized and they are talking through your apps or through voice assistants, etc. And I think that's where we are also focusing our energies as to how we can go and amplify that for the brand reasons, right? So one is your voice search, second is your audio space.
So great. I think you are enabling technology and wisely, but taking that cue forward, Abhishek, at MX, how has the SWOT business evolved over the years, and what draws more conversations organically?
S word or A word?
S word, or you can say A word. I think A word. A word would be.
So
Yeah.
I'll answer both. S word we launched 3.5 months back. And the numbers are very encouraging, purely because of as I don't know if everybody knows about it. It's not there's not how a regular content based SWOT works, because entertainment subscription across the world is based on content, but MX Gold, which is our subscription service, is essentially based on fulfilling a need gap based on certain features that our consumers have been asking for. That's number one. And the numbers are very encouraging. In fact, we have already done numbers which, I mean, a few other competitors do in a year. From an award side, 2.5, 3 years of launch, everybody knows the MX Player story, how we have grown and how we have appealed to our consumers. Please note that in the last 1 hour, I have never used the term users. I have always used the term consumers, because that is the correct definition of my viewer. Consumption has been on an all-time high. Numbers have been an all-time high. Revenues, is looking up. Advertising brands have started accepting digital platforms to invest and build brands on for the future. Yeah, I mean, it has been a very exciting ride so far, and I just hope and pray that it gets exciting going forward.
Fantastic, Abhishek. I think it's maximum MX is what I can put across, and it's looking very positive, and a lot of positive vibes from the team. Having said that, we are just closing to sum up, but there is a branded related question called the Share Chat community question of the day, and I'm leaving to Sasha to answer that. How can brands or content creators leverage live audio chat rooms for fan engagement?
Live audio chat rooms for fan engagement. I think I think we've got quite a bit of I mean, we've seen a lot of brands try and do it on Clubhouse, and I think the challenge really for brands here is, scaling. For example, you can have a very engaged conversation. That's all right. The trick is really to get people who your user wants to hear. So and also the second thing is to continue to do it. So if you do a program and you're getting users that you want to hear, or that your audience wants to hear as a brand, and you continue to do it consistently, it is going to work. It is going to engage your consumer, as Abhishek said. I'm going to actually change the word user to consumer now. I really like that point. So it's gonna work. The real trick is just finding people who have things to say that your consumer actually wants to listen to or is actually interested in. But from a brand perspective, and that a lot of content companies have actually already cracked, but from a brand perspective, I would say on audio platforms, the struggle is scalability, because scalability has already been achieved on visual platforms like an Instagram or a Facebook and things like that. You can really grow a very big community. But the lack of scaling for brands, I think that problem, if it can be solved, it will be really cool for audio platforms coming up.
Fantastic team, a fantastic panel. I say it's very exciting. So 2022, okay, it's just coming in. I just want you guys to sum up with one word. What are you looking for 2022? Let's start with Abhishek. One word.
2000, a very difficult one, but one word would be dreams.
Fantastic. So Amit?
I guess survival.
Good one. Sasha?
Straight up cash.
Wow.
Spending, generating more influx into India.
Fantastic. Krishna sir?
5G.
Sorry?
5G, I said.
Great. Sorry, Puneet?
Yeah. Being from the financial services, I would say creating wealth over the long term.
So by and large, I think everyone here in this room is looking buoyant, looking positive, looking all roaring to grow. I think the next year when we all come together, we will have this, 2x size of growth. So Abhishek, you have something to say?
So if I have to sum up that what all of us said, would be dreaming of cash surviving the 5G growth.
That's very well put. Very well put.
Yeah, very well put it. So I think I would always say that thank you so much for you guys to be around. Abhishek, Amit, Krishna sir, Sasha, and Puneet. On a high note, I would say thank you for you being there and giving us your valuable time. And also give a special thanks to IWM for putting us all together, and a big thanks and hug to Siddharth. He's actually put a lot of effort from chasing and also putting us all together. So thank you very much, and in advance wish you a great 2022.
Thank you so much, Ron. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone, for that absolutely vibrant conversation. I loved the one-word answers. And Ron, thank you very much for loving my name, Bollywood Bala. It's actually the name of my YouTube channel where I do a lot of movie reviews and web series reviews. But thank you very much once again for this wonderful session.
Great.
Guys, before we move on to our next session, time to thank our sponsors once again. Vote Presents India Web Fest Season 3, co-powered by Applause Entertainment, Pocket Aces, and Share Chat Rooms. Platinum Partner QK Digital, Virtual Event Partner Mint Labs, Media Partner Radio City, and Initiative by IWMBuzz Live. दोस्तों हमारा जो अगला सेशन है बहुत ही एक एंटरटेनिंग और इंटरेस्टिंग और एनलाइटनिंग सेशन होगा, लेकिन थोड़ा सा वक्त लगेगा, तो बने रहिए हमारे साथ. We will be back with you very, very soon.
I will tell you a word, okay, in English, and आपको मुझे उसका हिंदी में मतलब बताना है. डक को हिंदी में क्या बोलते हैं? पूछे.
डॉकिया.
खैर छोड़ो. It's called बतख.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's start the show!
Welcome to you on the Hello Presents MTV IWMBuzz Digital Award.
This is IWM Digital Awards. अब आए भैया डिजिटल के लेवल पे.
वायरल होने का राज क्या है? Because हमको भी कोई आइडिया है नहीं.
जीजा जी बांझ हैं.
अबे तो उधर है ना, मैं तेरे सगे वाला
मैं तेरे को सीरियस कर रहा हूँ.
हमें ना यहाँ आने के पहले ना एक मेल भेजा गया था जिसमें लिखा था प्लीज बी वेल ड्रेस्ड, और दिस द मैक्सिमम ड्रेस्ड लाइक यूट्यूबर कैन बी.
Speak for yourself.
Even என்னோட brother even பத்தி ஒன்று சொல்லாதடா. Even ரொம்ப in ராஜாத்திடா.
एक डोसा ते एक फिल्टर कॉफी लाया.
Soapy moves. Imagine कीजिए आप शावर में हैं. Wow, आप अपने आप को आईने में देख रहे हैं. कह रहे हैं, oh my God, what a good looking guy. उफ, साबुन आँख में चला गया.
कौन पहन रहे हैं? जन्नत पहन रही है हेडफोन. ठीक है.
Your first word is squad goals.
Okay. Squad goals. Squad goals.
Squad goals. Very good. तालियां हो जाए जन्नत के लिए.
Here you go. Give it up for Jannat!
दिल वाले दुल्हनिया ले जाएंगे, दुल्हनिया सेफ है.
Right, incredible lines like जन्नत तो मैं हूँ.
Most importantly, the viewers, because thank you so much for shelling out your time.
Name 3 things you wear under your clothes.
Boxers, boxers and boxers. Wow, beautiful.
दोस्तों में मेरे चर्चे नहीं थे, वही दोस्तों में गाने मेरे चलते हैं अब. आजकल दिखता मैं महंगे से कपड़ों में, मांगे हुए कपड़ों में था मैं गलता.
मेरे यार मेरा प्यार है जहाँ है ये निके निके शॉट्स, ये निके निके शॉट्स.
एक तरफ तस्वीर, एक तरफ तकदीर और बीच में आपका नाचीज कट पीस रणवीर.
Tiger is back.
The big picture, तस्वीर से तकदीर तक.
It's here, and I'm so excited. Yeah!
मेरे साथ बिग बॉस OTT के मजे लूट.
तेरे मेरा कुछ चक्कर चल रहा है क्या?
अरे क्या कर रही है तू मेरा? अरे काय को यार?
गेम बहुत लंबा जाएगा लोग.
Oh God, I'm so confused.
अब तो बताना ही पड़ेगा.
Where y'all up this Valentine?
That's what mutual funds are.
साहिल is dead. सुना तुमने? साहिल is dead.
यहाँ पर ओरिजिनलिटी भी है और करोड़ों दिलों का एंटरटेनमेंट भी है.
देख, मैं मार्केट में जाके भाषणबाजी करना नहीं चाहता. सीधा लोगों के भरोसे पे खेलना चाहता हूँ.
क्रिमिनल अगर क्राइम सीन क्लीन करके चला गया, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि क्राइम ही नहीं हुआ.
ये मेरा जंगल है और मैं यहाँ का शेर. मेरा ना एम्प्लॉइज के साथ गजब का कनेक्शन.
ये आदमी तो सबको डुबा के रहेगा भैया.
पकड़ना नहीं है उनको, मारना है.
कैसे भेज दूं अपने बेटे को पुलिस के हवाले?
केस जो है ना, सिर्फ वकील नहीं लड़ता, आपको भी लड़ना होगा.
It's happening again.
मैं हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता हूँ और हिस्ट्री ऐसे ही नहीं बनती, लोगों को साथ लेकर चलना पड़ता है.
Power is just an illusion. आखिर में सिर्फ रिश्ते बचते हैं.
फिर इस गेम के रूल्स मैं बनाता हूँ.
सच क्या है? Someone is stalking me.
Welcome back, everyone. You're watching Welcome back, everyone. You're watching Good Presence India Web Fest Season 3. Over to our next conversation, fireside chat on the topic, creating content for new age audience. Let's discuss. In conversation with Siddharth IWMBuzz.com, joined by Aparna Achrekar, co-founder Eve World Platform. Over to you, Siddharth.
Thank you, Sonu, for the introduction, and glad to have you with us, Aparna ma'am. And I'd like to begin by asking you to put things into perspective. Can you tell us quickly about the much talked about platform that you and Tarun sir are about to launch, the Eve World Platform? What is it all about?
Thank you so much, Siddhartha, first for inviting me, and it's wonderful to be back at the India Web Fest. Eve World Platform is a mission and a passion for us. You know, after working for over 2 decades in media, we decided to go the entrepreneurial route and wanted to create a meaningful platform, a meaningful social platform. And what better than serving women audiences, right? Women audiences globally through a platform like this. We want to create a content community and commerce platform exclusively for women, where women have the freedom to express themselves freely, where there's a sense of sisterhood, where they can form friendships, very long lasting relationships with many like them who want to come out, who want to express what they want to do, who want to talk about what they believe in, and who believe that this is a safe and a free space where they can come and be the person they are. We are built on the principles of identity, inclusion, and independence. So that's really what we want for every woman out there, whichever part of the world she is, whatever age she may be, whatever she wants to do in her life, she should be able to pursue this on this platform. We want to promote micropreneurship in a big way, right? I mean, every woman should get the financial independence that she wants, that she deserves, and be very contented and happy with what she wants to achieve in life. So yes, that's a mission that we want, and it's a passion project for all of us. It's much beyond just a new platform. It's going to be something very exciting that will launch in the next coming few months. So yes, look forward to all of you becoming a part of it.
Wonderful. It's very interesting and intriguing, ma'am. You're talking about the shifting the power from platforms to creators. Can you tell us a little bit more about maybe the different monetization and engagement models that you are looking to kind of engage within your platform?
Absolutely. So Siddharth, we've seen this in the changing, evolving ecosystem, right? Where the power really has shifted from the hands of platforms to the hands of creators, right? I mean, really gone are those days when a few studio executives could really decide what consumers wanted to watch.
Yeah.
I mean, whether it was movie studios or whether it was, TV channels, or even for that matter, the more recent OTT phenomenon. While of course a lot of it is based on consumer insights, the creator economy, the entry of an individual creator in this entire content creation economy has changed the game completely. And each creator, because of the uniqueness that they bring, right, whether they are comedy content creators, food content creators, or bloggers, parenting content creators, or how to sort of a creator, right? Creators from all backgrounds actually now have an opportunity to come and put their skill out there and have a sustainable revenue model, a sustainable monetization model coming from there. So beyond just advertising, right? I mean, advertising that may run on their content, which also happens on most platforms after a creator has reached a certain scale, right? I
mean, the programmatic revenue that they earn.
Absolutely, but that only happens when you have a certain scale, when the platform has a certain reach, or you get approached by brands, say for paid sponsorships, or paid partnerships and things
branded
like that.
Content.
For your branded content piece. So there were very limited avenues really for creators to come forward and monetize their skill, and not really everybody got an opportunity. Yes. Right, so there was the huge long tail never really got even discovery on platforms, and which is now fast changing. In fact, there has been over $1.3 billion investment that has happened in 2021 alone in various products that cater to the creator economy. There are over 50 million creators now globally, of which more than 2 million are professional content creators whose full-time profession is creating content, and there are close to more than 47 million of them who are amateur creators, who are now climbing up that ladder and seeking various innovative monetization models. At eWorld, we want to make sure that all the women creators, whether it's women creators or whether it's publishers who create content targeted at young girls and women, get the opportunity, get the avenue to come onto the platform and start monetizing their content. They can put out their credible, authentic, entertaining, fun, right, messages in a fun way, sort of content out there, and get many opportunities to earn through several different innovative monetization models. So, whether it is being able to charge a subscription for the content you put out, or whether it's being able to charge on a PPV basis. So, social commerce, live commerce, service commerce are some of the big pieces that we are looking at as opportunities for creators.
We're also looking to use new age monetization, much talked about, means like NFTs, because that also gives a lot of powers to creators to kind of engage directly with their audience and kind of monetize or tokenize the work that they are doing. So do you think IWMBuzz platform will also look at opportunities of monetization like NFTs?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, Siddharth, what we are out to create is give every creator a chance to be part of the decentralized participative economy, right? Where the power is in the hand of the creator, whether it's through the loyalty and rewards program, or whether it's through many other means, the creators will be able to put their content on the platform, or even earn from the likes, the shares, their engagement, the engagement that their followers have on the platform, or those who are watching their content have on the platform. And really what we want to do away from is an entire concept that's only based on followers of a creator. Really, engagement is the key metrics. Even if a creator is able to impact a smaller audience, but is able to make a very high impact on that smaller audience, that's much more valuable than creators who simply have huge numbers, right? So being able to give that power in the hands of a creator as to what should be the kind of monetization model that is suitable for them, how can they take part in the participative economy. Because really, with the creator economy, what has happened is from the entire bit has become very ownership led, right? Creators want to have full control, not just on their content, right? Not just on their creative, but also on the distribution of their content, which till date has been controlled only by the distribution platforms, right? So if creators and if platforms can come together and create this economy, it's a win-win for all.
I believe that at your platform, you're keeping creators' interest at the forefront. But you spoke about engagement. Now, what size does a creator have to achieve to be able to start monetization or monetizing via different avenues that you mentioned? So typically, can you answer that question, ma'am?
Siddharth, I think it's very interesting because the size of a creator, right, doesn't really matter when the economy is participative, right? When what really matters is the credibility and the authenticity of the creator, and what is the impact the creator is creating on the lives of those who are consuming her content. So really, whether it's someone who is, who may be in the nano tier currently, or who may be in the micro tier currently, or someone who may be in the high end tier currently, depending upon the genres, depending upon what her focus areas are, and depending upon what are the different engagement modes she wants to have. So our platform allows not just content publishing, it's also a community platform, right? Where creators are able to engage with their community members in much deeper ways than just reacting to the comments that that those who follow them put out. They can have a much deeper engagement by actually creating a community. So in that sense, their followers become their fans, and then the fans go on to become their super fans, right? And when your followers become your super fans, those super fans want deeper engagement with you. They may want a one-to-one session with you. They may want you to perform maybe just as part of a select audience, just have a select audience where you have a performance, or are even happy to tip you or donate to you so that you can create more content that is useful to them. So really for a creator, how does she make sure that whatever engagement she has on her platform can really become much deeper and much more meaningful and purposeful, from going from, like I said, from followers to fans to really super fans who can have much deeper levels of engagement.
Wonderful. So, ma'am, you are a content specialist. You are a very senior professional in the space. You have worked in different content distribution networks. So, when you talk about such power being given to creators, say I'm a creator, what form would you think would lead to more engagement? Is it like short form, or is it like short films, or it's webisodes or web series for that matter? So, where do you think a typical creator who's starting off and wants to start his or her career with your platform, where should be the focus be in terms of creation of content genre?
Sure. And I think it's a more inward looking question that every creator should have, because for you to be able to entertain someone or create anything meaningful or purposeful for someone else, you should first believe in what you're creating. So really, you know, when you see great comedians perform, they are having a lot more fun, and really that's the fun that's translating to you, right? You're having fun and you're laughing out loud because the person performing is having as much fun in performing, that the person is laughing at her own jokes and, you know, is really enjoying the set when she puts that out to a larger audience. So really, it doesn't have to do with what genres one should create for. If you are passionate about a certain topic, if you think you're authentic in what you can create, you must go ahead and create that content, and that's really where you will be really successful. You know, you plan out your own strategy, and you plan out your own life, and you plan out what drives you the most and what you're most passionate about, and I guess we should be good.
Wonderful. So you've spoken about different monetization potential, be it branded content or subscription-driven ads or programmatic ads as a creator grows. So how do you see eVworld playing a major, being a forefront when it comes to the overall creator economy, or what you call creatornomics in India?
Yes.
Are we still at the nascent stage, or you feel the time is right where we can, take the leap? Where do you see creator economy and eVworld kind of working hand in hand to make the next big leap, ma'am?
The timing is right, and it has never been better. The pandemic taught us, the pandemic revealed to us many wonderful creators. We all started following many of those who impacted our lives in small ways to big ways, right? From the mental health professionals who came out there and helped us cope through the emotional stress the pandemic caused us, or whether it was those wonderful food content creators who would just help you, create some great recipes at home so that you were not missing the restaurants. So there is no better timing than now. The world has opened up, and being on a platform which is meant for creators, right? This is all location agnostic. It has really nothing to do with our Indian creators out there and can they catch up with what international creators are doing. Indian creators have much more potential and have rather as much potential as any international creator. And there are platforms out there that they should explore. There are monetization models out there that they should go in for. They have to find what their calling is and what fits into what they want long term. And that's precisely what we're trying to do at eVworld. Make sure every woman content creator and every publisher who creates women-centric content should get a forum, so that whatever monetization model they want to start off, right, they don't have to be limited by the traditional ad revenue shares and only paid partnerships, right, which is there all over the place. But really, how can they tap into live commerce, into service commerce, into social commerce, and many other things, how do they make their entry into the blockchain economy and tap into that potential too? That's really the endeavor at eVworld.
So when you talk about the new age content creation space, live audio chat rooms is also something which is slowly emerging as a great means to reach out to the fans for the larger engagement. So we have a share chat room question of the day. How can brands or content creators leverage live audio chat rooms for fan engagement? Because that's also something I believe is huge when it comes to the next phase of what we are calling is Web 3.0, ma'am.
Yes, absolutely. So live audio chat rooms, it's pretty much like being almost face to face and having that intimate and having that authentic conversation with someone, right? So say I am in a live audio chat room, maybe with a famous writer or with someone who has who has created meaningful, purposeful cinema. What was the vision that drove that person? Really, how did that person reach where he or she has reached? That kind of authentic conversation can happen in live audio rooms. And today there is technology, and this technology unites everybody, right? So I may not have had access to a person like this, maybe on other forums, right? But here one simply joins a chat room and is able to have access to the most talented and some of the best people in the world, right? So yes, I mean, why not use what technology, the benefits that technology has for our betterment?
Wonderful. So I believe we are running short of time. I love this conversation, and I think due to logistics issue, we began a little late, but of course,
I'm
we'll keep
extremely
chatting.
sorry for that.
No problem with that. And when is everyone is asking, what are the typical timelines when you and Tarun sir are going to launch your Eve World platform? Any timelines for that?
Yeah, we're targeting next quarter, which is soon. Let's all have some great holidays. Let's wrap up 21, 22, and looking forward to be more with you and interacting and telling you more about eWorld platform in 22. So
absolutely, ma'am. It sounds very interesting, intriguing what you and Arun sir are building. We will again stay in touch. Thanks a lot for your time today, and hopefully we'll meet on ground at India Web Fest Season 4. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Siddhartha and Aparna ma'am, for that very, very insightful conversation. Friends, now it is time to welcome two very established industry leaders from the OTT space for a fireside chat on the topic, Make the Right Pitch, the Secret Sauce. In conversation with Deepak Sehgal, Head of Content, Applause Entertainment, joined by Nikhil Madhav, EVP and Head of Hotstar Specials. Over to you, Deepak sir.
Hi, Nikhil.
Hi, Deepak.
So 5 years ago, 5 to 7 years ago, we had nothing, and now suddenly we are churning out content by episode after episode.
Right.
Of course, India has this tendency to leapfrog into the middle of everything and create a viable user base. How do you think this digital space is evolving now, and in which direction will it head? Will there be kind of splitting of viewership into different maybe languages, genres, demographics? So can you give us some insight into that?
Yeah, sure. And firstly, thank you for having me here for this chat. I think in the last couple of years, 2-3 interesting trends that have emerged. First and foremost, the big one is that many more people today in the country are willing to pay for content. A couple of years ago, there was this big concern to say that, India is going to be largely an AVOD market and people are still not ready to pay for content. I think that has shifted, and that's very good for the overall ecosystem because it gives opportunity for people, for creators, for platforms to, have a one-on-one relationship with consumers and then create content that sort of best serves them. And, we have the financial ability to do that. So that I think is a big change that's happened. Linked to the first one is that as more and more people have come onto the premium SVOD side of the platforms, they've been exposed to a plethora of content, not only local, but also international. And what that means is that their desire for great quality content has increased substantially, right? Their expectations of what is good quality, what they want to see, the kind of stories that they want to listen or hear or watch has gone up substantially. And I'll come back to this later, but I think there as an industry, we need to do much better as creators and platforms to service that the demand for a variety of content, I don't think we've done a good enough job. The third piece is that the growth in what is vernacular content in your own language. So India needs to, or Indian content creators need to think completely beyond just Hindi, and the opportunities that are arising in terms of content consumption in individual states in a language of their preference. That's a massive trend. And the growth in vernacular content or in their language of preference, that market is growing very, very rapidly. I think the larger question that you were also asking in terms of how people are sort of consuming choices, I think there is a sort of mass of niches, especially as far as Hotstar is concerned. Given the size of the platform, our cohorts, there are multiple cohorts of people, but those cohort sizes are fairly large, and those cohorts sort of challenge the traditional definition of how you think of consumers. So a lot of times people will think this is a male focused content, or this is a female focused content, or this is for youngsters, or this is for older people. I think those are definitely getting shattered, because today you will have a 55-year-old lady in Indore watching Special Ops, and you may have an 18-year-old boy in Mumbai watching Out of Love. Whereas in your traditional definition, you may think that one is a much more male focused show, the other is a more female focused show. Those definitions are changing, and it's really interesting, insightful, and encouraging for us as creators and as platforms to see that data and be able to respond to it, because when you look at it, it suddenly opens up different perspective in your mind that, hey, this is something that this person is consuming and with so much intent, and I hadn't imagined that. So I think those are some of the broader trends, and of course the space is changing so rapidly. If we have this conversation 6 months down the line or 12 months down the line, I may be talking about some other trends, but certainly this is what we're seeing right now.
So, we made Applause made Criminal Justice for you.
Yes.
In 2 seasons. The first season was okay. It's about a male protagonist in jail. The second season was slightly more off the main tracks. I mean, it was about some serious problems that can happen in a marriage. So, when you come across content like that, which is edge of the main line, how do you all, how does Hotstar pick its concepts and ideas? Do you all do a few challenging ones? Do you all stick to one main line that, no, let's do something more which everybody understands, and, we're not challenging them? So what is your secret recipe for that?
So I think first I must start by thanking Applause for Criminal Justice. It's a big show for us. The first season was really what got us going. It did extremely well, and lo and behold, the second season actually did even better. One would again traditionally think the first season with Vikrant Massey, Jackie Shroff, male jail is something that would appeal more, whereas this is a slightly different story, but nothing like that. It's equally, in fact, a bigger hit, and attracted the same wide variety of viewers. Potentially, yes, of course, the second season had more contribution from female viewers than the first one, but overall it was very, very well received. I think when we look at what kind of concepts that we should greenlight, there are 2-3 things, and these requirements, my sense is, differs from platform to platform. Right? Everybody has their own secret sauce or their own strategy. As far as Hotstar is concerned, because we are the country's largest OTT and by a huge margin, the numbers of the people that we have on the platform is so huge that whatever content you put out, unless it moves the needle, it doesn't feel like we've done something substantial. It's so big, and our cohorts are so big, so we need to move large cohorts of people to start watching content. And that doesn't mean that you create content which is not challenging. In fact, they love to be given something which is unique, which is bold, which is not available anywhere else. I think some of the shows that we did with Applause 2 years ago were very different at that point in time, and they started off really well. Special Ops as a spy thriller, something of that size and scale and that kind of screenplay had not been seen on OTT before, and that got received very well. Out of Love was an infidelity story, but unlike other infidelity stories where people are largely, the traditional view is to say the woman should somehow accept it or try and change the husband and bring him back. This took a very different stance, a very challenging stance, to say you don't have to take it lying down, and if you're not if your spouse is cheating on you, and you can do something about it. We did a very fun, quirky comedy show called OK Computer, which some people really liked, some people didn't. But it found a great traction in youngsters who enjoyed that kind of quirky humor. Nothing, like that has been sort of tried before. And then, of course, Arya is a story of a woman, a female who eventually becomes a Dawn. So if you see, all these stories have something very different, challenging in them, but yet the themes are such that they're fairly accessible, so broad numbers of people can watch it. And that is important to us. And I would say the place that we do try and stay away from is that we don't try and put too much sort of titillation and violence for the sake of it. It may be low-hanging fruit, but that's not what Disney Plus Hotstar is as a brand. So that's a lane that you will find most of our content actually staying away from. But other than that, bold stories told well. And the second thing, Deepak, and you know this really well because you do the same, is that the passion and vision of the showrunner is extremely important. The clearer the showmaker is about the story that he wants to make, the vision behind the story, and how passionate he is about the story, is there a burning desire to tell the story, that makes a huge difference, because that passion and vision can take what seems like an average story or an average log line and make it into something substantial. On the other hand, you can have a really unique log line, but if the maker is not clear, we can struggle.
So as this, how do you see this space evolving? I mean, if you take sports, currently the presentation of sports is pretty much like what you see on TV, right? So the digital environment does give you many more ways of presenting, interacting. I know in fiction it's difficult because, as you said, there's a showrunner whose mind has written that. But in something like sports going on in front of you, is it going to evolve into something much that people can touch and feel the thing on a OTT platform?
Yeah, I think first, there are a couple of initiatives that have already happened on the sports side. So there is, Hotstar's famous watch and play game where you can predict what's going to happen in the next ball, whether it's going to be a 4 or 6 or someone's going to get out. So that provides people an opportunity to predict. And win prizes. There's opportunity to share emojis each time there is a key moment that happens in the match. Another thing that we did this year with IPL was the fan commentary, where we took people who are not traditional cricket commentators and actually got them to host commentary in a way which is much more fun. So there was a special feed on Hotstar for that kind of commentary. In the past, we've also experimented with the 360-degree feeds, where you can watch the match on your mobile phone and then turn around your phone and be able to get pretty much a 360-degree view of what's the action that's happening in the stadium. So every year, with every passing tournament, we're trying to upgrade. And you're absolutely right. We want to make sure that the experience that people have while watching sport on Hotstar is highly augmented and differentiated from what they watch on television. And it should not just be about convenience, but also the overall product experience.
So as a maker of content, if I'm pitching to Hotstar, I mean, what do I have to keep in mind while pitching? And do you all always require a track record, or newcomers are welcome with their new concepts and thoughts and ideas? At what level of cooking should the recipe be when it hits you? Can it just be a one-line idea, or you all have a certain format that you all accept in?
No, I think thank you for asking this question because, I on an individual basis, I get this asked quite often, but this is a good forum for us to be able to communicate to the larger creative community. I think the first thing that we look for is, as I said, how unique the story is, and is it sort of that way, differentiated from what we have on our pipeline already, and is it a story that can move a certain cohort of people? Why will it do that? And answering that why is quite important. But that is not relevant from a creator's point of view. That's an internal assessment that Hotstar is doing. As far as creators and makers are concerned, they should think of stories which they want to tell, irrespective of what a particular OTT's content strategy should be. Right? That's when great content comes out, not necessarily in response to briefs, but response to your own creative gut. The second piece, which I referred to, was clarity of thought. Is your pitch clear? Is your vision clear? And does your passion come through? And one of the important aspects of that, Deepak, I feel, is when people come to us and say, this is the one story that I'm really kicked about, that I'm really passionately, burningly want to tell. It is way more exciting versus if someone comes to us and says that, hey, here are 5 ideas. And out of these 5 ideas, whichever the one that you like the best, I'll make a show on that. Then it starts becoming a very, sort of commercial transaction rather than a creative transaction. It makes you question whether, somebody is really passionate about a story or is just here to make a show. And those two things are very, very different. So if you have a Bible which includes a broad story, includes the world, the key characters, episodic beat sheets, maybe even a sample first episode, I think more detail that you can provide, it's much better for us to also be able to evaluate this. What is not that great is, I've come to you with a log line, and now for me to think beyond this log line, please fund me or pay me money. Wow. Then again, it just feels like, it just didn't feel true, that this is not a story that you've worked on for 6 months. It's something that you want to tell, you already written out. The third thing that I wanted to say to the group who's watching is that a platform like Hotstar will receive anything between 70 to 80 pitches in a month. And, we're looking to do about anything between 2 to 4 shows in a month. So you can imagine that out of 80 shows, if you're, picking up maybe 6, assuming 1 or 2 may not go through development, almost 90-95% of the shows or pitches we're saying no to, right? And that obviously upsets a lot of creative people. It irritates them that I've come and my show has not gone through. But that is not a reflection on the quality of your show, right? There are many reasons why it may not be right for a particular OTT, including they may have a similar show in making. It may feel commercially too expensive to do. It may not be right for their brand strategy, and multiple reasons. You should not take that rejection as my story is not great. Maybe it's not right for this particular platform. But fortunately today there are multiple platforms creating content, and maybe the story is right for another platform, or maybe the story will become relevant for this platform a couple of years later. So I just want to make sure people don't feel disheartened just because the number of ideas coming in versus the number of ideas we actually land up picking. There is such a big gap. At any point in time, as I said, we're going to land up disappointing 95% of the people who come to us. But hopefully the balanced 10 who do create content with us will have a extremely rewarding experience, because when you put your content on a platform like Hotstar, it reaches people across the country, across the globe in a reach or a scale which is unmatched by anybody else.
One more thing I want to know is that, given that all the players in our OTT space are very data driven, does that leave any space for innovation, or does data crunching actually lead to innovation?
Right.
Does it point you in directions we haven't seen before, or it just says, okay, this is what people are watching and let's keep making?
Right. No, I'm going to answer that in two ways, including a part of the question that I didn't answer, your previous question. Are we looking for people only with a track record? That's not necessary. I think first thing I must say is that people who have a track record, you can't hold the track record against them, right? If someone has made great pieces of content, he's earned their right to, have a conversation with us. So that's not something you should hold against people who've done well. But at the same time, people who are new, who have, burning stories to tell, the door is completely open. And I'm saying this with facts. So one of our big hits from last year, which did really well, was a show called Grehan. That was produced by, show run by and created by Shailendra Jha, for whom this was, pretty much the first show that they ever did. OK Computer was created by Neil and Pooja, who originally, come from an architectural background, but over a period of time moved into this space. And that's a show that we commissioned without looking at track record, because the idea was so, so unique and exciting. Rat Films, who created 100 for us. So there are many other names in terms of shows that have launched or in the pipeline. So I think that is, the doors are open to everybody. As far as data is concerned, yes, data is extremely important in helping us make choices, and it helps us in make choices in two fronts. It gives us a sense of the size of a cohort, and the bigger the size of a cohort, you would, the chances of that being received well are higher. It also helps us making some sort of commercial decisions on, how much to value a particular show on. So it is very useful. And because Hotstar gets data from such a wide variety of content, from sports, from specials, from Bollywood movies, from TV shows, regional content, HBO, Marvel, Disney, it's really, very rich piece of information that we have to choose from. But you're right, data can tell you where the opportunity is, but eventually to make a creative decision, it's really the gut of the creator outside. Any breakthrough idea comes from, the gut of the creator, and, how well they gel with us in terms of their pitch. And I keep referring to OK Computer as a show because, it was a bold risk. Nothing in your data will say do a futuristic sci-fi comedy show set, 10 years into the future about AI and a robo which is accused of murder. So that's, where you take a creative leap. But, for which cohort we are designing that show for, the data helps us be very clear about that.
So, given that the competition is only increasing now with newer and newer players moving in, to stay competitive in this landscape is a challenge. And it will obviously rest on the content you throw out. So, do you all assess your competitor? Is there a way of assessing your competitor and saying, okay, the data there is doing this or not? It just stops with you, and then you'll have to guess what data they are crunching. So to stay competitive, what are the methods that can be used by platforms?
Sure. I think the first thing I would say is that this is a world where it's extremely important to be very consumer focused, because you have the opportunity to have that one-on-one equation with your consumer. And if you focus all your energies on serving them well, the chances are that you will win regardless of what competition is doing. I think the second piece is because we are so large in scale, much bigger than any of our competitors, both on the SVOD and AVOD side, we are in a lot of times find ourselves in uncharted territory, because no one's been able to build the kind of subscriber base in the last 3 years that Hotstar has, or the overall viewership base. So for us, we get very limited information from what competition is doing, because they're still operating at a much smaller scale. We're actually operating at a much bigger scale. And as a result, being consumer focused tends to be, where we find our more next growth opportunities and sort of what to do. And yes, we do a lot of, we get a lot of information from viewership and consumption on our old platform. But we do read what's happening on the internet, and we do pull in data from various sources, both directly, indirectly, consumer research, that all feeds into the decision making process, and that's really what sort of helps us stay competitive. And of course, Deepak, choosing the right creative partners is a great way of staying competitive. And I think the partnership that we've had with Applause and Hotstar has helped us stay competitive, because you guys have done some fantastic work for us.
And we will continue to do for you.
Absolutely.
Now, this regional space has always shown a lot of promise, but nobody seems to have actually broken the piggy bank on that one. People are, I think either they're putting in one coin at a time too slowly, or so what's happening is that, and a lot of the stories that we end up making in the national language actually emerge from these markets, these language groups. So is it that it's a fragmented viewership, so it's not worth investing so much money in that? Or because you do dub universal language product into the regional languages. So one is, do those people in those regions watch in their language preferably, or do they watch the Hindi and then watch that? It is just something, it'd be a nice thing to know.
Sure. I think we haven't done a great job of making content for local languages. And I think there have been two reasons. One, a lot of times platforms running out of Mumbai have defined their regional strategy as, I have made 2 shows in Marathi, 1 in Bengali, 2 in Tamil, 3 in Malayalam, and that's my regional strategy. Which is like saying, I have had 12 regional shows in the year. But for a consumer sitting in Tamil Nadu or Karnataka or Kerala or Bengal, by launching 2 shows in the year, he's not going to feel that this is a brand which is talking to him, right? You're not doing them service. They want to be serviced in the same way as somebody sitting in Delhi and Mumbai, for which you're creating this whole plethora of Hindi content. So I think you have to define your strategy as, if I'm going into in Tamil Nadu, then I need to create Tamil language content in a very substantial volume that appeals to those people. And we have been a little deliberate in that. And, you will see over the next 6 months that our strategy is, once we enter the market, we're going to be continuously serving those consumers. In the last 2-3 months, we've got fairly aggressive in Tamil content and Telugu content, and those drops are happening almost every 15 days. So that's the frequency with which we are launching new content. And this, of course, rides over and above all the content that we have from Star Vijay and Star Ma, as well as the dubbed languages in cricket commentary, etc. So we want to make it feel that way. And I think the second challenge is that you need to have organizational heft behind it. So have people, boots on the street who understand that local culture, that market much better than someone sitting over here can. And they have the relationships in the market, they have the consumer insight. Unless you put those people and empower them to take those decisions locally, you will never be able to do justice. So I think those are the 2 places where potentially the OTT industry has not done a great enough job. And I think there's an opportunity to change that, and we certainly are changing that.
You all have this big investment in sports which occupies reams of time and in viewing time. Does that audience convert to your, say, series programming or your other programming? Is it a conversion that is, a trickle, or is it like, oh God, I saw that promo, I must see that show? That data you must be having of people converting afterwards.
I think the short answer is absolutely. A lot of those people who come to watch cricket eventually land up watching some other piece of content, and that's their choice in terms of whether they pick a series or a movie or English content or television content, whatever. But it is also something that we work very actively towards. So it's not just that you bring them onto the platform cricket and automatically this will happen. We work hard to communicate to them, to cater our product in a way that it serves them the right kind of content choices that we feel that they may be interested in. So yes, a lot of them do watch entertainment after coming for cricket, but it's a continuous effort to keep, making that funnel grow. Also because our funnel for people who are coming and watching cricket on Hotstar is also been rapidly increasing every year. So every year there are more people who are coming in, and we serve them different kinds of communication to make sure that they're watching entertainment as well. And vice versa, there are also a lot of people who come in, maybe on the back of a piece of entertainment content, they become subscribers of Hotstar. But next time round, when there is a cricket tournament, they will land up sampling cricket on Hotstar. So it's a pretty virtuous cycle that way.
And finally, what do you think are the challenges that are facing this sector, or any current ailments that you think that need to be corrected for this sector to really explode?
I would say three, Deepak. First is, and I think ailment, in the first case, the ailment is a strong word to use, but I do think we need many more writers, because great content starts from a great script. We must have more writers. We must celebrate our writers in a bigger fashion. We must remunerate our writers in a bigger fashion. So I think writing is extremely important. And we've improved in the last 2-3 years, but I do acknowledge the fact that, unlike movies or television, where we've had long histories running into decades of, practicing good writing, I think series writing or creating for OTT is very, very new. So even our ecosystem of writers is learning that, but there is a long way to go. I think we're still scraping the surface. Second one we just alluded to, I think we need to do a much better job of serving content to our consumers in local languages, and we must do that in a much more sort of meaningful way. So that's those are a couple of immediate things. And the third one really would be from a variety of content. I think we've not just served enough variety of genres. It seems to be still very crime and dark focused. I think there are many more moods of a consumer which we must tackle, and genres, formats, long form, short form, because their needs in the day are different, their mental mind space is different. So it's not that they only want to watch on a Friday evening a crime thriller trying to figure out who killed whom. And I think just in those choices we need to get much broader to serve our consumers better as an industry.
So thank you so much, Nikhil. Very informative. And we look forward to continuing our partnership successfully for many, many years.
Thank you for doing this, Deepak.
Thank you very much, Deepak ji and Nikhil ji, for that wonderful and insightful fireside chat. Friends, it's time for a tea break now. जाइए चाय पीजिए, कॉफी पीजिए और जल्दी लौटिए, क्योंकि हम आपके साथ होंगे in exactly 15 minutes from now. So see you soon.
I will tell you a word, okay, in English, and आपको मुझे उसका हिंदी में मतलब बताना है. डक को हिंदी में क्या बोलते हैं? पूछे.
डॉकिया.
खैर छोड़ो. It's called बतख.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's start the show! Welcome to you on the Hello Presents MTV IWMBuzz Digital Award. This is IWM Digital Awards. अब आए भैया डिजिटल के लेवल पे.
वायरल होने का राज क्या है?
बिकॉज़ हमको भी कोई आइडिया है नहीं.
जीजा जी बांझ हैं.
अबे तो उधर है ना, मैं तेरे सगे वाला
मैं तेरे को सीरियस कर रहा हूँ.
हमें ना यहाँ आने के पहले ना एक मेल भेजा गया था जिसमें लिखा था प्लीज बी वेल ड्रेस्ड, और जिसका मैक्सिमम ड्रेस्ड लाइक यूट्यूबर कैन बी.
Speak for yourself.
Even you know brother, even पति मुंडू सुला देड़ा, even रंबो इन राजा तीड़ा.
एक डोसा ते एक फिल्टर कॉफी ले आया.
Soapy moves. इमेजिन कीजिए आप शावर में हैं। वाओ, आप अपने आप को आईने में देख रहे हैं, कह रहे हैं ओह माय गॉड व्हाट अ गुड लुकिंग गाय। उफ, साबुन आंख में चला गया।
कौन पहन रहा है? जन्नत पहन रही है हेडफोन। ठीक है। योर फर्स्ट वर्ड इज स्क्वाड गोल्स।
Okay. Squad goals. Squad goals.
Squad.
Squad goals.
गोल्स, स्क्वाड गोल।
वेरी गुड, तालियां हो जाए जन्नत के लिए।
Here you go. Give it up for Jannat!
दिल वाले दुल्हनिया ले जाएंगे, दुल्हनिया सेफ है।
Write incredible lines like जन्नत तो मैं हूँ.
Most importantly, the viewers, because thank you so much for shelling out your time.
Name 3 things you wear under your clothes.
Boxers, boxers and boxers.
Beautiful.
दोस्तों में मेरे चर्चे नहीं थे, वही दोस्तों में गाने मेरे चलते हैं अब। आजकल दिखता मैं महंगे से कपड़ों में, मांगे हुए कपड़ों में था मैं गलता।
मेरे यार मेरा प्यार है जहाँ है ये निके निके शॉट्स, ये निके निके शॉट्स।
एक तरफ तस्वीर, एक तरफ तकदीर और बीच में आपका नाचीज कटपीस रणवीर।
Tiger is back.
The big picture, तस्वीर से तकदीर तक।
It's here and I'm so excited. Yeah!
मेरे साथ बिग बॉस OTT के मजे लूट।
मेरा कुछ चक्कर चल रहा है क्या? अरे क्या कर रही है तू मेरा? काय को यार?
गेम बहुत लंबा जाएगा लोग।
Oh God, I'm so confused.
अब तो बताना ही पड़ेगा।
Where y'all love this Valentine?
That's what mutual funds are.
साहिल is dead. सुना तुमने? साहिल is dead.
यहाँ पर ओरिजिनलिटी भी है और करोड़ों दिलों का एंटरटेनमेंट भी है।
देख, मैं मार्केट में जाके भाषणबाजी करना नहीं चाहता, सीधा लोगों के भरोसे पे खेलना चाहता हूँ।
क्रिमिनल अगर क्राइम सीन क्लीन करके चला गया, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि क्राइम ही नहीं हुआ।
ये मेरा जंगल है और मैं यहाँ का शेर। मेरा ना एम्प्लॉइज के साथ गजब का कनेक्शन।
ये आदमी तो सबको डुबा के रहेगा भैया।
पकड़ना नहीं है, उनको मारना है।
कैसे भेज दूं अपने बेटे को पुलिस के हवाले?
केस जो है ना, सिर्फ वकील नहीं लड़ता, आपको भी लड़ना होगा।
It's happening again.
मैं हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता हूँ और हिस्ट्री ऐसे ही नहीं बनती, लोगों को साथ लेकर चलना पड़ता है।
Power is just an illusion. आखिर में सिर्फ रिश्ते बचते हैं।
फिर कर। इस गेम के रूल्स मैं बनाता हूँ।
सच क्या है? Someone is stalking me. कोई तो भरपाई करेगा।
सपने वही प्रश्न उठाते हैं जो मन सुलझा नहीं सकता।
कौन कहता है यहाँ सच की जीत होती है? यहाँ वही जीतता है जिसके हाथ में बंदूक होती है।
This is an act of war.
Keep your friends close, enemies closer.
I think मुझे तुमसे प्यार हो जाएगा।
अरे जब उसको लॉयर चाहिए नहीं तो मेरे को सेल्फी खींचने के लिए बुलाया आपने।
नमस्कार, मैं हूं वीरेंद्र सहवाग और मैं 26 नवंबर को शाम 7 बजे आ रहा हूं शेयर चैट लाइव ऑडियो चैट रूम में।
I will tell you a word, okay, in English, and आपको मुझे उसका हिंदी में मतलब बताना है। डक को हिंदी में क्या बोलते हैं? पूछे।
डॉकिया।
खैर छोड़ो। It's called बतख।
Ladies and gentlemen, let's start the show! Welcome to you on the Hello Presents MTV IWMBuzz Digital Award. This is IWM Digital Awards. अब आए भैया डिजिटल के लेवल पे।
वायरल होने का राज क्या है?
बिकॉज हमको भी कोई आइडिया है नहीं।
जीजा जी बांझ हैं।
अबे तो उधर है ना, मैं तेरे सगे वाला
मैं तेरे को इंट्रोड्यूस कर रहा हूँ।
हमें ना यहाँ आने के पहले ना एक मेल भेजा गया था जिसमें लिखा था प्लीज बी वेल ड्रेस्ड, जिस द मैक्सिमम ड्रेस्ड लाइक यूट्यूबर कैन बी।
Speak for yourself.
Even you know no brother, even पत्ती मुंडू सुला देड़ा, even रंबा इन राजा तीड़ा।
एक डोसा ते एक फिल्टर कॉफी ले आया।
Soapy moves. Imagine कीजिए आप शावर में हैं। वाओ, आप अपने आप को आईने में देख रहे हैं, कह रहे हैं oh my god what a good looking guy। उफ, साबुन आँख में चला गया।
कौन पहन रहा है? जन्नत पहन रही है हेडफोन। ठीक है। Your first word is squad goals.
Okay. Squad goals. Squad goals.
Squad.
Squad goals.
Goals. Squad goals.
Very good. तालियां हो जाए जन्नत के लिए।
Here you go. Give it up for Jannat.
दिल वाले दुल्हनिया ले जाएंगे, दुल्हनिया सेफ है।
Write incredible lines like जन्नत तो मैं हूँ।
Most importantly, the viewers, because thank you so much for shelling out your time.
Name 3 things you wear under your clothes.
Boxers, boxers and boxers. Beautiful. दोस्तों में मेरे चर्चे नहीं थे, वही दोस्तों में गाने मेरे चलते हैं अब। आजकल दिखता मैं महंगे से कपड़ों में, मांगे हुए कपड़ों में था मैं गलता है।
मेरे यार मेरा प्यार है जहाँ है ये निके निके शॉट्स, ये निके निके शॉट्स।
तरफ तस्वीर, एक तरफ तकदीर और बीच में आपका नाचीज कटपीस रणवीर।
Tiger is back.
The big picture, तस्वीर से तकदीर तक।
It's here and I'm so excited. Yeah!
मेरे साथ बिग बॉस OTT के मजे लूट।
मेरा कुछ चक्कर चल रहा है क्या? अरे प्यार नहीं है तू मेरा। अरे साइको यार।
गेम बहुत लंबा जाएगा लोग।
Oh God, I'm so confused.
अब तो बताना ही पड़ेगा।
Where y'all up this Valentine?
That's what mutual funds are.
साहिल is dead. सुना तुमने? साहिल is dead.
यहाँ पर ओरिजिनलिटी भी है और करोड़ों दिलों का एंटरटेनमेंट भी है।
देख, मैं मार्केट में जाके भाषणबाजी करना नहीं चाहता, सीधा लोगों के भरोसे पे खेलना चाहता हूँ।
क्रिमिनल अगर क्राइम सीन क्लीन करके चला गया, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि क्राइम ही नहीं हुआ।
ये मेरा जंगल है और मैं यहाँ का शेर। मेरा ना एम्प्लॉइज के साथ गजब का कनेक्शन।
ये आदमी तो सबको डुबा के रहेगा भैया।
पकड़ना नहीं है उनको, मारना है।
कैसे भेज दूं अपने बेटे को पुलिस के हवाले?
केस जो है ना, सिर्फ वकील नहीं लड़ता, आपको भी लड़ना होगा।
It's happening again.
मैं हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता हूँ और हिस्ट्री ऐसे ही नहीं बनती, लोगों को साथ लेकर चलना पड़ता है।
पावर इज जस्ट एन इल्यूजन। आखिर में सिर्फ रिश्ते बचते हैं।
फिर इस गेम के रूल्स मैं बनाता हूँ।
सच क्या है?
Someone is stalking me.
कोई तो भरपाई करेगा।
सपने वही प्रश्न उठाते हैं जो मन सुलझा नहीं सकता।
कौन कहता है यहाँ सच की जीत होती है? यहाँ वही जीतता है जिसके हाथ में बंदूक होती है।
This is an act of war.
Keep your friends close, enemies closer.
Welcome back, everyone. You're watching Good Presence India Web Fest Season 3, co-powered by Applause Entertainment, Pocket Aces, and Share Chat Rooms. Platinum partner QK Digital, virtual event partner Mint Labs, media partner Radio City, and initiative by IWMBuzz Live. Now to the next Power Pack panel, a panel discussion where the topic is impact and importance of live audio chat rooms in digital entertainment. In conversation with Manish Batavia, anchor, joined by Shashank Shekhar, Senior Director of Content Strategy and Operations for Moj and Share Chat, Shubha Srinivasan Iyer, Vice President Head, Media Services, Godrej Consumer Products, Shrenik Gandhi, Co-founder and CEO, White Rivers Media, Sumer Pasricha, Indian actor, singer, and businessman. Over to you, Manish.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. My name is Manish Batavia, and today on day one of season 3 of the India Web Fest, let's dive deep into the world of the business of live audio chat rooms in digital entertainment. Now, in an era of a million distractions where more and more content platforms are vying for the consumer's attention and bandwidth, one can safely say that there are really more hours in a day available to the ears than the eye. There's clearly a rise in screen fatigue. And so is a live audio chat room the perfect form of escape? With or without empirical evidence, the general belief is that it is most certainly an escape for the consumer. And so to understand the rising phenomena of live audio chat rooms from 4 different perspectives, we're joined by 4 domain experts who are very well placed to look at this subject from 4 very varied perspectives. Shashank Shekhar, Senior Director of Content Strategy and Operations for Moj and ShareChat, joins us to give us a content and a business perspective on it. Subhash Srinivasan Iyer, who is Vice President and Head Media Services, Godrej Consumer Products, has spent years working with and engaging with brands, whether it's above the line or below the line. She has a substantial understanding of the OTT space as well, and she'll tell us how brands look at this live audio chat phenomenon. Also joining us is Shrenik Gandhi, co-founder and CEO, White Rivers Media, who will tap into his vast reservoir of experience and insight and his innate understanding of the psyche of brands to give us an agency perspective on it. And our 4th panelist is possibly the most performing arts inclined person in this conversation, Sumir Pasricha, an Indian actor, singer, and a businessman who also often masquerades as the irrepressible Pammi auntie in the digital orbit. Sumir brings in a unique creative and content perspective for us today. I'll start with Shashank, who is really at the heart of this live audio chat revolution at ShareChat. Shashank, ShareChat is clearly championing the cause of live audio content for a vast audience, especially in the tier 2 markets. Would it be safe to say that live audio chat rooms are the 3 big buzzwords for brands, content creators, agencies, and social media platforms these days in the digital world, that is? Now, give us an overview on the subject from a ShareChat perspective.
Absolutely right. So I think live audio chat rooms is a very interesting content format, right? Which was kind of possible earlier on the radio, but with the kind of experience an internet platform or the mobile platform can provide, right? It is becoming more and more immersive, right? So it's kind of a very unique content format, as we kind of typically say in the content and product sense, right? And it has been a kind of pretty amazing journey for us, right? So we started this as an experiment that during the first lockdown in April 2020, that hey, let's give something to the user community to engage with each other, right? And that's how it was born, right? A very simple tool for people to come together and just talk. And from there, like we have seen continuous innovation from the user communities, from the creators on this, right? And that has been kind of improving day on day, right? So starting from casual conversations, right? So now we're witnessing a plethora of activities, so much diversity of the use cases and content which is coming on, right? So moving on from the user community, professional creators kind of taking it up, right? Now we see social gaming, we see astrology, devotion, then celebrities and influencers coming in up, right? So we have seen cricketers, entertainment celebrities, people coming for movie promotion. So within a short span of time, I think the use cases have increased exponentially, and all the credit goes to, I think, our creative people, the creator community particularly. So from a platform standpoint, I think this is a very interesting format for consumers to connect with each other, right? It's a very interesting format to spend time, right? To kind of pass your time or to learn something new or kind of engage in any meaningful discussion or conversation. From a creator point of view, I think there had been, a bunch of creators who were just missing out from the digital action, right? Who are, let's say, camera shy, or who are not like really comfortable with the video format, right? And there has, there is a great deal of talent available, right? So that's, I think, number one, it becomes a huge opportunity for all such creators. Apart from that, for creators who are, let's say, creating other types of content as well, right? It becomes a very interesting format for them to connect with their fans and audiences. And this is not just for creators; it goes up to influencers and the topmost celebrities of India, like Akshay Kumar of the world, right? So I think as a platform, both from the creators' point of view and from the consumers' point of view, it's a great format, and it has been doing phenomenal. Currently, starting from zero, almost 18, 20 months back. Currently, in this year we have witnessed almost 21 million chat rooms being hosted, right? More than 2 billion minutes streamed, in a month, right? Average user is spending more than 30 minutes just on the chat room. So it's kind of becoming huge, and I think we're still in the early stages of that option, and this is going to go beyond any imagination going forward.
Right. My next question is for both Subha and Shrenik. In above the line advertising or mainline advertising, as they call it, there is this pressure of telling a story succinctly and effectively in 30 seconds. Now, if brands and agencies were to look at live audio chat rooms as a vehicle or a mode of talking to their end consumer, how different are the dynamics going to be? How do you see brands and advertisers or agencies responding to the immense potential of live audio chat rooms? Subha?
So great question, Manish. And first of all, I want to just thank all you guys that it's a great opportunity to connect and meet with all of you. And thank you, IMW, for inviting me here. Very glad to be here. To answer your question, Manish, yes, you rightly said that we've always been under pressure, In fact, we don't have even 30 seconds. Now we are under pressure to communicate stories in 20 seconds, or in fact, the average commercial duration has been successively going down at a rate in the last 20 years that I've seen. It's come down to effectively something like 18, 19 seconds. Okay, so yes, it's a tough one for us to tell a story. But having said that, our job is to basically target and connect with our audiences, right, as a brand and business. And for that, it's not only the TVC. Of course, TVCs are most popular because they are very powerful ways of narrating a story. But our audiences are also all ears, literally, right? So we've had radio forever in this country and in this world, and we've had great successes in terms of radio programming, and radios created a lot of stars. That's audio as a medium. And the way I would see it is, it's a great potential for two reasons. In the current context, people, especially when they are getting so fatigued in terms of seeing something and getting so sort of distressingly engaged across multi-sensory kind of impact, to me, audio is a great relief, because I love audio. Okay, and who of us does not love music? We all do. And music transcends everything, right? So that's where audio falls. It's beautiful as a medium. I love it. And what I see as a huge potential is that the beauty with which, you connect in a country like ours, which is so diverse, with so many segments, so many age groups, so many languages, it's a win-win for both creators and audiences. And if wherever that happens, I think it's great for an advertiser in a business like ours. Today you ask me to speak Devanagari or speak Urdu, you can beautifully narrate a story in those respective languages, and I think that's the brilliance. So honestly, I see only potential, and I see only fabulous growth coming up our way. So
Frank, the same question to you as well. How different is the dynamic as compared to a 10, 20, 30-second TVC? Here it's very different. That plus our brands, your clients, you work with a lot of young brands who have a lot of money, massive marketing budgets. Are they opening up? Are they warming up to the idea of brand and content integrations on live audio chat rooms?
Yeah. So firstly, again, thank you very much for having me around. And I'm also glad to be a co-panelist. With all of you have been, of course, ShareChat has been one of my top, opened apps on my phone. So I'm glad to be, sitting right next. Of course, Godrej as a brand is one of the most evolved brand in terms of ATL and now with digital as well. So fabulous work done there, Shubha. And of course, Pammi Auntie. I don't know any person in my office who's not seen Pammi Auntie. So, I'm glad to be around. Thank you, India Web Fest. Now, specifically talking about your answer, I think a couple of points. Indians are storytellers and so story listeners, right? Think of the mythological stories, the entire mythological narratives which all of us have born and brought up. We've always lived up with the stories, and we've grown up listening to the stories. So inherently we love to listen to stories, right? My next part of the answer would be, I'll be stealing two words which Ms. Shubha spoke. One is fatigued, second is distressingly engaged. Very interesting words, right? I think that's the core problem with the entire digital narrative, wherein there is so much fatigue, right? I was reading the statistic which said that an Indian and a normal audience watches more than 2,000 video ads or video content pieces subconsciously and consciously. In 2000, how, it's going to be a very difficult sell for a brand to kind of break clutter. Of course, some brands doing fabulously well, but it's an uphill task. Shubha also spoke about the fact that average commercial time has become about 18 seconds. The average attention span has become, sub 8 seconds, right? So lesser than a goldfish, right? It's 6 seconds, right? In fact, Facebook came up with this brilliant initiative called as Facebook Thumb Stoppers, right? Wherein they came up with a lot of 6-seconder content. And some fantastic advertisements, were produced in that particular set of content. In that particular IP. How audio is different is because in the entire world of fatigue, in the entire world of people being distressingly engaged, and in that world where people are chasing 6 seconders, 8 seconders, 20 seconders, if share chat is saying that average audience base 30 minute app pe rehta hai aur 30 minute audio sunta hai, I think it's music to my ears, quite literally. Wow. Yeah, so that's why it's different. Brands, I think a lot of brands have started showing interest. One of the biggest problem, and honestly, of course, I'm sure others on panel can also help correct me if I'm wrong. But one of the biggest problem is the numbers aren't as big as digital numbers are. But we are fast approaching that. So right now, one of the biggest task which we have for most of our brands is to explore audio as a medium. Right, it's a very honeymoonish kind of a zone where people are exploring ki kya kar sakte, right? So it's a very interesting time, and there's a lot of freedom to fail. I don't have so much freedom to fail in digital, so that's the best part right now as an agency, where I'm happy to experiment multiple formats, multiple IPs, multiple talk shows for a lot of our brands. So that's the space we are in right now, wherein we are exploring and experimenting the audio space, and right now, not many brands are looking at it from a ROI narrative. They are rather looking at it from a return on time narrative, whether in future it is going to be worth it. So right, that's my take.
I'm now going to go across to a young, talented man who is basking in the glory of his recently released film, Chandigarh Kare Aashiqui. Sumer, congratulations on the film, firstly. I've been on a few fascinating live audio chat rooms where I hosted a fantastic property called Crick Chat on Share Chat very recently, where we had these no-holds-barred, really candid, open, honest conversations with some of the biggest names in Indian cricket. We had Virendra Sehwag, we had Gautam Gambhir and Shikhar Dhawan and Akash Chopra, who's a massive social media star in his own right. And I got the feeling that celebrities share their thoughts a lot better in a low-pressure, spontaneous format. Somehow it just feels more real, not dressed up or packaged. Would you agree that this element of being real and candid is what makes this medium so good? Is that where creators can really fly and paint pictures with words and be more candid and more real and more relatable?
Thank you so much, Manish, and thank you, IWM, for having me here, man, with such a brilliant panel. Thanks for appreciating Chandigarh Kare Aashiqui. And coming back to your question, it's always good to be as candid, as real as you can be. And if you see in past couple of years, most of the things which have gone viral is because they were unfiltered. People could relate to it. Jitna realistic rahega, people will connect. I think so now audience is evolving. They really don't want to live in that fantasy and showbiz. They want to see you as unfiltered as you. That's why whether you see any of the series which are more realistic, people could connect to. Why people could connect to Pammi Aunty? Because it was unfiltered and that was the reality. So that's the way it should be when you are creating a content, because until unless audience is not engaging with the kind of content you are creating, they will keep on. They have option of changing a channel within 1 second, within 3 seconds, 4 seconds, they're like, yeah, chodo yaar, ye nahi. Next, next. This is good. This is interesting. Or probably this is my language and it is very late. So it is very important for any content creator to be as realistic as possible. And same goes to the celebrities when they come for these chat shows, because that's the time they talk their heart out. Kind of the time, most of the celebrities are so frustrated by the brands with the kind of so-called image which they want to create, and celebrities, unfortunately, sometimes do not relate to, but because there is money involved and there are a lot of things involved, and they say, okay, good money, let's do it. But ask most of the celebrities, they would love to be, they know the real pulse of the market and they would love to connect. That's what I would say.
Shashank, for me as an anchor and for your team, it was a bit of a revelation to see CricChat do so well. As a man who looks at things with a certain bird's eye view, did your understanding of the medium of ShareChat as an app evolve with the kind of success you saw with CricChat?
Absolutely. And to your point, I think just wanting to refer that you felt that it was pretty honest conversation, and me being a lifelong fan of Virender Sehwag, right? I think I've seen many interviews, right? And that conversation particularly was something that, okay, that was a pretty amazing fan experience for me as well, that, okay, these kind of conversations are coming up, right? So I think, that the honesty and the ease of that conversation, which is building on these formats, it's amazing, right? And now purely from a platform and business point of view, I think that's a tremendous use case. And, post that, apart from cricket category, like, in Tamil and Kannada particularly, right, we like this, I think this quarter, in last 3 months, we have had more than 100 celebrities coming in and doing chat rooms. And we have just seen one single feedback that everyone just loves it, right? So, I think, the point you are trying to make, that it's pretty honest, it's a no-barred conversation, right? I think everyone is just enjoying that, right? And that's for the celebrities, that's for the consumers as well, right? So this is a pretty big kind of revelation for us as a platform, right? And another thing is that this is happening at scale, right? So we are talking about 300,000 concurrent users, right? Which has never happened in live space, right? In the live video format, at least, right? So the kind of scale at which this phenomena is happening is amazing, right? And that's where you can kind of really connect the creator or the influencer to the fan, and brands also get a big field, right? Where they can kind of really work upon. We had this Kavi Sammelan from Dr. Kumar Vishwas, and he like literally his words was like, this is the biggest munch I have been on, right? So it's not even practically possible to fill 100,000 people at one time in any physical real estate. But I think the technology, the format is like really expanding the stage, the munch, and I think that's a great opportunity for all the stakeholders in the ecosystem.
Shubham, a few years ago, I once met an advertising person, I don't remember his name, but he said, all good content or all good advertising is one that tugs at the heart or at some emotion. Now, trust is a very key emotion. Now, my experience as an anchor tells me that on a live audio chat room, there is this trusted relationship between the host or the anchor and the listener. And so, Subha, how should brands look at leveraging this rare commodity of trust?
So very interesting, not interesting. Actually, it's a fact that you just said, that what tugs the heart and what actually makes it for a very intimate and personal kind of a conversation, right? I think as a brand and as business, most of us, the biggest challenge that we face is exactly this, to build that very intimate connection where something resonates so much with the listener or the audience that they build that bond. which is a very long-term kind of a commitment with a brand, right? And that's so essential. Something that we did, Manish, around more than 15 years back, I remember we built an entire programming on All India Radio for our hair color. Okay. And I've seen, of course, that was the era of written postcards. Okay. I don't even know how many people know about postcards now, but there was a point in time, we started that show with a lot of conviction, because I really believed that you could have that kind of a build through voice. Okay. You will not believe it, Manish. There was a point 6 months into the show, we had to literally say that now we are going to destroy, because we got those sacks of postcards. And that, for me, as a media planner and as somebody who's close to brands, it was a revelation for me and a big learning, and my, one message that, today I really want to take out is that, unfortunately, a medium which happens to be my favorite is also so under leveraged, today. And I think the power lies in stories, because when you're listening to somebody's voice, think of it, a chat with a friend, you're listening to someone, and it's that you literally shift into a higher level of focus. It's also biological. Okay. It's also scientific. I'm sure the people behind the businesses, they know this better than what I know, because I am saying it more intuitively and as somebody from experience. But there is amazing potential to be tapped into. And I know for a fact we've actually worked on a couple of brands with ShareChat, and I'm sure Shashank knows about it. So I rest my case. For me, there is no doubt on that.
Shrenik, how can agencies like yourselves play the enabler on that front, where they need to capital? Sorry, go on. Go on, Siddharth. Go on.
So I think the fact is that, okay, to address specifically to your question, agencies and anybody who's working on this whole communication planning for a brand, you need to ensure that you're doing something which is going to be unique, which is going to be not the same message that you're going to tell on television, but here you can actually bring alive one aspect of a brand, which clearly is going to be important for the brand, for the business, and for the consumer. Get into more explanatory kind of a mode and build a long-term, connection in terms of a longer content, in terms of repetitive. So build a programming which is going to be long-term. Tell a story, build a story, and keep them engaged and activate at regular intervals. Those are the 2-3 things that will always bring in good results. And that's something we've done effectively, and which is why I'm sharing this here.
Fascinating. Shrenik, how do you think agencies can play the enabler on that front, where they need to capitalize on that otherwise rare commodity of trust between the host and the listener, which is really an inherent element in a live audio chat room conversation?
Yeah. So I think one of the keywords which you used even in the earlier question was how can brands leverage? I think leveraging or exploiting may not be the right word at this juncture of audio. The right keyword, I believe, would be explore, because I think for the next at least 12 to 18 months, while Indians get more adapted to the entire audio ecosystem, exploratory phase is a phase where brands and agency need to be. As an agency, our job would be to make sure we guide the brands right, we educate them more than anything, wherein to explain them the narrative that this is, don't hunt for ROI, rather hunt for very relevant conversations. Conversations is something which is going to drive brand connect, brand affinity, and sustained conversations is something which is going to drive brand loyalty, right? So I think that is the kind of a role where we would love to play, where we will help enable the brands to try and have the right conversations out there, have the right conversations in a very sustained fashion, probably repeat the entire postcard story which ma'am spoke about in the audio ecosystem, right? Also, there is another very interesting use case which I believe brands should also look into audio, category is research. Since the audience are so involved with the brands, I think if the brand can pick up a loyal set of audience, say, and it need not be done at a mass scale. Even if you have a few hundred people, brands can genuinely get into a conversation with people, try and deep dive into their minds, right? And try and get insights which they could possibly never get for the brands, via simple primary or secondary research, because over here genuine conversations happen, right? So I think these are some of the use cases, I believe.
Shashank, years ago I worked at Ogilvy, and I was told as a young kid that it's one agency where creative and service, creative and strategy, there's this beautiful blend between the two. Now, you're a content person, and I'm sure you have conversations with a lot of brand people, brand managers. Imagine a scenario, a hypothetical scenario where a brand comes to you and says, here, we have X amount of money. We want to be on ShareChat, but we don't know what to do with it. What would you say to them?
I think so. That's a pretty interesting and exciting question, right? So there are broadly on ShareChat, there are multiple avenues where brands can integrate in a very authentic way with the consumers, right? And given that most of our consumers are coming from the Bharat region, right? And the platform also supports basically in the language of the people, right? And the culture of the people, right? So for brands to drive the message in the language of the people, right, it becomes essentially a great platform overall, right? And there are multiple avenues, right? And we are kind of really improving on that. First is that obviously the performance marketing, which we generally see that you're able to kind of reach out to your to the audience which is really interested in your brand, right? So we have great capabilities on that front. And that also kind of provides a straightforward ROI perspective to the brands, right? So a lot of brands prefer that. Along with that, we are kind of building immersive ways to integrate brand into the platform as well, right? So all that is happening. Then on the audio chat rooms as well, right? So we have seen some brand integrations, and I think the point what Shubham was trying to make, that you have to maybe you have to pick your stories which connect with the audience, right? I think so here what it can be that you have to pick a cause, right? Or you have to pick a sentiment, right? So we had an amazing brand collaboration with a series of chat rooms we had on remembering SP Balasubramanian, right? So and it was like really authentic. So the chat room is happening in Tamil language. There are really famous singers who are kind of paying a tribute to the legend, right? And there is your brand present who is trying to kind of convey the message that, hey, I belong to your community, right? I belong to your culture as well, right? So there are I think tremendous opportunities within ShareChat as a platform, and as we are kind of growing, right, we are building more and more interactive ways for brands to connect to the consumers.
Sumaya, from a creator's point of view, is it an advantage for a storyteller like yourselves to have unlimited time, or is it a far greater challenge to keep the audience engaged over a longer period of time?
See, it's a very two different questions, I will say. There are formats. If you are being part of it, it is the necessity of that format that you convey your message or you try to engage your audience in that particular time set. And there are formats where you have ample of time and thing. Yes, to create a format in a short format is the most tough thing. Just like ads, the ad has to go through three. I always ask my brands, like, what are the 3 key messages you want me to convey? And that has to be put in probably 1 minute or 3 minutes. Whereas I can go la, 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 and say the same thing in 5 minutes, 8 minutes, or 10 minutes. It's just like full feature film or a short film. Yeah. So it's depends how beautifully the message is conveyed to the audience, your audience. So that's how it is. And what was your second question? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what's better from a creator's point of view? Shorter time or longer time? What's the challenge like?
I would say what hits the right nerve is the best possible thing. It need not be a 1-hour story. Like what Subhaji was saying, a radio or something, what she's talking about. whenever I'm going to my work from my home, and that particular time, I know on probably Radio City or something, there is this guy called Sarang or something. I'm forgetting. Beautiful story. I can't see him, but the way he narrates those stories really touches my heart. Every day, I make sure that I'm in my car to listen to that guy and his different stories, which are taken from real life stories of people on humanitarian grounds or a social message or something. I look forward to it. And his show is just for 15 minutes. So that story can be told, but the way he conveys, so it is very important who is the narrator, how engaging his content is. That's an art of an author or the person who is saying. Sometimes writing doesn't matter. It's the person who is saying the story matters.
Yeah. Shashank, one of the reasons why live audio chat rooms on ShareChat are so phenomenally successful is that the technology allows a very seamless user experience. Can the ShareChat consumer or user expect more immersive listening experiences as technology evolves?
Yeah. So I think, from the core barrier or the most difficult problem in the audio streaming is solved, right? So I think it's now kind of it's moderately easy, I would say, to kind of do that, right? And to do that at scale, right? I think the next is that how immersive and how how can you drive more and more interactions into it, right? So there will be two frontiers, I think, on which we'll be working, and I think the rest of the world is also kind of working on, is that how can we create better tools for our creators, right? How can we help them create more engaging content in the live format, right? That's going to be super important. And the second is that for consumers, right, how can we kind of give more ways for them to like really interact with the creators or interact with the community which is present, right? So just an example that we have something called virtual gifts in our audio chat rooms, right? And that has also exploded, right? And we see hundreds of thousands of people gifting, virtual gifting, to the hosts who are speaking or the people who are performing on the stage, right? So this is just one innovation. And now within the domain of virtual gifts, right, you can do so many things, right? You can kind of keep working on that, right? Another interesting example which is also happening right now is social games, right? People coming together and playing games, right? So it can be Ludo, it can be anything, and having a very natural conversation, right? So as they're talking, they're also kind of playing something, right? So this is another example of immersive experience, right? For bigger stages, right, where a celebrity is coming, right? So a better way for Q&A, right? A better way to kind of give the opportunity to fans to kind of show their love to the celebrity, right? So all those experiences are kind of really possible, and I would say it's not much there is not much technological gap, or there is not much technical difficulty. It's more about having the creativity and that desire to keep experimenting and building these interactive experiences.
Right. My next question is to both Subhaji and Shrenik. ShareChat has 180 million monthly active users in India. We don't like the word million, so I'll say 18 crore log hai ShareChat par. How luring, and a lot of them are massively, the massive percentage of that one of 18 crores is very young people. How luring is that available captive TG for a brand? And do you see more consumers from other age groups and SECs joining the live audio bandwagon? And what kind of brands do you see wanting to come on board ShareChat with the kind of TG they have?
I think definitely all kinds of brands, Manish, to be very honest, because the kind of numbers that you're talking about is fairly large. So that actually offers opportunity for multiple type of audience segments that you could target. And also when you look at the kind of language options that are available, I guess it's only a matter of, multiple combinations, multiple content that we test and try and build. That's how I would sum it up.
Shrenik?
Yeah. So I was reading this article, by the CEO of Spotify, where he mentioned that live audio content is the next story, right? What stories did to social media that, I think I think the next big feature or the next big thing within the consumer ecosystem is live audio content, right? So the live audio content, of course, is here to stay. While of course the urban audience have started kind of jumping in the bandwagon. The next big, of course, again, not to sound cliche, but the next big set is Bharat. The larger adoption will come in from, a lot of smartphones who may not have the best of cameras, right? Right, your sub 5,000, sub 7,500 smartphones, say, sub $100 smartphones, whose cameras aren't the best, yet, there's this inherent desire for people to influence, right? In fact, another statistic for you, and again, I was pleasantly shocked to hear this number. Manish, do you have any idea how many people of influence / celebrities are there in India? Can you just give me a random number in India?
10 million? A million, sorry, a million, 10 lakhs, a million.
So 50 lakh plus people classify under, they are called power, people of influences / celebrities.
Wow.
Massive number, right? Now think of it. Any celebrity would like to be heard. Any celebrity would like to talk. I can see
I'll be like, half of them are self-acclaimed celebrities. Sorry.
So I'll send you this research. This is a brilliant research which was done. And now of course there are.
I believe because a country of 130 crores, I think it's acceptable. We have one everywhere.
And think tier 2, think tier 3. Right now in these geographies, right, where again, and go back to my insight of not having great smartphones, right? If you marry both of these, I think audio is the next best solution. So you would see a lot more audience coming from there.
Right. Shashank, these 18 crore monthly active users are clocking about 2 billion minutes. They're streaming for 2 billion minutes monthly. It's a staggering number. I'm sure it's very exciting for brands, for agencies, for media buyers as well. What's going to be the next peak for the platform and how the platform is used, especially the live audio chat room feature?
I think we are still in the early adoption curve of the live audio use case, right? And what we are seeing is kind of tip of the iceberg. So I would say that just 1 to 2% of whatever is possible in future is currently happening, right? So even on the platform of ShareChat, right, we have tremendous scope to grow. And beyond that, we all know that another 300-400 million users are coming on the platform, right? So on the internet, sorry, right? So I think that the peak is going to be I think in higher crores only. I think whatever we are discussing right now about ShareChat as a total figure, I think that will be an acceptable and kind of normal number for audio features itself 4-5 years down the line. So yeah, I think tremendous growth opportunity. Yeah, I think the time is also up.
Right. I don't think we have enough.
Thank you everyone for that absolutely interactive panel discussion. Now for a very interesting one-on-one session. The topic is OTT and future, a bird's eye view, in conversation with Siddharth Laik, founder and editor-in-chief, IWMBuzz.com, joined by the very dynamic Nikhil Gandhi, COO, MX Media. Over to you, Siddharth.
One sec, I think. Are we ready? Are we good to go?
Yes, Siddharth, we are good to go. Over to you.
Wonderful. Thanks a lot, Sonu, for the wonderful introduction. And it's an absolute honor to have Nikhil sir with us. Nikhil sir, how are you?
Very well. Thank you for having me and many congratulations on India Web Fest. I believe this is your 3rd season.
Absolutely, sir.
Congrats to you and the team.
Thank you so much, sir. And Nikhil sir, I know you are running a busy schedule, so I won't take too much of your time in terms of the overall thought. But sir, you're a veteran. You have seen the linear side of the media entertainment business. You have seen the emerging OTT, short form business. So मैं आपसे एक direct सवाल पूछूंगा जो हम सारे leaders से पूछ रहे हैं with the new year coming in. How do you see the overall digital entertainment ecosystem evolving in the coming year, especially in the post-COVID scenario, sir?
Yeah, I mean, this is a question that, most of the media folks ask us. I think there are a couple of data points which I can share, which really, give us dimension in terms of how this business is shaping up. I think COVID has been a defining year for the digital industry per se. I think that there's been a tectonic shift in consumer behavior on the adoption of and not just in terms of OTT, but purely in terms of non-digital users adopting the digital framework as well as the consumption of internet overall. So as we speak today, we've got, I think you know this better than me, 800 million plus internet users. Now, interestingly, the data point that I'm going to share with you is that 500 million of those are online video users. I think that is a staggering number when it comes to traditional television. And the average time spent per user a week is more than 12 hours on just. Wow. So I think the market is dynamically shifting towards people adopting the small screen and the single screen and the personalized screen for online digital video. The size of the industry itself is about 30,000 crores, the digital industry. And just to draw parallels to some of the other traditional media industries, and I'm talking only revenue figures for this at this point.
Yes. The
print business is about 24,000 crores. The digital business is 30,000 crores. I think it's quite telling in the way the digital business is growing when it comes to AVOD and SVOD as compared to some of the traditional media. And I'm not even talking of radio, which is not even in the framework of high decibel growth. And even if you look at the film business, it's a $2 billion industry. So currently, digital business is sitting at a sizable 30,000 crores. The OTT business out of that is about $1.5 billion, which is almost 15,000 crores, which is half the size of the overall digital business. And in the years to come, we are looking at the OTT business itself to be at about $4 billion. Notwithstanding that the overall smartphone universe itself is going to move from 450 million to, I think, about 800 million plus. And I truly believe that digital video is going to become mainstream as the first choice of content consumption as compared to traditional television.
Wow. So the numbers are very encouraging, sir. So we are also born internet. So it helps us understand the overall ecosystem from a larger player where you are headed. But so when you're in a competitive space, there's so much of opportunity. There's also clutter, chaos. So at MX Media, what innovations you are looking at to deploy or employ to ensure that you are right at the ahead when it comes to the market share, be it users, consumers, or rev share in the overall pie chart? So MX में sir आप क्या innovations आप ला रहे हैं?
Well, it's a great question. I think the way our DNA is designed is that we're a tech-first company. And so our investment in technology is always going to be our priority one. And if you see the kind of technology that we've adopted, probably we are the only ones globally to have introduced the video compression technology that enables higher consumption at lower data costs. You can actually save about 70% of data consumption cost while consuming content on MX Player, thanks to the video compression technology that we have at the same and the higher quality that you would get otherwise. So I think that is just a small petal of the larger investment in tech that we have on one side. Two is our AI-enabled software and AI-enabled machine learning processes enable users to discover more and more content, more wider, more deeper in multiple different languages and formats. And that really keeps us ahead of the overall competition ecosystem. And I think our investments in content are only growing by multifold year on year, and we've been only able to up our game. I mean, the largest consumed web show in the Indian universe is on MX Player, a show called Ashram. In terms of pure million minutes, it's the highest show in terms of watch time. And I think these numbers are only encouraging, and they're only going to get better as we speak.
So it's the plan is pretty set out, and with Nikhil sir at the helm, I'm sure results will also come in. But so MX primarily is has an Indian sentiment. It's an Indian-born application. So, and you have also worked with larger networks in the past. You have experience of working with global players. So, what is the real lacuna or the challenge, sir, if you feel that an Indian company can equate or become a larger player, let's say like a TikTok or a Facebook or a Netflix? What do you feel is the core challenge that you face as an industry leader while leading a company like MX or any other Indian company, sir? Is it the spends on the tech? Is it the spends on the content, or it's the overall philosophy to not to compete at the global level? आपको challenge क्या face होता है, sir?
Well, I can speak for MX to begin with. I think we were very clear right from the beginning that we want to be a global player. And if you see some of the recent headlines, we are the only Indian app to have crossed 1 billion downloads on App Store. I think we are in the August company of 16 other global tech giants who have been able to achieve this feat. So slowly and steadily, we are the ones who are getting towards becoming a dynamic global app originating out of India. And I think that is something that we were very clear right from the beginning that we want to achieve scale at a global level and not at an India level. Yes, India is a priority market because we are born here, but we certainly don't see ourselves to be limiting ourselves to the Indian continent. That is one. Two is, I think what is plaguing the industry is, like you rightly mentioned, investment in tech. But investment in tech comes at the ability of having a larger vision and a longer vision. I think the Indian ecosystem is plagued with early returns, and I think that's where the penny drops for how we want to design our framework for global growth. That is one. And I think we've been able to take those risks from a standpoint of investing in areas where we believe are going to be giving us returns from a longer term perspective, and we are seeing the fruits of that as we speak. Two is the ability of taking the risks in the areas of development. I think very early on, we were just a local player. We added a layer of OTT. We added a layer of music. We added a service of short video. Now we have a layer of games. And I think we've now willy-nilly become a super app of Indian entertainment and also going global at the same time. So if you're talking of diversifying into areas of current businesses, we are probably the ones who've taken the leapfrog jump into multidimensional areas that nobody else has ever done. I think traditionally, outside of the global tech companies who are in India, the other players, the other OTT players, have predominantly run their businesses like an extension of their broadcast businesses. And I think that's
absolutely
the larger challenge comes into play, where you see a lot of, you don't see a lot of innovation on tech. The talent that is currently running those businesses are also traditional television folk. And I think that's the area that I also feel that the industry is plagued with lack of talent availability. And I think that's where we really need to focus, catch the early winners at the engineering and the IIT levels and bring them on to create global apps. But I certainly believe at the same time that India has demonstrated world-class ability across different sectors in the consumer tech universe. I think there are zillions of examples. And I certainly think that we are at the cusp of a global innovation.
Superb, sir. So, Nikhil sir, you are essentially a business-minded individual. You drive revenues, P&L. So there always this conversation on the OTT model. In the past sessions, also people have spoken about AVOD, SVOD, social commerce, etc., etc. So now that you have this vision of MX being a super app, what stream of revenue you feel will eventually be a larger chunk in the overall pie chart in Indian sentiment? Are people willing to subscribe, or is going to be driven by numbers and revenue, or social commerce like a prime angle will come in? As the industry expert, आपको क्या लगता है sir? Eventually OTT का revenue model कैसे consolidate होगा sir?
Well, I can only take a leaf out of the success that the largest OTT player in the world has done, and that is YouTube. And I think their primary device of revenue earning opportunity has been AVOD.
Yes.
That's where they have demonstrated that whether it is in India or whether it is globally, great content is driven by consumer engagement. If funneled with ad opportunities to drive the right kind of revenue as a stream. I think that's where it comes, and the penny drops for us as well, as we are the only AVOD service at scale playing in India outside of the YouTube universe, standing tall as the second largest. And I don't know if you've got the App Annie number latest report. We are the second largest. We are in the top 10 when it comes to time spent, average time spent per user at a worldwide
engagement.
Right? So it's not just India, but it's global. And the same stands for India. I mean, we are standing as number 2 when it comes to time spent per user on the Indian ecosystem OTT space. So from that perspective, when we have scale and that kind of reach, we want to create opportunities for brands and advertisers to enable sharp targeting and to enable a very immersive led targeting for their kind of advertising that they want to deliver. So that is one. 2 is there will obviously be at scale opportunities for you to create direct to consumer revenue opportunities. And I think SVOD is a prime example of that. Today, the industry is sitting at a 5,500 crore top line out of all subscriptions on OTT alone. And I think what is driving that is the adoption of OTT as a mainstream area of content consumption. And people are willing to pay. Right now, it is at the top of the pyramid. But I think over time, this is going to drive a substantial chunk as far as the revenue industry is concerned. So there are 2 aspects of how do we drive revenues. One is, of course, AVOD, which is the advertising business. But I would also layer it with a prime and premium consumption that will happen at the top end of the funnel through subscription revenues. You also spoke of social commerce. I think social commerce is very underrated. It is at a very nascent stage, but it has reached a certain inflection point. There are a few apps that have demonstrated that kind of success. We are probably one of the areas that we are currently looking at. We have not really created a framework for coming into that space, but we certainly believe that apps and content that is driving mass engagement is something that we will be certainly interested in. And so we've designed our framework for revenue opportunity according to that.
So, sir, revenue is important, tech is important, but eventually people do consume a lot of content on MX also. Like you mentioned that one of the most watched shows is on MX. So while commissioning shows, what's the philosophy at MX overall? Like, there are some players who ride on Bollywood power when it comes to commissioning content. There are some players who are looking at more innovative content. What is MX looking at, say, in the year to come? If someone was to approach MX to do some good content pieces, so what are the kind of content pitches you're looking at from creators to come to you?
So I think most of our decisions, whether it comes to content or market approach or even user growth for that matter, is extremely data driven. We analyze approximately 2.3 trillion bytes of data on a monthly basis. And that gives us a very clear and a sharp dimension into what exactly is getting lapped up and what is getting consumed. And what are the real tastes and preferences of consumers who tend to spend longer time on certain genres and types of content. And that drives us to approaching the content ecosystem on 2 aspects. One is, how do we satiate the current growing demand of people who want to watch a particular kind of content? 2 is, how do we toy with different new formats and genres, which will probably come into the discovery bucket of those users. like you do today on any OTT platform. You go in to watch a particular show, and in the process discover a show that you would not want to see otherwise, and then you get hooked onto it. So I think the process of discovery is twofold. One is the supply of content from different genres, and two is the AI and the ML technology that enables you to discover that content. So our content decisions are based on these two large buckets. Siddharth, I think you're on mute. I can't hear you.
I'm so sorry, sir. Hope you can hear me now.
Yeah, I can.
These are little digital challenges. Wish I could have been face to face with you in some hotel so that we could have had a better conversation. But sir, a lot of your content philosophy comes from data, like you said. So now, if I can talk a little bit about MX Takatak, what do you think is the power of short form content and digital entertainment now? Like, it's all over the place. So many players are there. After TikTok is gone, so many are trying to be the ruling, the player in the market. How do you see short form as a genre kind of growing in India, user base wise, and also as a marketing platform wise for brands to reach out to larger fan engagement needs?
So, this phenomenon of so many players are there is currently over. When TikTok got banned, everybody came into the bandwagon thinking this is a very easy business to run, and people started toying with all sorts of things. I think the writing is on the wall. The App Annie reports give you a very clear understanding of who the real players are. There are probably just 2 or 3 players who are now standing to play this game from a long-term perspective and from a serious perspective. And I think the top 2 very clearly are at a lead that the third player will be difficult to match. So there is a very clear understanding that there are just 2 or 3 players who are now in this play. There are other players who have pivoted into different areas, NFTs, social commerce, etc. I think what we've been able to demonstrate is very clearly a consumer understanding of content. 2, we have a technology that is far superior to some of the other players. So our recommendation engine really drives our watch time. Our user growth is steady. We are growing from a monthly active user base, 125 million. I think that's a sizable number for us to speak. And I think on the other side, we have mobilized the creator universe. So people who are very sharply working on growing this business from an accurate targeting perspective. 1, 2 is from investing in technology, and 3 is understanding and mobilizing and growing the creator ecosystem, are the ones who are really in the game from the long-term perspective. And I think the numbers are quite sizable when it comes to some of the global tech companies who are here. So the idea of actually driving the short video business to success is something that we are very clearly poised with. And you will see that in the next 6 months, the entire market structure will change as far as short video is concerned.
So is MX Takatak and MX also looking at using other revenue opportunities for creators like NFTs, etc., or you feel it's too nascent a stage in India, there's too much of buzz but not to meet in the overall conversion ratio?
So the revenue opportunity for us already began about 6 months ago. We already have a steady advertising revenue pipe, which now clients have started toying with through the passive advertising engagements through our ad tech that we do for them. Secondly, we also have influencer-based sharp targeting as well as challenges that we create to create more buzz. So I think beautifully what the MX ecosystem is able to deliver is 1, scale and reach like none other. And I'm talking of not just MX Takatak, but also MX Player. 2 is active engagement rather than passive engagement. So any client or any brand who wants reach on one side, also wants consumer and user engagement on the other side, is very happy with the kind of solutions that we provide. And third is influence. I think the hashtag challenges and the kind of talent that we work with, I'm talking of professional creators on the MX side and also influencers on the Takatak side, makes us a very potent combination of reach, engagement, and influence. And that, I think, becomes the mainframe attraction for all brands who are currently in the space.
That's wonderful. And I wanted to ask you a question on your new launch on MX Studios. I believe you also roped in a senior actor and creative entertainer like Suresh sir in MX Studios. So what are your plans for MX Studios? It's going to drive your branded content model, or how is it? What are the plans with MX Studios?
So with MX Studios, what we are doing is a content first and a narrative and a storytelling approach first. We want to drive user engagement on one side, and also then get brands to buy into that kind of content that is created for those users. So we've been able to demonstrate the content creation ability very clearly with our top web shows. Now we want to toy with different formats and different storytelling narratives that will attract brands to reach their audiences through our content creation engine, as well as our reach engine, which is the player. And so we've roped in Suresh Menon, who comes in with deep insight and a great amount of experience in the content creation space. And you will hear about some of the new show launches under MX Studio very, very soon.
Super. So, when you talk about creators, influencers, opportunities for them onboarding with MX Takatak, if I am a creator and if someone wants to get used to the MX Takatak platform, what kind of you think genre works great? Is it the religious format, or it's the challenges? Or as a creator, where do you want someone to focus more to become an influencer and also earn revenue, say, from MX Takatak?
Well, the most obvious genre is entertainment. There is always lip sync and dance. If you want some early wins with a large follower base, you can toy with that. But I think the way we've designed our overall content framework on MX Takatak, it is to go beyond the obvious entertainment genres. And so we have now genres that go into lifestyle. We have food as a category, we have magic as a category, we have deep talent as a category. And I think that really creates opportunities for creators from different walks of life and from different genres to toy with the Takatak universe, to give them the opportunity of reaching out to more than 125 million users and create their fan base and their moments here. The interesting part is that we also enable brands to have conversations with our influencers. So the opportunity of not just creating a name on the app, but also revenue through our overall tech is also right up there as far as creators are concerned.
So also, you see with the new age ecosystem, live audio chat rooms is also catching up. So it's a share chat room question. So how can brands or content creators, do you think, can leverage live audio chat rooms also for fan engagement? And does MX or Takatak has any such plans to kind of engage heavily on live audio chat rooms?
Well, I think we certainly have live video chat rooms, and because we are a video ecosystem, for us video works extremely well. We've been able to enable technology for having concurrent live sessions across multiple creators who come in and conduct sessions and try and mobilize their own fan base as well as new users who would like to engage with them. And I think we've been able to demonstrate a very, very high number of concurrent views during the live sessions. I think it goes up to more than 1 million users who come in and log in for our live sessions, depending on the kind of influencer or celebrity or creator that we have. And I think that is where we believe that this is the future of the whole live business on the short video space. And just like ShareChat has demonstrated it in the audio universe, we are toying with that on the video side.
Superb, sir. So, sir, I think we have 2 minutes left, and I want to ask you 2 final questions. You, as someone so senior in the ecosystem, do you really feel that a decade from now or 5 years from now, it's only going to be digital as a means of content consumption, revenue opportunities, marketing opportunities, and days of TV and print and radio are as good as over?
Well, I think some of the traditional media will see a sharp decline as compared to digital. Digital is only going to grow, and like you said, it will be mainstream. It is already mainstream. Some of the new users who are coming into play, my kids, for example, are cord nevers, right? They don't understand what television is. It's
Yes.
an app, and it's only for them is digital content.
Or a newspaper, maybe.
Absolutely. So I think the newspaper business and the radio business will have, deep challenges unless they pivot into the digital side. I think the television business is going to be there for some time. It'll be a decade or more. They will coexist with digital, and it really depends on. I read about Jio launching a ₹1 data pack today. I think price innovations and data innovations like this are only going to spearhead and grow the digital video ecosystem and the digital ecosystem and adoption of digital far more aggressively than some of the traditional media. So I think the writing is on the wall again as far as these businesses are concerned. And we've seen what COVID has done in terms of consumer adoption.
I think the insights coming from you is, of course, pretty valuable for people watching us, listening to us. A final question before we say goodbye to each other and till we meet in person, sir. Like, can India create a global app like TikTok? Do you think we have the gumption, guts, grit, and the budgetary allocations to go global like TikTok?
Well, India certainly created a global OTT app like MX Player, and I'd see no reason for us not to create another short video app. I think it is in process. The numbers in a 1 year time frame are extremely encouraging, and I think it's a matter of time that you will see multiple amounts of digital apps now going global in the next 3 or 4 years.
I think thank you so much, Gandhi sir. It's always a pleasure to talk to you, and it's always a learning opportunity from you. And thanks a lot for your time at India WebFest Season 3. Season 4, we will meet hopefully on ground, and keep supporting us and keep doing the great job at MX Media, sir.
Thank you very much, Siddharth.
Have a great evening ahead, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Siddharth and Nikhil sir, for that absolutely wonderful and insightful session. Friends, now it is time for the final session of the day. It's a panel discussion, and the topic is the short story of new age music. And we are in conversation with Aman Sharma, VP Talent Network QK Digital Media, joined by Samiksha Sud, influencer, Adnan, influencer, Antara Nandi, singer, Bhavin Bhanushali, influencer. Over to you, Aman.
Hey, hi. Hi, guys. Hi, Adnan. Hi, Antara. Bhavin, can we see you? Hi, Samiksha.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Hi, guys.
Hey, thank you, Sonu. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, man. Adnan, if we can just get the YouTube form of video. Yeah. Hey, hi, guys. Hi. First of all, thank you, everyone, for taking out time and making us here for this session. Guys, let's just put our videos on mute, and we'll just tune ourselves in when we are speaking. Yeah, that's much better, right? So first of all, guys, thank you so much for joining in. Like we said, we have the very, very talented influencer, stars, digital actors. I don't know what all I need to say here, but we have Adnan with us, who I think is the most fittest influencer I know, and also the most entrepreneurial one in that sense. We have Antara with us. Antara, I think everyone knows you. You are everywhere, like literally everywhere, wherever I see you. She's a very talented young singer. Bhavin is there. Bhavin, I don't know how should we describe you. You're an influencer, you're an actor. Now you're turning into a singer, right? So great to have you, man. And then we have Samiksha, who I would say is very, very popular and very cute. Yeah, right. And she's done everything in life. She's done TV, she's an influencer, she's now moving into doing her own shows. So yeah, but thank you, Samiksha. Thank you for joining in. Guys, I think this is going to be a very interesting discussion. As you know, we have titled the panel as the short story of new age music. Right now, when we talk about the short story, what I mean is how the short format content and music have evolved over the years. You know, like especially the last 4-5 years, we have seen a massive change in how music is being created and consumed, and how content is being created and consumed. You know, like we are talking about moving from an era of 3-hour films, when content used to be 3-hour films, and that's the only way we could imagine content, right? Or on TV, we talk about a 40-minute show, to actually a 30-second short format video, you know, which counts totally as in content, and everyone is hooked up about this right now. Right, it's a very unique journey how video has seen, and same goes for music. Music, I remember that I don't think any of us are from the era when it used to be an 8-minute track, but mostly it was a 4-minute track, a 3-minute track, and we used to find hooks in a track. Now, actually, you know, you can consume music for 30 seconds, 45 seconds, 1 minute, and sometimes I don't know if this is good or bad, but sometimes you'll know hook of the music, maybe not the song. Right, so we are in a very different space, and yeah, so that's what we are going to discuss with you guys. Why it becomes interesting is because you are actually creators. You know, what I just said is just from the consumption angle and the audience angle, but you guys were at the heart of it when all of this was happening, right? And right now are too. So it'll be really interesting for us to know from your side, you know, how this evolution has taken place, and we'll just try to figure out some logic around it, you know, that why it has happened and where it's going. Yeah, so I'll start Antra with you. Thank you, Antra. First of all, you're looking lovely. Thank you so much for joining us here.
Oh, you're too kind.
Right now, Anta, I know that you're very young, but आपके बारे में सबसे अच्छी बात ये है that you've been creating music from so many years right now. You know, I'll just Adnan, can you just mute yourself, and you can just unmute when I ask you to, you know. Yeah. Okay. So Antra, I was saying that we know that you've been creating music from a lot of time, right? And you've been into it. I know how passionate you are about singing, and I've also seen, you know, that your content has also changed over time, right? We would like to actually hear it from you. You know, has this really happened? What we are discussing, has music or has content creation really changed over the last few years? And what do you think? How? From your side?
From a personal perspective, I remember I started putting out videos on like Facebook, I think, on social media in general, back when I was in my 7th grade. And since then to now, if you look at the kind of content that people have been putting, it's a massive change. One big change that I see as of now, and I think everybody will agree, is the fact that consumers don't have patience. तो किसी को पेशेंस नहीं है, किसी के पास टाइम नहीं है, सब बहुत ज्यादा बिजी है. तो आई थिंक ऐसे में 1 minute के अंदर we are now having to provide maximum amount, you know, when we make, suppose when I'm covering a song, when I'm putting out a reel, I have to keep in mind कि पहले 3-4 seconds में I have to be able to hook my viewer, otherwise it's a no use, as compared to videos that I was putting, say, even like a year back. Where I'd, you know, properly एकदम आराम से start with a long आलाप and then think, अच्छा अब first line गा के फिर 2 और minute का कुछ और गाएंगे, फिर आगे का गाना गाएंगे. अभी nobody has that kind of patience. You need to know what's trending. अच्छा, this किन्ना चीज is trending. ठीक है, I hop onto the trend, I cover it. But for me, this is something very personal. It's not, I mean, this is what I try to do. When I hop onto a trend, I've spoken about this before, I try to put something of my own. Everybody is doing the same thing, right? Everybody is taking up a trend. Everybody is hopping onto the trend. What can you do to show that you were different? Add something of your own. That's something that I do when I, you know, hop onto a trend. And it's so funny when I say this, because till up to like a year back, I was someone who would say, "Nahi, mujhe trends nahi follow karna hai. I'll do something that nobody else is doing." But now I feel like, see, I've been training in classical music since I was 4.5. And as much as I want my viewers to know that and sing, मेरा बस चले, मैं तो बैठ के 2 to 2.5 hours बैठ के classical गाऊं, but I have to be practical and I have to know that how do I get my viewers to listen to that. So what I try to do now is I try to give them what they expect, which is the trends, and then 5 trend के बाद एक video I put where I'm doing what I want to do. So this is something I've been doing. And oh, sorry, I deviated from your question. Your question was how music has evolved. Oh, it has.
I think you're bang on.
Yeah. So I think listeners now, they are people who consume content in general. They're intelligent. समझदार लोग हैं, सबको समझ आता है what you're doing, and everybody has their since there is social media, there's so much so many options out there. So everybody has like, ऐसा नहीं है कि मैं अगर ABC kind of content कर रही हूँ तो I needn't be worried about the fact that I will not be able to cater to my audience. I have my audience and somebody else has theirs. So I think that's the plus point of being on social media. I mean, everybody at the end of the day, they just get their people, you know, and reach is great. And I think that's.
So I think that's great, and you have shared some really interesting insights, where you're saying that, you know, what I've realized when I'm creating music or when I'm creating content, that the attention span of audience has actually like reduced, you know, and that's what mainly got you into creating shorter format content videos, right? You know, so I'll just take up from there. And Adnan, hi Adnan, can you hear us?
I can.
हाँ, तो अदनान, जैसे अंतरा ने हमको बताया कि उन्होंने शॉर्ट फॉर्मेट कंटेंट मेनली एक्चुअली इसलिए क्रिएट करना स्टार्ट किया क्योंकि उन्होंने रियलाइज किया कि ऑडियंस का टेस्ट और उनका अटेंशन स्पैन चेंज होता जा रहा है, राइट? कि वो लोग ऑडियंस लॉन्गर फॉर्मेट से शॉर्टर वीडियोस पे ज्यादा जल्दी हुक करते हैं, एंड दैट्स व्हाट इज बिकमिंग अ ट्रेंड इन दैट सेंस, राइट? नाउ फॉर यू, आई वुड लाइक टू एक्चुअली, बिकॉज शी इज अ सिंगर एंड आई कंप्लीटली अंडरस्टैंड हर पॉइंट. फ्रॉम योर पॉइंट, नाउ यू आर समवन जो कि यू आर लाइक नेटिव ऑन डिजिटल, राइट? आपने अपना करियर ही इस चीज से स्टार्ट किया है एंड यू हैव बीन डूइंग दिस ऑल लॉन्ग. सो जब आपने कंटेंट क्रिएटर बनने का सोचा था, आपके पास भी ऑप्शंस थे. आप लॉन्ग फॉर्मेट कंटेंट बना सकते थे, आप छोटे वीडियोस कॉमेडी के साथ बना सकते थे, बट व्हाट वी ऑल हैव ऑब्जर्व्ड इज दैट आपने ये सिलेक्ट किया कि आप कंटेंट बनाओगे म्यूजिक के साथ और आप शॉर्ट फॉर्मेट कंटेंट बनाओगे. लाइक इफ यू कुड जस्ट टेल अस कि हाउ एंड व्हाई डिड दैट हैपन, मतलब आपने वैसा क्यों किया?
सबसे पहले तो सबको मैं बताना चाहूंगा कि कंटेंट क्रिएट करना, हम लोग ऐसे फन के लिए कंटेंट क्रिएट करते थे, और ये हम लोग माइंड सेट करके चले नहीं थे कि इसमें ही हम लोग का फ्यूचर रहेगा. हम लोग बस ऐसी खुशी मिलती थी कॉलेज टाइम पे. आफ्टर कॉलेज हम लोग जब कार्टून पे चिल करते थे तो हम लोग ऐसी टाइम पास के लिए वीडियोस बनाते थे. तो वो टाइम पे ऐसे देखेंगे तो इंडिया में बहुत म्यूजिक में ना बहुत डिफरेंट जॉनर है. हिप हॉप है, फिर उसके बाद में रैप है, उसके बाद में एक भोजपुरी भी है जो कि उसके भी लिसनर्स काफ़ी है. मतलब इंडिया में बहुत सारे डिफरेंट टाइप के म्यूजिक है, मगर जितने भी लिसनर्स है एट लास्ट उन लोग सोशल मीडिया पे तो है ही है, जितने भी लिसनर्स है. तो वो टाइम पे मुझे याद है 2015 की बात है, जब एक ही शॉर्ट वीडियो प्लेटफॉर्म चालू था जिसका नाम है टिकटॉक. तो वो टाइम पे गाना था इतनी सी बात है मुझे तुमसे प्यार है, चलो जी आज साफ साफ कहता हूँ. तो वो टाइम पे ऐसी में हम लोग बैठे हुए थे, तो येलो कुर्ते में मुझे अभी भी याद है, एंड्रॉइड फोन था और शॉर्ट वीडियो बनाना ऐसी फन के लिए चालू किए थे हम लोग, क्योंकि वो टाइम पे, अभी तो धीरे धीरे हम लोग यूट्यूब पे भी एक्टिव हो रहे हैं. वो टाइम पे हम लोग कैमरा वगैरह अफोर्ड नहीं कर पाते थे और ना ही हमारे पास कोई टीम थी, ना कोई गाइड था. तो हम लोग के पास एक ही गैजेट था, हमारा फोन, एंड्रॉइड फोन. इसकी क्लैरिटी भी बहुत ही बकवास थी, पर हम लोग ने स्टार्ट किया और रेगुलर जब हम लोग कंटेंट पोस्ट करते थे उस पे लोगों का प्यार मिला. फिर उसके बाद धीरे धीरे करके हम लोग को समझ में आने लगा, जो भी ट्रेंडिंग सॉन्ग, जो भी नए सॉन्ग आते थे, तो वो जो गाना है चलो जी आज साफ साफ कहता, उसका मुझे याद है. तो साफ साफ पे ना मैं जल्दी से ना मैं सब क्लीन करने लगा था, कार्पेट पे से सब क्लीन करने लगा जगह. इतनी सी बात है मुझे तुमसे प्यार है, ऐसे करके हम लोग 2 फ्रेंड्स ने बनाए थे. तो वो वीडियोस पे बहुत ज्यादा प्यार मिला था लोगों का. कुछ फनी, ये रोमांटिक सॉन्ग था और हम उसमें एक फनी एक्ट करे, तो लोगों को बहुत पसंद आया. तो उसके बाद से जो भी ट्रेंडिंग सॉन्ग या नए सॉन्ग्स आने लगे जिसको लोग सुनना बहुत ज्यादा पसंद करते थे, तो उस पे हम लोग कुछ अपने वे में, मतलब उसको कुछ क्रिएट करके, अगर वो रोमांटिक है तो उसको रोमांटिक के वे से तो सभी लोग तो देखते हैं, मगर उस पे कुछ फनी अगर ऐड करते तो वो एकदम डिफरेंट ही दिखता है, उसका आउटपुट ही, लोगों के चेहरे पे स्माइल आ जाती है. तो जब लोगों को इतना प्यार मिलने लगा तब हम लोग रेगुलर, तो हम लोग को समझ में आ गया कि ऑडियंस को क्या चाहिए. और जो भी सॉन्ग्स, जो भी जिस तरह का भी म्यूजिक ट्रेंड करता था, बहुत सारे म्यूजिक ऐसे भी थे जिनका हम लोग को गाने का नाम भी नहीं पता रहता था। तो उसके जो 15 सेकंड 10 सेकंड जो भी क्लिप रहती थी, हम लोग उससे जाके सर्च करते थे और तब जाके हम लोग को सॉन्ग के नाम मालूम पड़ते थे।
आई थिंक थैंक यू सो मच अदनान। आई थिंक बहुत ज्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग है क्योंकि किस रीजन से अंतरा हैज मूव टू शॉर्ट फॉर्मेट कंटेंट और किस रीजन से आपने मूव किया, वो बहुत अलग अलग रीजन है, राइट? मतलब अगर मैं आपके कॉन्वर्सेशन से 2 पॉइंट्स लूं तो एक तो सिंप्लिसिटी ऑफ क्रिएटिंग कंटेंट, कि आपको अगर शॉर्ट फॉर्मेट पे कंटेंट बनाना है तो आप बस फोन से कंटेंट बना सकते हो, आपको कैमरा नहीं चाहिए, आपको सेटअप नहीं चाहिए, ये वो। और जो म्यूजिक आप यूज कर रहे थे वो एक्चुअली आपको स्टोरी टेलिंग में हेल्प कर रहा था, राइट? मतलब इट्स रियली इंटरेस्टिंग कि दोनों क्रिएटर्स जो सेम स्पेस में अभी कंटेंट में ऑपरेट कर रहे हैं, उनके उनका जर्नी का स्टार्ट कितना डिफरेंट है, राइट? सो समीक्षा, कैन यू हियर अस? आर यू देयर?
That's a very good question. I'm there.
No, but Samiksha, thank you so much for joining us. I know that you are in a flight, and thank you so much for making this happen. Samiksha, taking away from the discussion which I just had with Antara and Adnan, I think you as a content creator is in a very unique position, right? Because you've seen, like, you actually come from the TV world. You were into television, you've done that for years, which was actually the longest format of content which can be imagined, right? Then you move straight to short format content, jahan pe apne bahut zyada, I think you've become really really popular doing that. And now I see that you are also trying to mix the two worlds again, where you are moving from, like, you're doing short and you're reinventing yourself on a longer format also. So could you just, give us your view and your opinion on this, on how your content journey is in that sense, for us to get a perspective?
Okay, सबसे पहले तो अमन, thank you so much for having me here, and thank you जो सब लोग ये देख रहे हैं। मैं आपके क्वेश्चन का आंसर ये है कि when I started from TV से short form and then short form से long form, I always try to do better things. इससे उधर जाना है, उससे उधर जाना है. I always try to keep changing my things. क्योंकि I cannot settle on one thing. जो चीज मेरा एक सिंपल सा गोल रहा है हमेशा लाइफ में, कि वो करो जो आपको करने में मजा आ रहा हो। एक्टिंग, मेरी पूरे फैमिली में आज तक किसी ने एक्टिंग नहीं करी, किसी को आता नहीं क्या एक्टिंग क्या होता है। मेरे को टीवी करना था, मेरी फैमिली ने सपोर्ट किया, हम लोग मुंबई आ गए। 4 साल टीवी करने के बाद मैंने ग्रेजुएशन भी नहीं कंप्लीट किया, तो उसके पहले मैं मुंबई आ गई थी। और 4 साल टीवी करने के बाद देन आई डिसाइडेड कि नहीं, अब मुझे शॉर्ट प्लेटफॉर्म पे वीडियोस बनानी है। थैंकफुली मेरे पेरेंट्स ने बहुत सपोर्ट किया, बट मेरा हमेशा गोल ये रहा है कि अपने दिल को फॉलो करो, जो आपको करने में अच्छा लग रहा है ना वो करो। एंड प्रैक्टिकली, जैसे कि अंतरा बोल रही थी कि आपको अपनी ऑडियंस की भी सुननी पड़ती है, तो ऑफ कोर्स ऑडियंस के हिसाब से तो चलना पड़ता है, पर मैंने हमेशा अपने दिल को फॉलो किया कि यार अब ये मुझे करना है, दिस इज व्हाट आई एम एंजॉयिंग। तो जब तक मैंने टीवी एंजॉय किया, जब तक मैंने वो किया, उसके बाद फिर मैं बैलेंस कर रही हूँ चीजों में। ऐसा नहीं है कि अब मैं टीवी की तरफ कॉन्सेंट्रेट नहीं कर रही हूँ, आई एम बैलेंसिंग। अभी हमारी एक वेब सीरीज भी आई, तो आई एम कॉन्सेंट्रेटिंग कि अब हम कैसे मैं बैलेंस कर सकूं चीजों को, और जितना भी कंटेंट डालूं, जहां भी डाल रही हूँ, वो बेस्ट कंटेंट हो और मेरी ऑडियंस को पसंद आ रहा हो, और स्पेशली मुझे पसंद आ रहा हो।
So I think that's a really interesting perspective, क्योंकि आप बोल रहे हो कि यार मेरा content journey more of actually interest पे रहा है, that what is the kind of content which I'm trying to create, and similarly इस पे भी रहा है कि मेरी audience को क्या लग रहा है, right? On that part, but Samiksha, like when you were also doing short format content, which is something in common which you share with Adnan also, I saw that and I've personally witnessed that music was actually playing a big role, right? You guys were doing storytelling through music, and then all of you have done a lot of music videos also in that sense. तो उस पे आपका थोड़ा सा क्या पर्सपेक्टिव है? Why would you not do a short format content video which is with dialogues and all, and why would you rather do a music led video in that sense?
See, of course music led video इसलिए करेंगे because वो ज्यादा catchy है। मैंने when I started doing short format, honestly I did everything, मैं तो डायलॉग्स भी लिपसिंग करती थी, बट सॉन्ग्स जो हैं वो हमेशा से ज्यादा कैची रहे हैं, चाहे आप उसमें कॉमेडी कर रहे हो, चाहे रोमांटिक कर रहे हो, या कुछ अगर फॉर एग्जांपल अगर आप लिपसिंग भी कर रहे हो तो भी सॉन्ग्स प्ले अ बिग रोल। जो भी ट्रेंडिंग सॉन्ग्स होते हैं अगर आप उन पे करो तो वो बहुत ज्यादा आपको फायदा करता है। अगर नॉर्मल लिपसिंग वीडियो भी हो तो ऑफ कोर्स एवरी शॉर्ट प्लेटफॉर्म इट ट्रैवल्स मोर, एंड एट द एंड ऑफ द डे आई थिंक एवरी क्रिएटर को क्या ही चाहिए, सारे क्रिएटर्स को अटेंशन ही चाहिए। आई थिंक सब टैलेंटेड है, everyone is talented, ठीक है, there are more talented people than me, बहुत ज्यादा टैलेंटेड लोग हैं, बट एट द एंड ऑफ द डे कौन सक्सेसफुल है? जो अटेंशन ग्रैब कर पा रहा है लोगों की। जो अब शॉर्ट प्लेटफॉर्म में बहुत डिफिकल्ट है प्लेटफॉर्म अपना अटेंशन ग्रैब करना लोगों की, बिकॉज यू हैव ओनली 15 सेकेंड्स। तो उसमें 5 सेकंड में आप ऐसा क्या दिखा दे रहे हो ऑडियंस को कि वो रुक गए आपकी वीडियो देखने के लिए, तो वो एक बहुत बड़ा टास्क था। तो एक बहुत बड़ा टास्क है, और म्यूजिक उसमें एक बहुत बड़ा अच्छा रोल प्ले कर देता है, बिकॉज वो आधा काम आपको ऑटोमेटिकली इजी कर देता है। दैट्स व्हाई म्यूजिक।
Okay, talking of music, first of all, congratulations Bhavin and Samiksha. I know that Dilwich is out, and let's so till now we were talking about actually, creators using music and creating short format content. Bhavin, I think you are in a very special space because you have liked music so much that you have decided to do it on your own. Right? So could you give us your perspective on this, right? Like, because I know for a fact that you've created content on digital as much as anyone else has, right? Or content has been at the heart of this thing, but now you are actually trying to reinvent the wheel in the sense that you are trying to go to the music side also, जो कि अभी भी वहां पे, मतलब अभी जो गानों पे आप कंटेंट बना रहे थे आप वो गाने भी बनाने का ट्राई कर रहे हो। Could you give us your perspective on this journey?
Hi Aman, hi everyone, thanks for having me. मैं बस एडवांस में सॉरी बोलना चाहता हूँ अगर मेरे बैकग्राउंड से आवाजें आ रही हो, क्योंकि मैं अभी दिल्ली में हूँ। यहाँ पे एक पता नहीं अजीब सा कल्चर है, लोग अपने कबूतर उड़ाते हैं फिर आवाजें कर करके उनको बुलाते हैं। बट जैसा कि आपने कहा कि I've been a creator who used to make videos on music created by different people, and now I'm creating my own music. So I feel जो कि दिल किया यार, जो मेरा दिल कहता है, जो मेरा दिल कहता है, मैं दो बार भी नहीं सोचता वो करने से पहले। हाँ, राय मशवरे लेता हूँ, जैसे कि मैंने मेरी आप लोगों से, अमन आपसे ही राय ली थी, क्योंकि मेरी टीम से राय ली कि शुड आई गो फॉर इट, एंड आई बिलीव्ड इन माई सेल्फ, माई फैमिली डिड, यू ऑल डिड, तो आई थिंक आई थॉट आई शुड गो फॉर इट। अब एक क्रिएशन एक मजा है। मैंने सबको इवॉल्व होते हुए दिखा है, फ्रॉम जैसे इवॉल्व हो रही थी। मैं नया टिकटॉक पे आया था प्लेटफॉर्म पे, जब मैं नया टिकटॉक पे आया था उस वक्त पे वो जो हुकलाइंस वाले, जो हुकलाइन ड्रिवन सॉन्ग्स आना शुरू नहीं हुए थे, तब आप जो कह रहे थे जो 4.5-5 मिनट वाले गाने हुआ करते थे, मैंने वो टाइम से देखा कि अब हुकलाइन वाले गाना आने शुरू हुए। मैंने उसको इवॉल्व होते हुए देखा। तो अगर इंडस्ट्री को इवॉल्व होते हुए देख सकते हैं तो खुद क्यों ना इवॉल्व हो, खुद की अलग अलग साइड्स क्यों ना एक्सप्लोर की जाए। तो बस फ्रॉम अ बाथरूम सिंगर टू बीइंग अ लिरिसिस्ट, कंपोजर एंड सिंगर, बस इतना ही दिखाना चाहता हूँ दुनिया को कि देयर इज मच मोर ऑफ भाविन लेफ्ट। अगर मैं एक बहुत ही बुरा डांसर हूँ, लेकिन अगर मेरा दिल किया कि अगर मुझे तू नाच तो मैं नाचूंगा भी। अगर मुझे ऐसे इवॉल्व होना है, मैं अमिताभ बच्चन जी का बहुत बड़ा फैन हूँ। इंडस्ट्री ने फ्रेंच बियर्ड मांगी, अमिताभ बच्चन जी ने फ्रेंच बियर्ड रखी। मैं AR सर का बहुत बड़ा, AR सर ने अपना बाइफरकेट कर रखा है। AR सर का अच्छा म्यूजिक सुनने, मतलब जो अच्छा एकदम, जो जिसका कोई लेवल नहीं है, वो गाने बनाते हैं AR सर। और इंडस्ट्री में हुकलाइंस मांग रही है तो चकाचक है, तू भी बनाते हैं AR सर। तो अगर मांग रही है कि भाविन तू सिर्फ ट्रेंड्स फॉलो मत क्रिएट, तो भाविन भी जिनको आइडल्स मानता है। So yeah, that's about it. कि मैंने
सो भाविन, एक्चुअली आपने भी एक अलग पर्सपेक्टिव डाल दिया। आप बोल रहे हो कि यार जिस तरीके से ऑडियंस इवॉल्व होती है और जिस तरीके से उनका टेस्ट चेंज हो रहा है, उसी तरीके से यू ऑल्सो बीन चेंजिंग योर कंटेंट, राइट? ऑब्वियसली इट्स अ मिक्स ऑफ पैशन एंड हाउ यू फील अबाउट इट, पर आपका भी कंटेंट उस तरीके से इवॉल्व हो गया। नाउ फ्रॉम द म्यूजिक साइड, अदनान, वी नो फॉर अ फैक्ट दैट योर ब्रदर इज अ रैपर, right? And he creates very, very good songs, and I know that you've also tried your hand at one or two, right? तो मेरे को थोड़ा आपके तरफ से भी जानना है कि अब इधर जब रैप का भी एलिमेंट आ जाता है, तो रैप आता है, म्यूजिक आता है, और आप उसको शॉर्ट फॉर्मेट कंटेंट में भी बना रहे हो, एंड यू आर क्रिएटिंग द लॉन्गर स्टफ आल्सो। सो वेयर डू यू थिंक ये सब किस तरफ जा रहा है? अभी तक तो हम समझ गए कि कैसे शॉर्ट फॉर्मेट कंटेंट हुआ है, कैसे म्यूजिक इवॉल्व हुआ है। आपको क्या लगता है फ्यूचर कहाँ है, किस तरफ से जा रहा है? मतलब आपने खुद कैसे सोचा कि अब इसमें यू नो आई शुड रैप ऑल्सो, या फिर मेरे को ये भी एक मेरे कंटेंट में एक एंगल ऐड करना चाहिए? वेयर इज द इंडस्ट्री गोइंग? आपको क्या लगता है?
मुझे तो अब्दुल रहमान के तो बहुत सारे बैंक ऐसे देखेंगे तो उसके बहुत सारे सॉन्ग उसने लिख के रखा है, और अभी रहना एक साथ हो नहीं पा रहा है क्योंकि वो फैमिली के साथ ही रहता है और मैं थोड़ा अलग रह रहा हूँ, और उसके लिए मैं स्टूडियो भी बना रहा हूँ खुद का, छोटे वाले के लिए। उसके लिए प्रॉपर एक स्टूडियो जिसमें वहाँ पे वो बैठ के म्यूजिक बनाएगा, अपना काम करेगा। तो वो सब काम प्रोसेस में चालू है और इंशाल्लाह बहुत ही जल्द मैं करके दूंगा उसको। और रैप में मुझे इंटरेस्ट था, सच बताऊं तो मैं पहले जब वो स्टार्टिंग में 2-3 गाने मुझे सुनाया था ना, तो मुझे समझ में नहीं आया। फिर फर्स्ट शो गली बॉय का मैं देखा था, उसके बाद डायरेक्ट उसी के बाद मैं जब अपनी क्यूकी की तरफ से ही बैंड्रा ताज लैंड्स में फिर मीटिंग थी, याद है? तो वो टाइम पे मैं मिलने फिर रणवीर सिंह सर से गया था। तो उसके बाद जैसे मैं घर पे आया तो फिर वापस से बैठ के मैं सुना, मैं एक काम कर, तेरे जितने गाने लिखा है सुना मुझे। तो बहुत सारे गाने उसने सुनाया, तो उसमें से मैं बोला चल ठीक है, मैं ये वाला इम्प्रोवाइज कर, इसको अपन शूट कर दे। मुझे वो गली बॉय देख के बहुत ज्यादा मजा आया, और फिर मैं सोचा कि क्यों ना करना चाहिए। और उसका भी जो स्ट्रीट का स्लैंग है उसका बहुत, और वो टाइम से उसके फर्स्ट सॉन्ग से लेके अभी तक का वो बहुत ज्यादा इम्प्रूव हो चुका है। अभी जो रिसेंटली भी उसने ट्रैक निकाला था, वो भी मेरे हिसाब से अब्दुल का अभी 20-30% है। उसने ऐसे खतरनाक बैंक बना के रखा है, और इंडिया का फास्टेस्ट रैप भी मतलब अभी सब रेडी है, और रैप कल्चर भी इंडिया में बहुत ज्यादा तेजी से ग्रो कर रहा है। आज के टाइम पे करंट फ्लक्चुएट तो होते रहता है। देखो अभी इंडिया में जो भी कल्चर है, म्यूजिक के कल्चर है, जब जो डिफरेंट कभी कंट्रोवर्सी होती है, तो वो टाइम पे क्या बोलते हैं, हिप हॉप में जो जैसे बीच में डिस कल्चर हुआ था, तो बहुत जो नहीं भी सुनने वाला वो भी आगे तेरे को क्या जाता है ये वो सब आगे चालू हो गए थे सब। तो जो नहीं भी सुनने वाला था वो भी सुनने लगे। अभी धीरे धीरे फिर एट प्रेजेंट आज के टाइम पे सबको पता है कि पंजाब इंडस्ट्री जो है वो बहुत ज्यादा लोगों को पसंद आ रही है। तो टाइम के हिसाब से लोगों की म्यूजिक में लोगों को डिफरेंट अभी चेंजेस पसंद आ रहे हैं, जैसे जैसे इवॉल्व हो रहा है म्यूजिक। पर मेरे हिसाब से रैप की जो इंडस्ट्री है वो काफी ज्यादा ग्रो होगी, क्योंकि सिंगर्स भी है बाहर कंट्री में, मगर बाहर कंट्री के जो रैपर जो ग्रो किए, बट ऑब्वियस यूएस और वो साइड का जो क्या बोलते हैं अपना जो कल्चर है म्यूजिक का और ओवरऑल सोशल मीडिया का, वो धीरे धीरे ये साइड आता है। बहुत टाइम लगता है यहाँ तक आने को, मगर अभी जो स्पीड से इंडिया का म्यूजिक ग्रो कर रहा है, तो मुझे लग रहा है कि आगे चल के तो अब्दुल तो और जितने भी यहाँ पे अच्छे म्यूजिक बनाने वाले हैं उन लोग का काफी अच्छा फ्यूचर दिखने में आ रहा है, ब्राइट फ्यूचर।
ठीक है,
अदनान भाई आप बोल रहे हो को भी रैप करना चाहिए?
इसको
मैं भी रैप कर दूं?
अरे करो ना भाई
सबको करना चाहिए। तो नहीं बट थैंक्स अदनान, आपने बहुत अच्छा व्यू पॉइंट दिया। सो अंतरा, बेसिकली हाउ इफ आई हैव टू पुट अदनान's conversation into context, he's saying that there are some learnings which we are achieving by operating in the short format content space, right? कि culture है, which is like he spoke about this culture कि जब ये हो रहा है तो that has somehow led to the rise of the rap industry, right? Then there is a lot of influence from the western space which is coming into India. The music evolution speed has also changed, right? So when we are creating content, basically there are learnings which we are now trying to take, and we are trying to gauge, you know, that where is the space going, right? So if I have to ask you as a music creator, right, because I know that you're a music creator for a fact, who was first a music creator, then came into short format, right, and now is switching between both. Do you take some learnings from the short format space or the experience which you gain from the short format space and try to include it into your music? and videos, or like how does that, because that will give us an idea on where it's moving. Do you do that?
I actually do that very often. Now, I've been working on my original music for a while now, and actually following what's working in the short format space, considering the fact that it is one of the fastest growing spaces right now. सबको reels सब reels देखते हैं, सब short format video consume करते हैं. So I think when, especially like lately, my sister and we've been working on a couple of originals of our own. So every time we sit to compose, we actually try and think about what is working, what do people like to watch, what grabs their attention the fastest. And also one thing that I've noticed is the fact that what might work for a lot of people might not end up working for me. So apart from just apart from noticing what is working in general, I also try and keep a tab of what is working for me. So like I've seen lately that people like to listen to my sister and I together. When we put reels together, that is what attracts more attention than me putting out reels, say a solo reel.
Okay.
So that is something I took off, and I'm like, okay, maybe I'll just make original music with my sister, put out music with my sister. I've also seen that people dig the fact that we cater to the folk genre a lot. So sometimes we are singing Bangladeshi folk, we're singing South Indian folk, and people like that. That we are mashing folk music with, say, something that's trending, say Jugnu. Recently we did a mashup of a Bangladeshi folk song with Jugnu, and that worked. So that is also something that I'm planning on taking off what is working for me and implementing it on my music. So yeah.
No, actually, congratulations on that. I know that Ankita and you both have been creating really good content, right? And I know that those songs are really working. I saw one of the videos myself, which was really, really nice. So congratulations on that. But that gives us a good direction of how the point where you're saying that the point where you're saying that those learnings are actually helping you in how you want to design your music, plus the fact that how is audience reacting to your content is helping you gauge that how my music and content needs to be created, right? I'll just take from this and I'll move to Samiksha. Samiksha, abhi humko pata hai ki what you are also doing. Aap bhi kya kar rahe ho ki I know that you also have a habit of gauging your audience. You also try to learn from them कि मेरी audience क्या पसंद कर रही है और मैं क्या करना चाहती हूँ, right? And now I know that you for a fact is moving between contents, right? Like say when you're moving from short format to long format also, I would like to know, is that really helping, or how are you using that to create your content in a different format? How is that happening? Which kind of gives us a direction on how is the content going to evolve further? If you could give your angle on that.
So are you asking me that how am I preparing myself from short platform to long platform?
Yeah, and I'm saying are the learnings or are the key metrics or experiences of short form helping you or playing a role in how you design your long format content?
Yeah, of course they do, because for example, I did a reel on a song Rata Lambiyan. ठीक है, उस पे मैंने रील बनाई थी और वो बहुत ही ज्यादा वर्क करी, एंड दैट्स हाउ वो गाना ट्रेंड से निकल चुका था, 1 महीना हो चुका था वो गाने को आए हुए, बट स्टिल there were many people who told me that don't do dance cover on this song because it's already gone, long gone. अभी हो चुका है इसका ट्रेंड, जब आया था तब स्टार्टिंग में करना चाहिए था. तो बट स्टिल क्योंकि मुझे समझ में आया कि ये रील इतनी वर्क करी है, तो मेरी ऑडियंस को ये देखने में बहुत अच्छा लगा है, और जबकि वो गाना चला गया था फिर भी मैंने उसके ऊपर डांस कवर बनाया. एंड आई गेस जो मेरा यूट्यूब चैनल चल रहा है फिलहाल, उसके हिसाब से उसमें बहुत ही जबरदस्त रिस्पॉन्स आया, बिकॉज आई न्यू कि मेरी ऑडियंस को ये देखने में अच्छा लग रहा है, तो मैंने उसके ऊपर पूरा 1.5 मिनट का डांस कवर बनाया यूट्यूब पे, और आई थिंक 2 मिलियन क्रॉस किया है वो वीडियो. तो मेरे हिसाब से बहुत अच्छा रिस्पॉन्स है. तो ऑफ कोर्स हेल्प करता है शॉर्ट प्लेटफॉर्म, बट ऑफ कोर्स दोनों ही मतलब शॉर्ट या लॉन्ग प्लेटफॉर्म हो, अलग अलग उसके चीजें हैं. जैसे शॉर्ट में आपको टाइम फ्रेम कम है, तो तो आप कुछ भी कर सकते हो। जब बड़ी वीडियोस आप बना रहे हो तो आप लोगों को एंगेज करना बहुत ज्यादा डिफिकल्ट हो जाता है इतने लंबे टाइम के लिए। तो अगर आप पूछे जाए कि आर यू मोर क्रिएटिव व्हेन यू आर डूइंग लॉन्ग प्लेटफॉर्म और शॉर्ट प्लेटफॉर्म, तो आई विल से लॉन्ग प्लेटफॉर्म बिकॉज यू डोंट हैव एनी अदर ऑप्शन, यू हैव टू बी क्रिएटिव इन लॉन्ग प्लेटफॉर्म। मतलब ऑफ कोर्स यू हैव टू बी क्रिएटिव इन बोथ द प्लेटफॉर्म, मतलब शॉर्ट भी लॉन्ग भी, बट लॉन्ग में तो कोई और ऑप्शन भी नहीं है। अगर आप क्रिएटिव नहीं हो तो लोग आपकी वीडियो 15 या 30 सेकंड के आगे देखेंगे ही नहीं। तो यू हैव टू बी क्रिएटिव। लाइक for me, just the dance covers are not working. It's not the dance which is working for me. I'm not a very good dancer. But what is working for me is I do a look. I create the look of that. Yeah, the get-ups I take. मतलब वो पूरा का पूरा
you
expression.
recreate the look.
Yeah, I recreate the look. That is what is working for me. And when I started YouTube, I didn't knew that is what is going to work for me because ये ट्राई नहीं किया था मैंने रील्स पे या टिकटॉक पे या कोई अदर प्लेटफॉर्म पे, मैंने कभी ट्राई नहीं किया था। ये यूट्यूब ही भी मैंने किया है और ये कर करके ही मुझे पता चला कि ये मेरे लिए वर्क करेगा। तो एज आई डिड ऑन टिकटॉक ऑन रील्स की you always have to try, keep trying things. अभी भी I'm learning, चाहे रील्स हो चाहे यूट्यूब हो, आई एम लर्निंग, आई एम स्टिल जैसे व्लॉग्स है या फिर या डांस कवर्स है, उनके ऊपर आई थिंक मेरा थोड़ा होल्ड आ गया। आई नो हाउ टू एंगेज माय ऑडियंस, बट जो और चीजें उसमें मैं अभी भी मैं लर्न कर रही हूँ कि इसमें मैं और कैसे इंटरेस्टिंग करूँ कि मेरी ऑडियंस जो है इसको भी पसंद करे। सो आई थिंक दोनों ही प्लेटफॉर्म का, दोनों ही जो है उनका अपना एक अलग चार्म है। शॉर्ट प्लेटफॉर्म पे जो है वो बहुत ही ज्यादा कम टाइम होता है तो और भी इंटरेस्टिंग बनाना पड़ता है, बट लॉन्ग में तो आपके पास कोई ऑप्शन ही नहीं है, यू हैव टू बी क्रिएटिव।
But आपने एक अच्छा पर्सपेक्टिव दिया इधर, that there are two things. One is that obviously the learnings from the content which you've created in the shorter format is helping in the longer thing, and also there is like 50% of it there is your own learning of the long format space, right? Which is playing a role. I think that's a very interesting perspective, and this is more from a content lens. Now भाविन, अगर मुझे आपसे जानना, समीक्षा ने भी हमको समझाया कि जब वो कंटेंट के बीच में माइग्रेट कर रही हैं, शॉर्ट से लॉन्ग, लॉन्ग से शॉर्ट जा रही हैं, दोनों एक दूसरे के ऊपर उनके एक्सपीरियंसेस और लर्निंग्स ओवरलैप कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि एक्चुअली में ऑडियंस का जो टेस्ट है वो काफी हद तक सिमिलर भी है, राइट? जो चीज शॉर्ट पे चलती है हमको लगता है वो चीज लॉन्ग पे भी चलती है। इट मे नॉट ऑलवेज बी ट्रू, बट इट इज ट्रू इन मोस्ट ऑफ द केसेस। नाउ आई नो दैट you are going to big time get into music, right? Are you going to be very, very cognizant about this? Are you going to keep this in mind? Are you going to keep your journey in mind when you're creating music going forward? You know, how do you think that is going to happen? Because that will give us an idea on how music is going to evolve further as well.
I think I will have to bifurcate my music. कुछ चीजें ऐसी हैं जो मुझे किक देती है, तो मैं वो अपने लिए करूंगा। ऐसा है जिसमें गहरी लिखावट हो, कुछ डीप हो, जो नुसरत फतेह अली खान साहब की जो ऑडियंस है उनको पसंद आए, क्योंकि मैं आई एम वन ऑफ हिज ऑडियंस। और कुछ मैं बैलेंस करूंगा, क्योंकि इफ यू वांट ऑडियंस, गिव ऑडियंस व्हाट दे वांट। तो कुछ ऐसा म्यूजिक क्रिएट करूंगा जो ऑडियंस को किक दे। तो ये बैलेंस मुझे पता नहीं कब कर पाऊंगा, ऐसा कब समझ आएगा। अभी तो नया घुसा हूँ, नया शिकारी हूँ इस जंगल का। तो बट आई थिंक टाइम के साथ मैं समझ जाऊंगा, क्योंकि मैं अपने लिए भी करूंगा, ऑडियंस के लिए भी करूंगा, क्योंकि यार आई लिव फॉर म्यूजिक। मैं मुझे नहीं याद है लास्ट ऐसा दिन कब था जब मैंने पूरा दिन कुछ गुनगुनाया ना हो या कुछ सुना ना हो म्यूजिक। मुझे नहीं पता लास्ट कब दिन था। मैं तो एक ऐसे शो में भी गया था अभी रिसेंटली जहाँ पे बाहर का म्यूजिक अलाउड नहीं था।
अच्छा।
फाइन्स पड़ जाती थी आपको। मैं फिर भी गाता था। तो म्यूजिक मेरे लिए इतना इम्पोर्टेंट है। तो हाँ, आई थिंक आई हैव टू, मुझे इस जर्नी में आगे अगर बढ़ना है एक्चुअली में, तो या तो कुछ ऐसे आर्टिस्ट होते हैं जो who don't give a damn कि ऑडियंस क्या चाहती है, मैं अपने लिए काम करूंगा, बट आई डू, मुझे सच में आगे बढ़ना है इस चीज में। मैंने आई गिव अ डैम, इसलिए मैंने शॉर्ट वीडियो बनाने शुरू किए थे, मुझे काम करना था। इंडस्ट्री इवॉल्व ऐसे हो रही थी, वेदर यू लाइक इट और नॉट, एवोल्यूशन होता है इंडस्ट्री में। आपकी प्रोफाइल लिंक्स मांगी जा रही थी एक एक्टर की, कि आपकी लिंक भेजोगे, उस पर आपको जज किया जा रहा था। मुझे काम करना है तो मैं शॉर्ट वीडियो भी बनाऊंगा, अगर ऐसे काम मिलेगा तो मैं ऐसे करूंगा। तो वैसे ही मैंने म्यूजिक शुरू किया है, क्योंकि मुझे म्यूजिक में काम करना है, मुझे प्लेबैक करना है, मुझे लाइव करना है। तो अगर ऑडियंस को जो चाहिए तो मैं वो भी दूंगा। हाँ, बीच बीच में मैं मेरा भी करता रहूंगा, वो भी सबको दिखेगा। सो या दैट्स द बाइफिकेशन आई वांट टू फिगर आउट।
Yeah, but actually, thanks for telling us. मतलब it's nice कि आप दो तरीके से कंटेंट को देख रहे हो। एक आप की जो मुझे पसंद है, और एज एन आर्टिस्ट मेरे को जो कंटेंट बनाने में अच्छा लगता है, और दूसरा आई विल बी कॉग्निजेंट ऑफ हाउ ऑडियंस इज कंज्यूमिंग द कंटेंट, राइट, एंड हाउ द कंटेंट स्पेस इज मूविंग, व्हिच इज वेरी गुड। मतलब अदनान, अगर मैं आपसे सेम टॉपिक के बारे में जानना चाहूँ, मुझे थोड़ा आपका पर्सपेक्टिव चाहिए, क्योंकि अभी ये जो बात भाविन ने कही ना, ये जो पॉइंट उन्होंने कहा कि यार एक्टर्स को भी जब काम चाहिए था अभी एड्स और म्यूजिक वीडियोस में, तो उनसे उनके सोशल मीडिया लिंक्स मांगे जा रहे थे, right, which is a very interesting thing which we have seen as a trend, and it has happened majorly due to the short format content creators, right, that we've seen a lot of creators getting casted in music videos, बहुत सारे लोगों को वेब सीरीज में बुलाया जा रहा है, right, even acting opportunities are being right, yeah, considered this is the social media cloud. तो आपको क्या लगता है, मतलब आपके एक्सपीरियंस से अगर
I'm really liking this space, क्योंकि कोई इस बारे में बात करता नहीं है। अब शायद थोड़ी बहुत होगी, मुझे पता नहीं, लेकिन हाँ, मजा है। करो प्लीज।
तो अदनान, आपका क्या कहना है, क्योंकि यहाँ पे बहुत सारे सवाल जवाब होते हैं। कोई लोग कहते हैं कि नहीं ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है, कोई लोग कहते हैं कि देखो यार, जहाँ पे ऑडियंस है वहीं पे हम लोगों को ऑपरेट करना है, इसलिए हम तो करेंगे कास्ट, राइट। व्हाट इज योर पर्सपेक्टिव ऑन दिस?
2018 में मैं फर्स्ट टाइम, ये भी सोशल मीडिया का वो टाइम पे टिकटॉक था, तो अपने सोशल मीडिया हैंडल्स लोग भी लिंक मांगे थे, तो मैंने शेयर किया था, और वहाँ पे बहुत मेरा अक्षय कुमार सर के साथ जो ऐड आया था होंडा वाला, तब तक का मैं फ्लाइट में नहीं बैठा था। 2018 की बात है। तो
आप कभी फ्लाइट में नहीं बैठे थे?
नहीं बैठा।
नेवर इन योर लाइफ?
नहीं।
ओके।
तो उसके बाद वहां पे गया मैं ऑडिशन देने के लिए, तो मैं फैसल को भी बोला और सद्दू को भी बोला। तो फैसल मेरे बर्थडे का एक दिन पहले, 6 तारीख को, 2018 6 अगस्त मेरे को याद है, आज के दिन इवनिंग का टाइम था, और मेरे को बर्थडे का भी अरेंजमेंट करने का था अगले दिन का। तो फैसल वो टाइम पे बिजी था, तो मैं सद्दू को लेके गया। ऑडिशन तो दे दिया मैं। ऑडिशन देके जब निकलने लगा तो वहाँ पे बहुत बड़े बड़े राइडर देखा, बड़े बड़े स्टंट राइडर थे। तो मुझे तो एक्सपेक्टेशन मेरा तो हट गया। मैं तो सोचा अभी तो अब नहीं होने वाला है मेरा, क्योंकि वहाँ पे सब बड़े बड़े राइडर लोग, स्टंट राइडर। मैं घर आ गया। अब 2 दिन बाद मुझे सडनली कॉल आता है, बोले अदनान, हाँ, तो बोले आप शॉर्टलिस्ट हो गए, आपको आना पड़ेगा इंडिया शाइन, इतने इतने फ्लोर ये टाइम पे। बोला इसलिए, तो बोले कि तुम जो ऑडिशन देते हो उसमें तुम सिलेक्ट हो गए हो, तुम्हारी टिकट्स वगैरह सब चीज करने के लिए। तो फर्स्ट टाइम बैठा था वो टाइम पे मेरा हुआ था, और जब फ्लाइट में चढ़ा तो मेरे को बड़ी सीट मिली, बिजनेस क्लास। तो मैं चढ़ के मैं पीछे देख रहा हूँ, मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि यार ये मेरी सीट बड़ी है, बाकी लोग की छोटी छोटी क्यों है। तो बाद में मेरे को पता चला वो बिजनेस क्लास थी।
But that's great. तो आप पहली बार लाइफ में फ्लाइट में बैठे और वो भी बिजनेस क्लास था।
हाँ।
Right? So I would say that says a lot on what the space is doing, और वो space के creators के साथ क्या हो रहा है, right? Like, Antra, does that has that happened to you? Has more work come your way once you've become more active on social media, or more active, especially in the short format space? Like, if I have to ask you, has that happened to you, or is your experience different?
No, it has. It has. See, I've had my major television visibility when I was 9 years old. So after that, I think whatever work I'm getting now, it is on the basis of what people watch online. Especially when it comes to gigs, events, live events.
Yeah.
Every time there is a query, the first thing that an event manager asks for is YouTube links or Instagram ka following dekhna hai. Yeah, I mean, that's how it works. So I think especially, fun fact, since lockdown happened, it's crazy, it's been 2 years. So when lockdown started, Ankita and I, we started putting out, we started this series called Balcony Concerts, जहाँ हम अपने balcony में खड़े होके folk songs गा रहे थे. very random, with our ukulele, no planning whatsoever, and very unexpectedly, video started going viral from that series. And we've had about 19 virals out of 30 videos. So, and lockdown mein sab kuch band tha, right? And in spite of that, the amount of digital shows we did was insane. We had ऐसे दिन गए हमारे where we've done 3 digital shows in one single day. So I think we were the only people who had like crazy and a very crazy lockdown period where we had no time to just chill. We were performing live all the time, and I think उसका श्रेय पूरी तरीके से सोशल मीडिया पे जाता है. Yeah.
So I think that's great, क्योंकि ये मैंने बहुत कम सुना है. Answer, you can put yourself on mute. Yeah, ये मैंने बहुत कम सुना है कि लोग बोल रहे हैं कि हमारे पास लॉकडाउन में बहुत ज्यादा काम था, right? And I think that has only happened to the digital space, you know, which is really I would say we are blessed in that sense कि you know, Samiksha, थोड़ा सा अगर, because I know that you also have a lot to say about this, that when the when lockdown happened, at the same time newer platforms also came into the country, right? Or in fact India native platforms were coming where you were creating content. So can you give us a little bit of जब ये टाइम पे जो पिछले 1-2 साल है जब लोग ज्यादा डिजिटल कंज्यूम कर रहे थे और आप नए प्लेटफॉर्म्स जोश वगैरह पे भी कंटेंट बना रहे थे, how different was that? Did that lead to a boom of the space?
See, honestly, जब लॉकडाउन हुआ था तो बहुत ज्यादा डर गए थे, बिकॉज हमें आदत थी बाहर वीडियोस बनाने की. मतलब मैं पहले घर में बनाती थी, फिर हम लोग बाहर बनाने लगे. फिर जब लॉकडाउन हुआ तो इट वाज स्कैरी, बिकॉज समझ में नहीं आ रहा था कि अब कैसे होगा कंटेंट. बट ऑनेस्टली आई थिंक दैट वी इन्फ्लुएंसर्स वर सो ब्लेस्ड कि जब लॉकडाउन खत्म हुआ हम थोड़े बाहर निकले ना, honestly speaking, there are many people who told me कि यार आपके टिकटॉक, मतलब आपके रील्स, आपके वीडियोस, आपके जोश वीडियोस देख के हम लोग लॉकडाउन में एंटरटेन हुए. तो इतना ज्यादा सुकून मिलता था ना वो सुन के कि क्योंकि उस टाइम पे कुछ नया कंटेंट नहीं आ रहा था मार्केट में. कोई वेब सीरीज नहीं आ रही, कोई नया टीवी शो नहीं आ रहा, कुछ नहीं कर पा रहे. मतलब सिर्फ इन्फ्लुएंसर्स ही घर में बैठ के जितना क्रिएटिव हो सकते थे उतना क्रिएटिव होके लोगों को एंटरटेन कर रहे थे. और सारे प्लेटफॉर्म्स के इन्फ्लुएंसर्स की बात कर रही हूँ मैं. तो जो डिजिटली बेसिकली जो लोगों को एंटरटेन कर सकते थे वही कर पा रहे थे, बिकॉज मोस्ट ऑफ देम नो वन वाज डूइंग जॉब. सारे घर पे थे, कुछ नया नहीं आ रहा था. तो आई थिंक हमारा ही कंटेंट था जो फ्रेश था. तो आई फील सो ब्लेस्ड कि उस टाइम पे जैसे कि सबको अपने जॉब के ऊपर प्राउड फील होता है, चाहे डॉक्टर हो चाहे. तो आई फील सो प्राउड ऑफ माई सेल्फ एंड ऑल माई कम्युनिटी कि वी वर एबल टू एंटरटेन पीपल एट दैट टाइम जब उनको एंटरटेन होने की सबसे ज्यादा जरूरत थी. अभी तो सब कुछ है, अभी तो फिल्म्स भी आ रही हैं, सब आ रहा है, ठीक है. और आई फील ब्लेस्ड ऑल्सो. इट वाज अ ग्रेट अपॉर्चुनिटी कि हम ही थे सिर्फ एट दैट टाइम. वी वर ओनली द वन कि लोगों के पास ऑप्शन भी सिर्फ हमें.
और कोई टाइप का कंटेंट बन ही नहीं पा रहा था. जो हम कंटेंट बना रहे हैं वही बन रहा है जो घर पे फोन रख के कंटेंट बन सकता है, राइट?
सो बड़े सारे न्यू लोगों को अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली. दे डिस्कवर्ड देमसेल्व्स एंड दे बिकेम फेमस. तो लाइक या गुड अपॉर्चुनिटी.
हाँ, आई थिंक समीक्षा आपने बहुत सही बात बोली है एंड आई वुड सीरियसली अग्री विद यू कि इट डिड लीड टू अ लॉट ऑफ पॉपुलैरिटी एंड इट बिकमिंग वेल. एंड स्पेशली जब आप न्यू प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे भी और कंटेंट बना रहे हो तो एक्चुअली लोग बहुत ज्यादा कंटेंट एक्सेस कर पा रहे हैं क्योंकि आप घर पे बैठ के फोन पे कंटेंट बना पा रहे हो, राइट? नाउ फ्रॉम दैट आई नो कि वीडियो की तो हम बात कर रहे हैं एंड वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट म्यूजिक एंड व्हाट इज वेरी क्लोज टू म्यूजिक एंड वीडियो इज आल्सो ऑडियो, राइट? उस टाइम पे भाविन, if I'd like to say that कि अभी recently हमने देखा है कि बहुत ज्यादा पहले तो नहीं था शायद कंट्री में, पर अभी काफी लोग ऑडियो पे भी कंटेंट कंज्यूम करने लग गए हैं, राइट? So I have one share chat room question of the day for you. I need to and this will be very informative for all of us. If you could, क्योंकि ये भी एक सेक्शन है जिसके बारे में ज्यादा गाइडेंस या ज्यादा इन्फॉर्मेशन लोगों के पास है नहीं, So my question is, how can brands or content creators leverage live audio chat rooms for fan engagement? What do you think? How can that be done? If I'm a creator and I'm looking to leverage a live audio chat room platform to increase my engagement or fan base, how can one do that?
I think if you're confident enough, if people believe that you're a good speaker, if people who listen to you do get influenced by you, influencers of such categories should start doing podcasts.
Okay.
Yeah. So because consumption of podcast has really become a thing since a year or two, and that's the future. So yeah, I think even you are.
And what do you think? How can they be better at it? मतलब अगर podcast तो चलो करेंगे, लेकिन अच्छा होने के लिए क्या करें कि audience और सुने? ऐसा क्या करें कि हमारी audience ज़्यादा engage करे? अगर हम ऐसा attempt
मेरे हिसाब से जब आपको अपना podcast, मैंने कभी आज तक एक भी किया नहीं है, बस एक prediction है कि ये podcast ही future है. जैसे कभी बहुत लोगों ने predict किया होगा कि short format future है, वैसे ही I think आप ये सोचते हो podcast future है. और इसको better करने के लिए यही है कि आप ऐसा कुछ उसमें पॉडकास्ट में करो कि ऑडियंस आपको जब सुन रही हो तब वो इमेजिन कर सके कि मैं भी वहीं पे मौजूद हूँ, एक स्टोरी टेलिंग की तरह हो. अगर फॉर एग्जांपल अगर आप एक एक्टर हो, आप अपना थिएटर का प्ले एक बार बस रिकॉर्ड करके देखो, उसका सिर्फ उसको बिना वीडियो देखे उसको सुन के देखो, क्या मुझे बिना प्ले देखे प्ले समझ में आ रहा है? तो अगर मुझे प्ले समझ में आ गया बिना देखे तो वो पॉडकास्ट तो सक्सेसफुल है. सो या अरे यार ये तो क्या ज्ञान की बात, पता नहीं, ये तो हमें भी करना चाहिए ना. देखा, पता सबको है, बड़ी बड़ी बातें करके लोग चले जाते हैं. जैसे मैं भी बड़ी बात करके यहाँ से चला जाऊंगा कि यार पॉडकास्ट इज द फ्यूचर, लेकिन मैंने भी ट्राई नहीं किया. अब मैंने जो बोला है तो ये मुझे करना चाहिए. देखो आइडिया है तो खुद पे भी इम्प्लीमेंट करना चाहिए. या वी शुड डू इट. अमन, व्हाट्स से?
No, so but thank you so much, Bhavin. Thank you so much, Adnan, Samiksha, Antara. Thank you so much, guys, for giving your time and your knowledge / gyan to us. Yes, Sunoop, over to you. Thank you so much, IWM and everyone for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you for inviting. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, I can take a cab. Bye.
See you guys.
Thank you everyone. Thank you everyone for that absolutely wonderful and insightful session. Friends, with this we reach the end of day 1 here at India Web Fest Season 3. An absolutely riveting day filled with a lot of exciting, intense and absolutely insightful and very, very engaging sessions. And we do look forward to having you back here on day 2, that is tomorrow. And for tomorrow's detailed speaker lineup and agenda, do visit www.indiawebfest.com. We promise you day 2 will be as engaging and insightful as day 1. Of course, before signing off, we must thank our sponsors. Wood presents India Web Fest Season 3, co-powered by Applause Entertainment, Pocket Aces, and Share Chat Rooms, Platinum Partner QQ Digital, Virtual Event Partner Mint Labs, Media Partner Radio City, and initiative by IWMBuzz Live. See you tomorrow, guys. Stay safe, have a good night's sleep, and be back tomorrow on time for our engaging sessions that will be starting tomorrow at 10 a.m. See you then. Bye.